Alright, you guys, welcome back to Runt Pack Goes Planewalking. Episode 12. Let's get into it.
Woo!
Last time, as you'll remember, we opened up on Oro having walked into Samir's room to find Samir beheaded on the floor and Dionysia in the body of a small elven boy and Bisk in the body of a brawny woman. Standing over Samir's crumpled form, Dionysia attempted to convince Oro to accompany her on her plan, and explained that Samir had betrayed, or more worked against, Valhalla intentionally, and the speakings of Queen Riddicy, and that he deserved to be punished, as he helped Aislinn in her scheme against Riddicy. Orpheus was nearly convinced, however, towards the end of their conversation, Dionysia admitted to having taken things into her own hands against Riddicy's desires, which Orpheus did not believe was right, as of course Riddicy knows what is right at every time. Orpheus diplomatically took Dionysia's gun and Dionysia's gun, which was actually Samir's gun, and turned the tables on her and forced her and Bisk out of Samir's shop. During this interaction, Deimos and Hire went on a brave expedition into Dulam's fanny pack. They found rooms made of thread and fabric, including a feast, swords, and other recreated things. Eventually they came across the first sign of life, a small fabric mouse. Ultimately they heard distant howling noises and fled from a huge beast, one of Dulam's mag dogs. As they returned, we explained the situation that happened with Samir to both of them. Deimos was obviously very upset about this, as Samir is a roommate or father figure to him. Deimos found Samir's notes on his own maintenance, but they were very incomprehensible, which seems out of character for Samir, I'm not gonna lie, but I think he's less put together than he acts. We also found the Golem manual that I had given Samir, and Dulam cast Comprehend Languages to start reading it. We learned about what it would take to create a new Golem, but we weren't really sure if we could do that, or if it would even fix Samir. Father Luce saw Bisk still watching us from outside, and we learned Dionysia had yet again, retreated the physical form, leaving the small elven boy Cecil in charge, who was very distressed, and Bisk, of course, very distressed, in charge of this child. But we didn't help, because, fuck Bisk. He helped kill Samir. Deimos, Hire, and Malagus briefly fought over whether or not to take stuff from Samir to help us save him. Oro tried to mend Samir's head back onto his body, but no matter what, it just sort of slurped off. And in the middle of the night, his left eye began to blink red. Deimos, this freaked me out and I woke up everyone, but Deimos informed us that that wasn't actually a bad thing. It was simply his core recognizing that there was a problem with his body. In the morning, we went to Grimwalk and found out that where Red Hands usually drinks, which is the Dwarven Bar, the Tipsy Miner. We were specifically looking for Red Hands to hope to return to Waterdeep through Zavrix's portal. We could find Samir's friend, Dr. Him, who might be able to repair him. We bought some other odds and ends, including gloves for Malagus. Then Malagus and Oro split off from the group to go talk to Jackknife about manning Samir's shop while we were gone trying to fix Samir. And on the way, we saw a group of scholars, which we impromptu accosted, because Oro had the realization that they were probably from the material plane, some of Zavrix's students. Malagus attempted to stun the kid to get him to stick around and perhaps for us to take his clothing, but apparently the change to Malagus' position caused both of them to get stunned. Orpheus was first very panicked about this development and then realized the opportunity to loot through Malagus' things to see whether or not he was truly the one who had stolen from Orpheus during the drinking competition. He found, many dubious things, some drugs, etc. Most interesting, though, he found a glass key matching the one Oro had found in Aislinn's purse, which seems to go against Malagus' claim that he did not know Aislinn. Also, turns out he has a ball of plot in his hat. When Malagus returned to himself, he was very upset about this situation. He stormed away. We fought in Jackknife's bar. Sort of wrestled around on the floor. Then Jackknife kicked us both out. Malagus went down to the grease picks and picked a random fight with Trent Whispers. Malagus was initially winning, but then I touched the back of his neck to stun us both, thinking it would stop the fight, and instead Trent beat the shit out of Malagus while we were frozen.
Just that.
We all went back to Samir's place, where Hire and Oro argued over whether or not Oro was in the right to go through Malagus's stuff, having suspected Malagus of being a liar. Then a guard came in and gave us a summons to the Lady of Pain's abode. We went up there through a strange chlorine-smelling room. I forgot something very important. Earlier, when we all bought odds and ends, Dulam bought a poster of the Lady of Pain.
Whoa.
Keep in mind.
Yeah.
As her biggest fan. We proceeded to the Lady of Pain's abode, the height of torment, as it is known, and then to a throne room, which is actually very small and more of a war room with a giant table in the center and a huge map and many people huddled around. And of course, the Lady of Pain. She dismissed the other people and explained that she had summoned us to offer us a job. Essentially, the job is to go to a nearby demiplane named Weft, which is barren and full of artists, and find a man named Frederick Stavin, who has been accused of thievery as she suspects he stole the Architect, a small magical pebble, which we know that in fact Iceland stole, and we have. We are meant to find him and either kill him and return the pebble if he indeed had it, or return with him alive so he can assist the Lady of Pain in closing a portal if he's proved innocent. If we kill him, we also get, how much gold is it? It's a lot of gold.
If you do kill him, you get 1,000 platinum pieces.
Wait, that's
Jesus.
conditional on us killing him?
Yeah, because she really wants the stone back. If you don't kill him and just bring him back, then you don't get the money, but she still gives you a way out.
And so if he's innocent, then we get, or either way, if he's innocent or guilty and we fulfill the task, she will grant us an item that would permanently let us travel to and from Circad and another plane. For example, the material plane. We agreed to this task. She gave us a bunch of climbing gear that we apparently needed and informed us that if we stay in the Weft too long, we will get very sick. We also learned that we need to go to Flexi to get the transportation device that we need to send us to Weft. And last but most certainly not least, Dulam requested she sign his poster, which she gracefully did.
Whoa.
And that catches us up to the end of last time. Now, I will be the first to say, having had time to reflect on last time, I have some new ideas of things I want to try to help Samir before we give up on him and head to Weft. So at some point, if we can stop by Samir's shop, check in on his bloodied remains, I would greatly appreciate that.
I think if we put Samir in the bag, we'll have a Samir eventually.
Now that I like. You could have many Samirs.
True.
Yeah. Perfect. And either way, he's artificial. So
True.
So it's
might as
like
well
it
be
doesn't
carpet.
matter.
Pretty much not a real person.
I like that he's gonna become carpet now. I think it's better for him. It's honestly what he would have wanted.
It's
Yeah,
like,
that's
the
my
monkeys
goals.
who either got a hard mother or soft mother. We could make
Whoa.
the soft Samir.
Whoa.
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 So soft and sensitive. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
I want a hard mother.
Whoa!
Hey, yo.
Whoa.
Hey, yo. Okay,
Anyways,
so,
the plot.
really good hire. So, welcome back everyone to D&D. Congratulations on making it to your next episode. So, where we are right now, this is basically what I would like to consider the, fallout of your conversation with the Lady of Pain. She has given you an offer, a potential solution to a lot of your problems in this grand sort of item that she claims will help your, eventually down the road, you're going to need to escape this place, and she's given you a way to do so. So this is a pretty big deal for you guys especially, who are worried about escaping here, and for people like Dulam, who are sort of has a goal to get other people off this plane. This could really be an item that helps. So with that in mind, you guys accepted the deal from the Lady of Pain, and now you've sort of returned back to the city of Surcad and are simply just hanging out right now, waiting sort of to decide whether or not you're going to get this item from Flixie, or perhaps purchase some more items as Malagus had sort of requested. And with all of that being said, what would you guys like to do? You're in the middle of town, there's a bright sunny day, it's about midday now. You've all had a long rest, and the day is yours.
Wait, so remind me, everyone, or Mason, how are we traveling to that plane to go search for that guy?
Sure. So, the Lady of Pain has effectively informed me that she has a choice few items that will allow you to travel to another plane. Specifically, she called them small boxes. You didn't exactly hear what the specifics of them were, but basically it is some sort of item that allows you to traverse planes, and she only has a few of them, so she couldn't offer you one in the moment you guys had visited her, but she informed you that she had loaned one of these items to Flixie, the archdevil, as she called him, and that if you go to him with this letter that you acquired from her, you can acquire the item, and that it will allow you to travel to the location. So that's sort of, the way to travel there is to take this item from Flixie, the devil who owns the restaurant that you guys were attacked at.
Oh,
By
great.
him.
But yes, actively by him. So at this point, you do know, and all of you guys know this, that you are in fact, you are the ones who own this item that the Lady of Pain spoke of, which basically means that you have the opportunity, if you'd like, to give away this guy, basically turn him in and get him killed, because you have the item, effectively gaining you a decent amount of gold in the process. However, it's your choice whether or not you want to actually turn him in for the money, or to keep the item private and bring him back as a citizen to help the town. All of this is sort of at your disposal, and you guys don't have to leave immediately. You have some time still in Surcad to prepare yourselves for this adventure. So, what would you guys like to do?
I would also like to bring up that objectively, if we give the Lady of Pain this item, it'll come back to haunt us. It is a very powerful item.
That is true.
It's fair, higher, but there is a problem, which is that she had it before any of us even knew about it, and it seems like it was going fine then, so,
Yeah, I guess that means she's had access to it anyway. Sorry.
We're not considering selling out this Frederick man. I mean, we know he didn't do the crime, right? So you should just bring him back to close the portal.
I think there are ways we can give the item over. Like, what if we just found it? Like, hey, we found your guy and happened to find your item, but he didn't take it. No worries.
I feel that will backfire. What are we even really going to do with 1,000 platinum pieces? It's too much money.
I agree.
So
Malagus looks at you and goes, "Listen, that is a lot of money. You,
Yeah.
me, and your entire fucking line could retire with that kind of money. I beseech you, please, can we consider it just for a moment? Consider actually taking that."
Well, you
I
guys
have
don't actually
no
have to take
line.
all of your money. I was thinking about starting like a horde, like a dragon, sort of thing. So I think I could just, lay on it, maybe like sit on top of it.
Sort of that
Yeah.
dragon instinct in ya, hey, higher.
None of you are going
Yeah.
to be taking this money to the afterlife. You know that. You're only going to have it for however many years you've got left here.
Listen, alright, Orpheus, that
Decent
money
amount,
is
hopefully.
so good, and in fact, it could increase my life. Have you considered that? It might
How
actually
so?
make my life better, because it makes it longer, because I'm able to buy the things that I need.
What are you going to
Research-
buy that makes your life longer, Malagus?
I don't know, things, items. I need things, I've been told.
Research actually shows that once you reach a certain level of income that's equivalent to like the poverty line, subsequent increases in income have very little impact on your life expectancy. So,
And is this on the material plane
Higher,
or in
that's really
Arcad?
That's really insightful, Higher. Are you reading the news?
yeah, it was in like this news article. It was crazy.
That's like Waterdeep or Bright Bank.
Just really intelligent. What I mean to say is that basically every problem we've ever had could go away if we merely take this deal, sacrifice this guy who we've never met, by the way. You know, he could be a bad guy. We could actually be doing the world a favor if we turn him in to die.
No, we're absolutely not doing that.
Name a single one of my problems that money could fix.
The mirror.
The mirror?
Samir, we need 6,000 gold to bring him back to life. That's that. With that much gold, we could definitely find a solution for the Burning Man.
Completely agree. As well, when we return to Waterdeep, as we were discussing, as a potential solution for you, Orpheus, these wizards aren't gonna do the shit for free. You know, send you back. They might request a certain amount of money, and I don't think it'll be a small amount.
You know, I actually had an idea about that while we were in the meeting with the Lady of Pain.
All right.
Go for it. Yeah.
Well, I was, really anxious, so I was trying to think about all the machines in Samir's shop and how they work. And I remembered this item he had. I don't know. He said it could, basically, I saw him assembling a bird once, right? And to make it go, he had to attach a power supply to it. I was thinking, possibly, his power supply isn't working right now. Maybe it was severed and it needs a spark to restart it. Maisie was looking at her computer a few days ago, and the charger turned orange when it was on low battery. And Maisie started thinking some thoughts about the blinking light in Samir's eye. I think it's worth a shot. I don't know.
As
The
long as
battery, you
the
called it?
spark doesn't injure him.
I mean, he did sell that
That's
in his
true.
shop, so that could definitely
That's
be
what I was
something
thinking.
that could help. What are we supposed to do? Just put his head right on top of it? That seems sort of archaic.
Yeah, I feel like that's what we've been doing.
We actually did very
Battery?
little.
No, putting his head back on top.
But on top of a battery? Is that how machines work? Dulam, what are your thoughts on this?
It could work.
I just really feel like Dulam is like a separate creature.
They're sort of similar.
I think we should put it in his eye. That's where the blinking was.
Alright. I mean, if you like.
It's just like my computer charger.
I didn't know you had a computer charger there, friend.
Yeah, I plug in Lettermore every night.
Well, should we return then? See if that works?
I think it's worth a shot. I don't know. I guess before, when we were talking about trying out things from Samir's shop, we sort of we lost the plot and started negotiating about whether or not we should help ourselves do Samir's things. But I think we all agree that we should use his items meant for repairing constructs on him to try to see if they work, right? That's what
something-
be stealing.
And something like a charger, that sounds like it has like just because we use it once doesn't mean it can't be used again. So
Yeah.
True, and I don't think he'd be mad at us if we used something to bring him back, you know? He'd probably be very thankful.
If he was mad at us, we'd just yell him down, you know? May it be reasonable, we're helping you.
what do you mean like yell him down? I feel like that
Okay,
sounded
that
like
sounded more negative than I meant to.
abusive.
I meant more like talk him down, like, Smear, be reasonable, we're just helping you.
You just got quieter.
What else is the difference between yelling and speaking, Malagus? Use your head.
Right, alright.
It-
All well enough.
all well enough. I think it's worth a shot. Because, you know, if we save Samir, we really don't need any of that money, so...
Well,
I still disagree with that. I mean, aren't there some things that you've wanted that you needed money for around town? Anything? You know those
Bread,
delicious
but we have
raisin
enough-
bread? You need to pay for that.
I know, but I have, like, 40 gold. I could buy... Oh, actually, I have... How much... I I have a lot of gold. I could buy a lot of bread before I ever ran out. I think I'd be back to Valhalla.
Well,
I have
how about
88 gold. That's a lot.
that is a lot. Have you considered though that And he sort of sits for a minute on this and goes, I mean, housing maybe. You know, like one day you'll want to live somewhere, right? If you end up having to stay here for longer or ever come back.
I don't live anywhere.
I don't feel like we're the type to like afford houses and like live in them, you know?
Well, fuck that, then do it for me, huh? Do it for your boy Malagus, your old friend Malagus.
We're not gonna kill a man, Mally, just so you don't have to get a job.
This is my job. My job is killing this guy out in the street. You know, that
That's
kind
not
of money
a job.
is retirement
Your job
money.
is killing people for pay? I looked at
Only
I'm not a
only
mercenary.
a job if you have a queen to tell you to do it, Malagus. It's not a job if you just do it willy-nilly.
Genuinely, I don't think I've ever met a queen in charge of my life. It's all kings.
Just met the Lady of Pain.
Yeah,
She was
we
like
just met the
right
Lady of
there.
Honestly, it's hard to tell what's going on under the cloak.
Malagus! Okay, I would punch his shoulder for that.
Okay, you throw a shoulder punch, and he sort of holds his hand out threateningly.
Don't be an asshole, Malagus.
I wonder what is... Never mind. Too much to think about.
I don't know where we got off track. Let's go to Samir, all right?
Let's.
Hi.
I jog.
Oh.
All right, you guys make your way through the town now, finding your way across the different ladders and bridges to make your way back to the Broken Compass shop. As you arrive, it's basically the same way you left it, and you see sort of standing solemnly, looking almost a bit creepy in his little, like, hole that he's found against the window is Father Luce, sort of staring aimlessly out the window. Beside him, you see the bird that you have all made friends with, Tick, the Kenku girl, who sort of looks out the window and sort of chirps. You can't quite hear her from outside, but you open the door and you find her right on the inside, and you guys all sort of do a reunion. As you do so, you make your way to the back, and you find Samir is basically in the same state you left him. You guys place them out on his bed with his head sort of resting on the pillow, and he looks lifeless.
I want to start rifling through his stuff with no heed for organization. Looking for one of his 20 arcane batteries, each worth 100 gold pieces, as the store taught me.
Oh, that would definitely be used.
Arcana, sorry, not Arcana, a investigation check, please.
Oh, can I? Oh, can I?
Okay.
You can.
26. And it's weird because I rolled a 15, but I simply have plus 11 for investigation. I am Sherlock Holmes. I'm what
Real
Sherlock
smart
Holmes
there,
wishes he
Orpheus. You're
was.
real fucking smart.
Aren't I just?
Yes, all well and good, right. And you find exactly what you're looking for. In fact, you find like 3 or 4 of these batteries. They are pretty big. Each one is about the size of, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something in this realm.
Higher.
Whoa. Not quite the size of higher. It's almost the size of like a large house cat.
So bigger
Nibbles.
or smaller than our cat?
Probably about the size of our cat, you know, if
So you're saying she's large.
So
Very
yeah, like
large.
really big?
Am I able to pick it up, or do I need to ask for help?
You can pick it up. It's not
Okay,
that heavy.
thank God.
You do have to like sort of again. It's pretty big, so you have to sort of like lift it up with both hands, and maneuver it around a little bit. And you do sort of have that moment where you think, okay, how am I going to put this in his eye?
Yeah, I don't think this is going to fit in his eye. Dulum, if I were to use this on you, how would I do that?
Probably the charging port.
Which part of this fits in your port?
This does not seem to fit in me.
I mean, I feel like we could make it fit if we had to, you know?
Will it fit in Samir? Is there a connector? Or do we just like chew up little parts of it and spit them on him?
No.
This unit is unsure how clay works.
You look at Samir's body now and the battery in front of you, and it looks like you know, you could perhaps just like try to shove this battery inside of him somewhere, like cut him open. You could.
This seems wrong.
You could like sort of. It looks about the width of his neck, you could sort of like place it upside down and just sort of wedge it into his neck, either into his body half or the head half.
Can I make an intelligence check? Unless Deimos has any insight on this ear
this
puzzle.
actually is something that that Deimos might have insight on. So Deimos, can you give me a history check or an insight check, whatever's higher?
All right, I rolled a 14.
Okay, that's pretty good. Deimos, in your experience, when you've seen Samir use this item, it's not often, but he does. It's sort of basically what this is a huge, fat, oversized D battery. It has 2 little prongs on the end, sort of like a 9-volt does. In your experience, you've seen how Samir has used this before, is used what is effectively large wires to tap onto both of the little knobs sticking out of the top of this battery. What you're effectively looking at is like when people jumpstart a car, where they get the big cables and connect it from one end to the other. And what he does is he gets the cables and connects one end of the battery to a power source. If what you guys have spoken about is true and Samir's power source is his head, then basically you would sort of need to Frankenstein this shit and put 2 clips on the batteries and 2 clips like on his skull somewhere.
Seems like a good idea.
This does scare you a little bit, Deimos, just because you've never seen him do it on a golem before, but the way you've seen it before, it doesn't look very violent, so it could work. You're not sure.
Alright, we could, hypothetically, get some wires, plug them into the prongs, and then plug them into his head, but, I don't know. That sounds scary to me.
Deimos, you walk through the workstation, you can find the wires easy enough, you know where they're kept, and you can, sort of show Orpheus how to do this if you want.
Alright, you know what? I trust Orpheus with this, so.
Ooh.
Yeah, all my faith.
I mean, Deimos,
I don't know why you would.
I feel like you should do it.
Oh god. Would we have to, cut, Samir back open, you think?
To do this, you don't think you'd have to do that. You probably would you can just put it on his ears, or maybe put one of the wires on his tongue, or just sort of stick him into his neck. You don't need to cut him.
Tongue.
Alright, we can try.
He's already been decapitated. What's one more cut?
So true.
Do you think when we bring him back to life, his head will stick on? Again?
Well, I feel like it has to for continuous power.
What if his head never stuck on all the way and he had just to actively focus on that all the time like he was balancing it? That's why he's so stuck up.
That simply can't be it, because there's no way he would have to just hold that shit on his body this whole time.
What if he did? I mean, you keep your hat on all the time, Malagus. How much attention does it take you?
Fuck you, alright? I keep it on for other reasons.
That thing's probably waxed on.
Got something you want to say?
I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself.
Is this the make fun of Malagus hour, huh? I don't think so.
I want to mime locking my mouth shut like I'll keep a secret, but then I mime looking at the key and gawking at it like, whoa, that's a weird key.
He, rolls his eyes. God. Alright, well, I mean, if you're gonna do it, go ahead and just do it then. I can't help. Maybe get Deimos' help or Duelam. They seem like mechanical folk.
I think I'm helping Deimos. I think he knows a bunch more about this than I do. But I want to learn, because, I feel like this building stuff could really take Eurydice's army to the next level.
Always thinking about the army, huh?
No, I'm always thinking about Eurydice.
Bootlicker.
Bald spot. I want to help Deimos.
What did you say?
I just coughed. I didn't say anything.
That's weird, because it sounded like you said bootlegger for whatever reason.
No, that's actually what I said, because that's how I feel about Orpheus.
Oh.
Yes, yeah, so just to clear that up.
At least I don't have to pay women to lick their boots, so...
That's not what I'm into. That's so weird.
Washing hair is way weirder, Matt. Well, they're both weird, but yours is sadder somehow.
Alright, well, how's this for never been laid, Orpheus? Because that's you, never been laid, Orpheus.
Never have, never will.
Well,
See, that's
maybe
sad.
the body has been like laid.
Oh. See, that's even
Probably.
sadder. 'Cause it's like you're not a virgin, but you didn't even get the fun for it.
Well, I don't think Aura would have fun either way. So
You know, Hire, I really like you. Have I ever told you that?
Orifice looks next level uncomfortable with this conversation.
no, I just mean like I feel like it's just like not your thing.
I mean,
that didn't make it sound better. I realize now.
alright, I'm a virgin. I always will be. Even though Iceland's like at least one guy's horde, it doesn't really matter. So I'm
You're
gonna go
right.
find wires.
Don't
No,
worry,
we
this
have the
unit will
wires right
always be
here.
virgin.
Yeah, the wires are actually right here, so you can just keep
You
talking.
don't have to go anywhere.
You like toss them to me. I just want to walk towards you right now.
So you get the wires. Are you and Demos doing this?
I mean, I think we would love Doolum's help. Anybody who wants to could really pitch in.
Sure thing.
All of our brains together, we should be able to figure this out.
I'm observing because I consider this healing.
All right, so then I would like everyone who is helping this process to each of you guys give me a medicine.
Medicine? Shouldn't it be int something? Mason,
Oh,
consider.
wow.
Sounds like int.
Okay, is nature int based?
Yes?
Okay, then we're gonna do nature.
Okay.
I'd
Why
actually,
not?
Mr. DM, I'd actually like to roll medicine.
You're watching.
Fuck. My +7. Gone, please.
My God.
Gone. Never forgotten.
Is it advantage or straight?
I would like each of you guys to roll it straight.
Okay.
If you. Okay, so would you guys roll?
A 12.
11.
14.
You've killed
Okay.
him again.
Pretty good. So just to describe this, you guys grab the wires properly and hook up Samir to this battery, sort of haphazardly. It really does look like you're strapping a car battery to someone's skull. You've placed both of the ends of these sort of jumper cables on either side of his head, probably just right on the ears, and set him up really good. You know that there is a sort of very thin metal dial on top of this arcane battery that you're supposed to twist to turn it on, Demos, and you've got everything wired up now. It's all, you know, positive to positive, negative to the ground, and also to his tongue. And it all looks right. All you have to do is twist the little dial and activate the arcane battery to theoretically shoot magical energy directly into him. So at this point, you're just waiting on the button. Would you like to press it?
Yes.
Okay, you smack it. As you do so, you all hear a crackling of energy, and you see this battery sort of shine to life as blue energy, arcane energy, slowly emanates out from its metal husk. It sort of glows for a minute and then crackles. The sound gets louder and louder, as if a jet plane is taking off, and you see little crackles of electricity shooting across the wires. You all sort of take a step back now, looking at this in front of you, and a few seconds go by as you see Samir's head slowly start to smoke off the top. You see his ears, the edges of his ears, the waxy clay of his skin slowly begins melting off, and just as you all think, oh shit, something's going on, he can't take any more of this, both of his eyes go open.
Oh.
Did this work?
He calls out, no, please don't shoot, I really don't.
Samir! It's us!
Summer.
The head looks around, the eyes sort of glazing across the room, and having been on the ground, he sort of has to look up to look around and goes, what happened? Where am I? Where is the child? The one with the firearm?
So
he
they
took
shot.
my weapon.
Well, they swung. Your head isn't attached to your body right now, but I sent out the attackers away. That was actually like a day ago. You're all right now. You're all head now.
Hey, how attached does your head feel to your body? right now?
Normally. Oh,
He
all
looks
right now.
down.
And right now.
What, both?
he looks around, looks down, looks at himself, and goes, I think I see what happened. Well, first off, thank you for rescuing me. I suppose I'd been beheaded from behind. Last I recall, a gun was held to my head, and I was being threatened.
I have your gun, just so you know. I didn't let her take it.
Thank you. It was Bisk, the one you were traveling with. That was the traitor.
Sorry.
It's all right. You are aware now. Is the attacker gone?
Yes, we're not going to travel with either of them anymore.
See, sorry, the kid seemed like a good kid.
Apparently not.
Right. Well, are all of you all right? Is everything okay in the shop? And he looks around now and goes, I can't really turn my head much, so I can't see if the shop is all right. Was
I'll
anything
pick
stolen?
it up and spin it around for him. Give him the 360.
Okay. As you pick up his head, he sort of the like what you'd almost describe as like a small electric shock rings out your fingers.
Ow. I drop it, or I like set it down.
Clonk. Oh, I'm sorry. I wouldn't recommend picking me up. You have plugged me into a battery. That was smart. I'm impressed. Whose idea was this? I want to congratulate my savior, Demos. And he looks at
Demos'
you
idea.
encouragingly.
What? No, it was Orpheus had the idea.
Okay,
I just saw the batteries in your shop. We were looking around. Well, and really, it was Malagus's idea to steal from you originally, so...
It was not my idea.
Was? I think Valley was really worried about you, Samir.
Perhaps a little. No, it's no big deal, alright? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, well, whoever did save me, and it's odd you're being all a little cagey about it, thank you. You have my gratitude eternally. It really means a lot to me that you were able to save me in this way.
Of course. You let us stay over, it's the least we could do.
And the head sort of tilts in both directions. It's sort of an odd sensation seeing this friend of yours on the ground, just a head detached from a body. But he seems all right now, and the clay on his ears is still sort of melting off a little bit as the arcane energy shoots through, and you see him sort of still getting his bearings as he's coming back here. Well, that was very intelligent work for you to save me here. This was very impressive. Very impressive. And he looks at each of you and sort of stops on who he thinks actually did save him.
Who does he stop at?
he stops for a moment longer on Demos and a moment longer on Dulam.
Dulam carry.
Tulum would not have stolen a battery.
Well, it's not stealing. You saved my life.
Yep, they did. How do we attach your head back to your body? I tried to mend it a bunch, but it just kept on slurping off all night.
Yes, that makes sense. Mending is a fine spell for smaller cuts and bruises on our kind, but for such traumatic wounds, it's not enough. I can actually do it quite easily. It's going to take the rest of the day, and then he looks down and goes, oh, well, it actually might take a bit longer, considering I might need one of you to do it for me.
Whatever we can do to help Samir.
Yeah, I don't mind helping. I'd like to learn more about how golems work.
And we should, in case this happens again, I guess.
All right, well, inform me exactly what happened while I was out. How long was I out? Has it been days?
Since last night, I suppose. So, maybe 16 hours.
For us,
Yeah, it only took us 16 hours to figure out.
It is hard to tell how much time has passed in these dates. But thank you. Inform me of everything that has happened since I have left. Were you called anywhere? Has there been another attack? Is everybody that we know and love okay?
For the most part. We're all good. Everything's normal with us. And I look at Malagus, then I look away from Malagus. And the Lady of Pain has hired us on a mission that could actually be pretty beneficial with getting us to the material plane.
Is that so? That is excellent news.
Yeah, we just need to, Hyatt and Malagus sort of want to kill him for the money, but I think we should just get him. It's like this guy named Frederick.
Explicitly said we don't kill him.
But you're on such the pro monies. Oh, right. No, sorry. Hyatt doesn't want to kill him. Hyatt wants to pretend we found the architect that she thinks he stole, but that he's also innocent and we just found it by coincidence. And then we bring him back to fix the portal.
I mean,
The
that was just
architect.
off the dome.
You speak of the Emerald Stone. The stone that we discussed.
Yes, so I really need we all, but me on this point, because I need to get out of Circad before I come under suspicion
I see
Or
that is
having stolen
dangerous.
it, because apparently it's the death penalty, even though she doesn't believe in that.
I don't think what she considers death is what we do. It's probably much darker. So then the Lady of Pain accused you all, is that correct?
No, she accused this guy named Frederick, but not your guard friend Frederick. It's some Frederick who lives in the Weft.
Oh, I've heard of the Wefts. That is a dangerous place.
Yeah, apparently we're going to do like a lot of climbing, which we're not super great at. To be honest, it feels weird talking to you like this. Can we start getting your head back on your body?
Yes, of course. And actually, the reason I consider it dangerous is because of the time difference.
What is the time
will
difference?
Feel like days there will likely be weeks or months here.
Shit.
Yeah. I'm scared
Not
about
as
that.
long
Why
as
is
some
it?
places, mind you.
Why is it this place in particular time flows slow? It seems like everywhere else time flows faster.
Samir's head bobs up and down, like agreeing. Yes, it's a very interesting mystery. I've been looking for the answer myself.
I'm flow
Oh,
slower
God,
here than
your
inside
neck strength is crazy.
Wait, so it flows slower here than in the material plane?
It is very similar to the material plane, but slightly slower. Yes,
Hmm.
the two are much more synonymous.
Alright.
Well, just like compared to my plane and like your plane, Oro.
I think my plane, based on what Diamisha and Bisk said, it's already been like thousands of years there since I left, so I think time flows really fast there.
Oh, the afterlife is just getting quicker and quicker.
Suppose it
Or
makes
it's going
sense.
slower and slower.
I don't even know which it is. But I guess it makes sense because for, everyone to be there for equal eternities, it would need to go pretty fast.
That is
Yes.
true, but I suppose, regardless, time always moves differently here compared to other places, as it is anywhere. That being said, I think it's important that you all do not spend too much time in the Wefts. It would be sad if you're gone for a long time.
Makes sense.
Understood. The lady also said that if we do anything else while we're there other than our mission, that's bad news for us. So sounds
Yeah,
like we gotta
also,
get in, get
Well,
out.
apparently
we are
there's
part of
some
you as
sort
well.
of disease.
A disease.
Yeah, she said we'd get sick if we stayed there too long.
I'm sorry, I'm not a doctor. I am not aware of such things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Maybe if you were all to go to the Wefts and you were to meet this Frederick, who is not my friend, Frederick and the guards, you might find out some information about the sickness.
I suppose. I guess I'd rather just get in and out quick enough we don't have to get sick. I've never been sick before,
That's good.
Neither have I.
Try not to. In fact, it's different for us compared to flesh and blood. And he sort of pokes at Dulam now with his nose, like poking it in your direction. We have diseases that you folks have never even heard of.
Oh, like a virus.
What sort of...
I'm getting sick just thinking about it.
Have you ever heard of the mighty rust bug?
Dulam shivers.
A most deadly creature to our kind. More
Right, Samir.
dangerous than any lich.
How can I get your diseased head back on your diseased body?
I'm not diseased or Orpheus, but you can help me. I will only need, I would say, 2 helpers and the rest of the day to solve this problem. I don't want to take all of your time, so do I have any volunteers?
Iris, man.
Me. Demos. is also
Orpheus
ready.
and Demos, I would love it if you two were able to help me with this process today. The rest of you, please don't waste your time here. The process does not take long, and enjoy your day. Perhaps go out, enjoy and he sort of squints to try to see outside. Sunshine, I think. I believe the rain has stopped. If you do have plans to go to the Wefts, then I recommend acquiring warm food and bring lots of water. It is difficult to acquire water there.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That's a good tip.
Of course. I should tell you, I've never been myself. I'm only going off of things I've heard from the devil.
Do you want to come?
Samir's sort of head curves around and goes, well, considering my home was attacked, I sort of wanted to, if you don't mind, just hold this place down.
The fact that it was attacked is sort of what makes me worried about leaving you here alone. Like, what if they just come back and kill you again?
This is a fair thing that could happen, but to be honest, I believe I can hold this place down. I just want to make sure it's safe. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, keep an eye on the windows, hold up the windows. Here. That is how I was hurt in the first place. The child who was attempting to, well, look like a child was pretending to be hurt, you know? There was this sense of, help me, I am in danger, I am going to be left out in the cold tonight to sleep outside, and I thought I would help the child. What a fool I was.
I'll say you'll be more prepared next time for sure, but also they did say, you know, that they would keep going until their goal is done, and I don't think they'll make the same mistake twice of, you know, leaving your head.
I agree with that.
You did not dispatch these criminals then?
No.
I looked to Orpheus.
I did not kill them. They're not in their own bodies. It would have killed innocents, and even if it weren't for that, I don't know if I could have killed them either way.
And this is...
You have to understand, they were never like this back home. It's the plane that's corrupting them. This isn't... If they get back home, they might be the way they were before, and then everything would be alright. Potentially.
Do they still reside on this plane? Do they still reside in this city?
I believe so.
Then I don't want to leave here with you to go to the Wefts. I will remain here and bunker down, as it were. Besides, and his head sort of slowly tilts around the room, there are others here that need our protection now. We have collateral, as it were. I wouldn't want to leave any of our closest comrades here to be in dangerous path.
Maybe we could get Jackknife to stay with you. She's a fighter, just in case.
Yes, that's a great idea.
Right.
I like that.
Just
idea.
seemed he was particularly excited at the idea.
I think that is a fine idea. Thank you. Me and Jack.
Maybe we'll get Grimwalk to stay also.
Oh God!
Like...
The more the merrier.
Whatever works best, I am happy to oblige. I just want to make sure that this place is kept safe and our people are kept safe. Besides, if you are gone for a few months, I can use that time to investigate their comings and goings and perhaps figure out exactly what their plans and motives are, so that we are not hurt again.
I'm sorry you were hurt to begin with. This isn't your fight. I think it's me and Iceland who have dragged you into this.
I think you guys have some time, maybe while you guys are healing, to talk about just what their intentions are.
Good idea. I don't fully understand myself, but they want to fix Valhalla. They believe Iceland, with good evidence, I think, they believe Iceland has intentionally destabilized our country. And they believe you, Samir, helped her do that with full knowledge of her plan.
As solemn as a head can tilt down on its own, he sort of does so, eyes looking down, and goes, I suppose I did help Iceland in that, but it is not fair to hold me accountable considering I was not aware of majority of her actions myself.
I agree with that. I don't mean to blame you. I said much the same to them, but I'm just explaining what they told me in case, I don't know, it helps you.
Well, listen, I would like to discuss this more, but it feels a little awkward doing so with me down here, sort of helpless.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Let's get to work, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and for brevity's sake, I would just like Demos and Orpheus to both make, what did we say, a nature check? Or medicine, whatever's higher. To just sort of be a blanket.
But Kobold is higher.
He'll never get old.
gonna kill me.
I'm so fucking good. 23.
Nice.
Oh, 6.
And the student becomes the master.
Oh. All right, so that sort of takes the majority of the day now. Just to breeze through the explanation of how this works, Samir jumps right to business. As Demos, you know from experience, Samir, when he sort of gets into his workshop mode, is extremely efficient. He is all about terse, fine directions and explaining exactly what needs to be done with no further details. He's not much for small talk during these workshop hours, and he merely tells you and Orpheus exactly what to do the entire time. What this includes is grabbing lots of different components off the walls. It seems like you are casting some sort of spell, perhaps, or at least constructing something to cast a spell for you. Either way, it involves a lot of components off the ground, off the walls. You are placing items together, mixing things together, setting stuff on fire, and using the ashes of those things to compress down into an ingot, then you feed to something else. It's very much the cooking meth scene, where there's just a lot of different active components to this process. None of it involves you touching Samir's head or body. Instead, it almost seems like you're making some sort of paste.
I do my best to understand every step. Like, I'm trying not to just follow the lessons in the recipe. I'm trying to figure out what they're doing and why we're doing each step.
Okay, every once in a while, there is something you need. Say, for example, one of the components for this item is ground up diamond dust that you don't have on hand, that Samir sort of tells you to pull some gold from the till and run down the street to the general store to buy some, and then return. All of this is pretty simple enough, and Orpheus, you do your best to keep an eye on how this is made, but at the end of the day, and this is sort of takes the majority of the day, both you, Deimos, and you, Orpheus, create this thick globular paste, which seems to be the outcome of all of your... It sort of shines with a translucent magic, almost holographic, and all together, you'd think the supplies that it took to make this probably totaled somewhere in the realm of 120, maybe 150 gold pieces of supplies.
Okay.
After making it, Demos, you recognize this now. This is a glue. This is a sort of magical glue that is used to bind things together. And you've seen Samir use this, and you yourself have used this a few times, rarely in the past in small quantities. But today you guys are using a pretty decent amount to basically glue his head back onto his body. Samir instructs you to lather the stuff onto the sort of exposed neck region. You do so. It uses up exactly how much you had and no more. The amounts are all perfectly made such that you would not have an ounce left over. And everything is set up for you guys to sort of slap his head right on his body. Throughout the day, Demos, you do a pretty good job keeping up with this, but Orpheus seems to be really on top of this, sort of expects things a little bit before Samir even mentions them, and sort of goes off book sometimes, but it looks like it's actually to better effect. And, you can decide whether or not this bothers you or it excites you. But either way, Samir seems to be very excited by the end of the day at how well of a job you were, Orpheus.
What can I say? I'm pretty smart.
So, at the end of the day, you grab Samir's head, lift it gingerly up off of the battery. Samir informs you that to do this process, you might have to shock your hands a little bit, and he recommends you wear these thick rubber gloves that he has against the side of the workbench. Both of you put on these gloves, pick up his head, and slap it right on the glue, holding his neck together. It sticks and hardens after a few moments, and then after what is about 10 minutes of waiting, you see Samir's arms and legs slowly start again. He carefully moves his hands around to feel it out, and you see after a while he picks out a file off of the workbench and begins filing away some of the rougher parts of his neck that blended in. You see the clay gives easily to the file and sort of melts into itself, reforming perfectly and removing any seams that were there before. This process also takes a while. And eventually he's got this big smile on his face. His head is completely level again and straightforward, and you all see him look quite happy. Before we get into that, though, while this is happening, Doodlem and Hire, is there anything you guys would like to do with your day? You sort of have a day to yourselves where you can go off and do whatever you'd like.
Should we get water and hot food?
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. I think we have enough rations, but we can try to get other food as well. I know just the place, actually, where we can get hot food. It's like this small bakery. It's kind of like I don't know. It's not really like that well known in town. Only like the locals know about it.
Yes, let's go see Grimwalk.
Yeah. Okay. Good idea.
Are you fucking what is gatekeeping a place that Dulam already knows about that you guys found together?
That we went to for the first time together. Yes.
Okay, you guys go to Grimwalk. She's happy to see you guys. Hey, didn't I see you guys this morning? How's old Samir doing? Is he looking better? I heard we actually, if it's not too much trouble, and she reaches under the counter now and pulls out a small tin cup and rattles it a little bit, and she says, I've been collecting some donations today for Samir's health fund. I thought maybe you guys could use it, and you see a smile come over her face, a smile of worry, as she sort of gestures this cup out to you. It looks to be filled with a couple gold pieces.
Thank you.
If you would like to accept it, inside is 6 gold pieces and about 30 copper pieces that have been donated over the course of the day for Samir's health fund. I just didn't know how else to help, and I'm not much of a science gal, so I thought I could make do with where I could. I hope this helps.
That's so nice. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I will say he's back. He's alive. We had to. Oh my god, we didn't even spend money, did we? I don't know if we can take this. Is what I'm trying to say.
Why can't you take it? It's meant to make him better. If he's already back now, then surely he could use some artifacts or healing balms. I'm really not quite sure how his kind recover from illnesses, but I really do want to help. I insist. I don't want to keep this. It was for charity.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can bring it back to him.
Thank you. And she offers you the tin cup.
Okay, we'll take it.
You take it. Now, what can I do you for?
Can we have your hottest food?
Yeah, sure. How much you want? Just another roll for everyone in the group, or are you more interested in sort of a long-term supply?
Yeah, we might actually be gone for a while. I'm not sure how long, but we're doing this whole like secret mission, whatever, like super like down low. But we're trying to find this guy, and we've been told we need hot food, and you're really just the person we knew.
Good. Yeah, that's sort of my job, to help. So let's see. I think I can offer you some items. And she disappears to the back for a moment and returns with a huge tray of all sorts of different baked goods. This was my last bake of the day, but I could offer you this whole arrangement. It's still piping hot. You look down now to see an arrangement of different breaded goods. There are cinnamon twists and dark blackened bread. It looks to be maybe toast of some kind. There's sourdough on here. You see little wedges of some sort of hard tack bread. There's pastries and sort of cinnamon items on here. There's a lot of dessert and hearty meals, like bread-type products. Altogether, it looks like it would probably last higher. You think that would last you the better part of, 2 weeks to eat all of it? And Dulam, I don't know if you have any reference for how much humanoids eat.
So that's
This looks
2
great.
weeks as for me. So
So you think it might last your whole party, 4 or 5 days total, which is pretty long time for fresh bread.
okay, we'll take this one and this one. Oh my god, that one looks really good. Yeah, we'll take all of it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, sure. That whole thing will come out to 2 gold if you don't mind.
Great. I'll give her 2 gold.
Okay, she
Alright.
accepts your 2 gold and looks down at it for a moment and goes, huh, and looks at the cup you're holding.
Dulam, you didn't just reach into the cup, did you?
Of course not. Look, my bag. It went from 3 gold to 1.
Oh god.
It does say it on the outside, 1 gold piece left.
Whoa.
She hands you now the tray that she packages it up in sort of a basket with that, the classic picnic blanket style wrappings of fabric that she wraps them all up in and puts them in this little basket. It looks to be nice and warm, and you can feel the warmth radiating out as you take it. You pay the 2 gold, and you receive this basket of baked goods.
Thank you. Do you have some with raisins in it?
Yeah, I think there are a couple in that pile that have the raisins in it. This one, and she opens up the basket a little bit, shows inside. She shows off a couple of the desserts in here and points at 3 or 4 that all have raisins. Yeah, you'll have to let me know how they all taste. I chose a different formula for each of these, so, it should be a little different every time. And she flashes a grin.
Thank you.
Oh my god. I'm gonna eat the hell out of these.
Emotionally, I am rubbing Dulam's head right now.
Of course, listen, if there's anything else I can do to help you, please let me know, alright? I'm looking out for you guys. You've been really kind and some of the brighter faces I've seen in this town. And she gives you a sort of awkward, only anxious smile because she's working.
Thank you so much. And just between us, if you see it like a child with like a really really like buff woman, bad news.
She sort of looks down at herself for a moment and looks at
No. Obviously someone else, not you. Just that's kind of who like killed like Samir, and
a lot of buff women in this town. You looking for a hire?
I mean, I don't know. I just feel like I've just happened to run into a lot of them, and
Not my choice, buddy.
At that point we're like already friends, but not this person. Hate this person.
Well, if you say so. Listen, I'm gonna keep baking here, and if you need anything else, let me know. I'll keep an eye out for those people you're talking about. I'll let you know if I find them.
Okay.
Good luck out there, all right?
Thank you.
Yeah. And she smiles again and says, "Hey, listen, thanks for stopping by. It really means a lot. Good luck."
Of course, miss you, bye.
You guys walk away. Right as you are leaving the shop, as if it is a metal detector going off, walking out the door, Dulam, and loud, almost ear-piercing alarm shines out from inside your body. It pierces the air of the sort of humble, cozy bakery, and all the patrons inside sort of turn to look at you frighteningly. Even Grimwalk sort of like looks over at you, and you see her hands clench around whatever she was holding in fear. Higher, this sort of like gives you a jump as it's right next to you and so loud. Dulam, you sort of look down at yourself and you're not quite sure where this is coming from, but then all of a sudden you get a message in your head. It reads as following. Please check your private message.
Holy.
The alarm continues to shine out as you receive this verbal message in your head. It is also sort of printed onto your memory bank such that you can always remember everything word for word, which is why I've sent it to you. So please go ahead and take a read of this as you receive what is effectively a sending.
Whoa.
As the alarm rings out, I want to like quickly go to like cover where the alarm's coming from out of like bodily shame.
Alright, you feel bodily shame once more. It's a very physical feeling, very carnal. You put your metal hands over the alarm, and it quiets a little bit, but it still doesn't. It's this is a fire alarm going off, and you can only make it a hair quieter.
I'll start running out of the building.
You run out. Higher, you see
head
Dulam
down.
run out, clenching his body in shame.
Oh God! Run after him. It.
What was that swatting noise? Someone just had like a whip crack. Adam Cracker up in here.
I would never have an audio problem.
Are you playing Cookie Clicker right now?
I think my hand brushed up against my mic. It might have been that.
That's okay. I will say, if you wanted to use an external mouse for Merge Valley. Ooh,
I'm not even playing Farmers Valley right now. I'm
I hear
literally working on an essay.
Oh, that's the clicking.
Isn't that going to be louder? Like a mouse?
No, because the trackpad is connected to your computer, which your mic is also, so the like vibration.
Okay, I'll switch to a mouse.
Really? Oh, thank you. That's so kind.
Bless you
Bless
dearly.
you. Bless. God bless. In the meanwhile, did you know I don't dial 911?
Pew, pew, pew.
I love that thing. I still keep it around.
I
As
love it.
well.
I use it for Nimbus all the time.
What the fuck is that?
What is that?
Alright, I know this is a
dirty
lot
stain.
of text. Sorry for review bombing you, Dulam.
It's okay.
I'm gonna send you one more note after you get this, just as a sort of one more add-on piece. I know this is a lot. You're being very brave right now.
Mason, while we're on a break, can I tell them the shameful thing I caught you doing?
Maisie caught me peeing.
He was peeing with his computer. I got up to use the bathroom, and I went to the bathroom, and I heard someone talking in there.
What?
I was in there. You guys didn't know, but when I was talking about Samir's head getting screwed back on, I was peeing.
He was peeing.
I mean, while we're just all ousting it, I'll just say I hear every single time you do it. From up here.
Holy.
I never say anything.
You hear every single time? Oh my god. Parasite. I need to see it. Show me the lights. Nice. Thank you. I needed that. That was important to me. Let me know when you finish reading this, Isaac. I don't want to continue until you sort of come to terms with it, you know?
Okay. I'm almost done.
Sure. I know it's a lot.
Prime digits worth. It's really good.
You like that?
Yeah.
So while this is happening, Samir returns to his normal form. You notice his movements are still a little sluggish. Orpheus and Deimos, he doesn't quite have the same natural sort of smoothness that he does to his movements. It's almost like a child moving around. It's bumbling, a little bit undexterous, as it were. You can tell it might take him a minute, hours, maybe even days to sort of get used to this again. He thanks you profusely, though. Thank you so much for helping me return to my body. I know that took a lot of energy today, but I'm proud of you both. I'm especially impressed, Orpheus, with your work today. I can tell you really have a knack for artificer skills.
There's actually one more thing, and I want to mend his melted ears.
You come over and sort of put his ears back together. It works like a charm, and his ears come back to form, and now he looks exactly as before. He smiles neutrally and looks at you and goes, thank you, I forgot that happens.
Alright. Sorry we melted your ears. Maybe we put too much battery in it?
No, don't worry about it. That is expected. I really appreciate both of your help. It really means a lot that you were able to save me. I owe you my life, and while I am sad to hear that the enemy that beheaded me still walks the streets of Surkad, it is nice to know that I have friends here who can take care of me even when I am helpless and headless. Both of you are very important to me. Thank you. And he sort of bows deeply as he says this, very, very perfunctory.
Hey, thank you and you're welcome, but you don't owe me anything. It was my fault this happened in the first place, I think.
Well, I'll need to recharge this battery, and I owe you a great deal. I suppose while I was out, I would hate to ask, but you take anything from the shop? It's alright if you did. I just want to know for my inventory.
No, I didn't. No, it's a couple of people bought things, but I think they left the gold for it. Wait, did anyone buy anything in the end? Do you remember? Deimos, I was sort of having a stressful day.
Yes, I remember that Dulum bought one of your planar watches, and I believe he got something else as well.
Oh, yes, it was the disc, right? Or the... What was that little thing called? It would, like, help him stand up if it ever fell in battle.
He looks around for a moment and finds it. Yes, I see the disc is missing. That is good.
Right,
I'm glad.
The emergency reconstructor.
I'm glad Dulam was able to acquire this to make himself stronger.
But it left money. It didn't just steal them.
That is
We
kind.
figured you wouldn't want us to do that.
I would prefer not to, though I really do owe you all quite a bit for your service. I don't know how to thank you. He smiles sort of meekly now. If you don't mind me asking, do you have a group name that you go by? Some sort of party name? It would help with advertising and as well sharing your good deeds. I do recommend that's something you look into.
Well, we're all virgins, so maybe something with that.
All of you?
Every one of us, except maybe Deimos. I don't know, he's sort of tight-lipped about it.
Samir's smile disappears and he looks at Demos. Speak up.
What? Samir, I don't know if I'm comfortable speaking about this right now, especially in front of our guest. I don't.
Yes, of course. Sorry. No pressure to think about it now. You guys have been working together now for a while, and you've done great work. I just wanted to know if there was anything that we could perhaps call you by.
I like the virgins.
It
Sounds very holy.
I really need
No, I don't know. It sounds like really virtuous. What about the virtuous virgins?
You know what a virgin is?
Yeah, it's someone who hasn't had sex.
Yes, but have you spoken? Perhaps speak to your friend Malagus about this name. He might be able to inform you of what I cannot.
You know this Malagus guy, right? Or at least you know of him. You sort of admitted that last time I asked you.
What are you getting at, my friend?
Oh, I pull out my glass key. He has a key that matches this one. Well, why does he have that?
He gestures out with his hand if you can take it, and he
I'd hand it over.
takes it out of your hand now and investigates it closely with his eyes. You see his hands are still shaking as he's getting used to reconnecting with his body, having spent a day or two outside of it. And he looks at it closely and can't really see anything he likes in there, and he sort of gets a frown over his face and goes, I'm sorry, I don't recognize this. I think perhaps it is more strictly magical than mechanical. Perhaps you could talk to a wizard about this and find the information you need.
You think it's magical? I just thought they were, I don't know, knickknacks, but you know why. Before you made it clear that Iceland had mentioned Malagus to you before.
Yes, that is true.
Is he trustworthy?
Yes, he is.
Are you sure about that?
Um,
If he's trustworthy, why won't he tell me why he's following me around?
I don't know how else to explain that. You've informed me before, this body of yours, that Malagus is one of the most trustworthy people you know, perhaps the only in your life.
That's just
Is that enough?
That just can't be right. Okay, sure. But you don't want to tell me why either.
I don't know. Like I told you, I was not informed of much. Iceland would usually come by at fleeting moments asking for favors or tricks of the trade to bring dead people back to life.
She was not a very good girlfriend, huh? Okay, so let me get this straight. Your girlfriend comes by.
Butterfly? Right, well, okay.
Okay. Your girlfriend comes by, tells you some other gross guy is the only person on earth she trusts, and you're just like, okay, don't have any follow-ups, sure. That gross guy is the only person on earth you trust. You didn't ask her why? Like, did he save her life? Or is there some sort of blood pact?
Oh, no, I assumed that you would never date, for obvious reasons. His eyes sort of squint now.
What obvious reasons? Wait,
And as you say
I'm
that,
confused.
storming in now from outside, pushed both hands in front of him, you see Malagus dragging in the crazed wizard Tufto.
This guy, really, Samir? We're supposed to trust this guy?
Look, I know what you're gonna think. Why'd I bring this shit's fuck, vagabond, streetwalker into this nice establishment? But, him and I were talking, and look at him. He's a little crazy looking, but I think I got something that I want to show you. Check this out.
Okay.
Malagus pushes the wizard in front. You see the wizard looks fucking horrified and sort of mumbling like, oh, I don't know, what's going on? I don't want to be here. I don't like this. Malagus goes, no, look, I was testing this out with people on the street because I was curious. And look. Something's wrong with him, see? And you see Malagus pull off his glove and place his hand right on Tufto's face.
Oh my god.
Malagus turns to you and nothing happens. The two look back and forth and goes, look, something's wrong.
I'll reach out and slap Malagus's hand.
Okay. As you touch his hand, the two of you immediately freeze.
Damn. Okay.
Your eyes go dark, your vision completely blacked out, and your entire body seizes up. You stop for a moment, and all you can hear is the wizard going, oh, thank God that stopped. This guy's crazy, all right? I'm gonna go now. I think I had a date with somebody. It's good to see you all again. Orpheus, a pleasure. Goodbye now. And you hear a step, step, step. The door opens and slams shut again, and a voice behind you quietly. Orpheus, is everything all right? And Deimos, you see now in front of you, basically Malagus and Orpheus are touching hands, and both of them are completely still, like petrified.
Holy. I guess. I'm gonna walk up to Sir Orpheus and see if I can just separate them.
Go through their stuff.
Yeah, I really thought you were gonna say go.
Pretty easily done. You grab Orpheus like around the waist and slowly pull him back.
Whoa.
You're so grippable.
A second or two of pulling, and Orpheus, your vision comes back and the breath comes back into your lungs. Never has this been a pleasant experience. You just can't get used to it, and you just feel like ill afterward. Malagus coughs again and goes, "Why'd you fucking touch me? Jesus."
I thought maybe it wouldn't work, because maybe your thing had turned off, but then I realized, did you say you were testing that on people in the street?
Yes, well, you guys gave me a whole afternoon to be bored, and I didn't know what else to do, so I've gotten 6 people so far. The fifth one, it actually took an hour before somebody separated us.
I just want to turn to Samir and just sort of wave at Malagus. Him! Iceland says he's the most trustworthy person she knows. I don't believe any part of that is, like, the least... I mean, you know, he sort of has his, like, slacker charm to him, but he's just not trustworthy. It's certainly not trustworthy.
Malagus is doubled over coughing now. God, that's fucking... I feel so bad. He puts the glove back on his hand and goes, "Listen, I actually think wizards might be immune, alright? I did it on this guy and it didn't work, and I think Zabrix is next. I'll give it a test on him. Maybe wizards have this ability. Deimos, you're a wizard, right? Let me touch you."
I guess if, you know, if it's gonna figure it out, sure, I'd reach out my hand.
Okay, you reach out. Right before you guys touch, though, I want to return now to Duelam and Higher.
I had such a good zinger.
You want to zing? Give me your zing real quick.
What's there goes, I was going to say to Samir, it's not the first time Malagus has asked Deimos to touch him.
That would have been a good zinger. Hold on to it.
Can confirm.
Duelam, your letter, basically, this message you receive in your head, you comprehend instantly, and you now have run away from the front of the store. Your alarm stops about 12 seconds later, and Higher, you catch up soon after, moving a little slower now, clanking in this huge, heavy armor. Clank, 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 running after Duelam. And you see Duelam is sort of like hunched over itself, not breathing hard, but you sort of see like a little uncomfortable and sort of just thinking really hard. That's what you see.
Hey, buddy, are you okay? I mean, I think everyone's body is like different, and you know, sometimes we do things we can't control.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever heard you like almost like stutter before. Are you sure?
I guess we can't control as much as I thought we could. You see me rub the little disc on my left chest that I just got.
Are you like in danger right now? What
of
just
course
happened?
not.
What?
Just a loud message. Sorry.
What did the message say? It sounded important just because it was loud.
Yes, it was just another message from Mechanist like last time.
But they're still after you?
Yes.
Well, they don't have shit on us, okay? We're gonna stay together, and they won't place one of their 9, 10, 11, 15 arms on you, you know?
I heard the less arms, the scarier.
It just doesn't make sense.
Yes. Thank you. Should we get water now?
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, did you also notice that Grimhawk said it was her last bake of the day, and then after I said something awkward, she was like, "Oh, gotta go back to baking." It's just like there are no mistakes. And no, it's fine. Your thing is a bigger deal. Yeah, let's go get water.
Sorry, I guess I didn't notice.
Yeah. So, where do you think we can find water?
It is really easy for you guys to find water. There are like some groundwater well systems around that you can like just sort of pump and chunk the ka-chunk. What are those things called? The spigot.
Oh, spigot.
Oh,
You spigot up some water. You can fill up like 3 whole buckets, or really you could just fill up Dulam's bag as much as you want.
Wait, Dulam, what if you drink all this water, and then if any of us get like really, really thirsty, never mind.
It just feels like storage space that's really going to waste right now.
You know, we just have to stand under you. It's not weird.
I mean, you could like go in the other room if you want, but just like
It's like lead pipes. You get like poisoned if you drink out of Dulam.
wait, that's actually true. There are probably trace amounts.
of metal shit in your water.
Oh god.
True. Well,
The lasers probably sorted out.
Micro lasers in my water.
Technically, too, we can probably purify disease, anything that goes through you. UV treated.
Exactly. Alright, so you guys grab some water. It does not take long, just like a 10-minute errand. As you do so, Dulam, you sort of still sit with this message in your head, and Hire, you notice Dulam's feeling a little disappointed. As you guys finish collecting the water, though, you finished all of your chores, and you see the sun, or rather the galaxy above. There is no sun in this dimension. The galaxies have begun dimming a bit, and light is waning as darkness grows and evening slowly begins. People slowly starting to clear out of the bottom floor of the grease pits, and there is this sense of evening time drawing near.
We should probably head back, unless there's anything else you wanted to do.
Yeah, perhaps this unit could get clothes. Well, if we're going to try to convince this guy that we are friends, perhaps clothes would make it easier.
I mean, if you want, I just don't think there's anything wrong with the way you look right now.
You see me kind of like uncomfortably and awkwardly like put my arms around like my chest.
Yeah. No, yeah. Let's get some clothes. Yeah, we can definitely do that. I'm sure there's some shop around here that sells something.
Great, thank you.
Oh my god, what kind of clothes do you want? Oh my god, we're gonna dress you up. This is gonna be so fun.
I sort of look at the Hire's clothes, see the full plate mail. Perhaps something lighter.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't really feel like these are clothes. It's more like my shell, at this point. But
Now
yeah,
we can. Oh, sorry.
Like, do you want armor? Maybe we could get clothes and armor. We don't need to save our money up now. I think I started digging in my bag. 69 gold coins.
Hey, yo.
That could definitely get you some armor and clothes.
Thank you, but I think conventional armor wouldn't fit me quite right. Maybe we should start with just clothes for now.
Yeah, maybe we start with like a shirt, like go from there.
Thank you.
I want Dulam to wear a little dress that swishes around and is so tiny.
Sounded horny.
Dulam is akin to a squire to me.
Dulam is a squire? What happened to Bisk? Cut
I
him
can't
off.
believe you already replaced Bisk.
Hello? I'm done with Bisk. I'm over Bisk.
Wow,
Bisk betrayed the
such
cause.
a good name.
It's a really good name. Someone really cool must have thought of that.
It's
There's just so much lore to
it's a
it,
name,
too.
a name short for a food, but the name is a food also.
Yeah. And
Pretty good.
both of them are pottery related.
Like
Oh
Cam.
my god.
Wait, well, not the
My
last part,
God.
but
He loves
It's like
pottery.
A pot that hasn't been formed yet? Whoa. Whoa. Need someone
Whoa.
to shape it? Whoa.
Whoa. Probably it was on accident.
Probably a mistake.
Probably just a coincidence.
I got really lucky with that one.
it
Right,
all
so,
makes sense. Write that down.
You guys return though to the broken compass, with nighttime rolling on. This is about when Deimos and Malagus touch tips, as it were.
Wow.
So, Deimos, as Malagus reaches out to touch your hand, having degloved himself, I'm going to ask you a bit of an unusual question. What is your alignment?
Oh. Oh. Let me message you.
Oh.
Why the need to message?
Yeah, I don't know if we would have figured that out.
Just pure good.
I'll just let you guys know I'm lawful good. I'm not scared to say it.
Lawful good?
You rock,
Here,
Malagus,
Elmer.
in broad daylight.
He deserved it.
Hello? That's not good.
That's good.
Listen. As always in
good.
D&D, that is unbelievable, Deimos. I don't believe that for a fucking second.
He's good. He's good.
I identify as lawful good as well.
We're just a party of good people.
Look, I'm lawful good, but my values align more with a different plane than with our plane. Okay, that's what I'll say on that. My
Well, mine
Valhalla
do too, but
standards, I'm great.
Okay, Deimos, as Malagus reaches out and touches you, both of you freeze up. This is a super uncomfortable feeling for you, Deimos. Your vision goes completely dark, your body seizes up, even your lungs stop moving as you feel the breath pulled from your air. You are petrified. You can't move at all and you can't see anything. All you can do is hear what sounds like Orpheus and Samir in the room. Samir sounds immediately uncomfortable. Oh, goodness. Can we stop this now? I don't like watching it.
You know, this isn't the first time Malagus has asked Deimos to touch him.
Samir
Zing.
immediately walks over and pulls Deimos as hard as he can. Orpheus, I won't hear that language in my shop, alright? And he pulls the two of you apart. Deimos, your vision comes back. Your lungs stop seizing up and you can breathe again. And it feels like you were just in shock. You feel weak for a moment and uncomfortable as Malagus pulls away too and goes, shit, alright, my hypothesis was wrong. I'm sorry. Deimos, just as your vision comes back and that uncomfortable feeling ends and, you know, you're coming to terms and you see Malagus a little different now, seeing him as a bit more of a threat, Dulam and Hire walk in the door. Hire, Dulam, you walk into what looks like a harrowing scene. Deimos and Malagus are both breathing hard and sort of looking at each other funny.
Samir, what do you mean that kind of language? You know Deimos is like a grown adult, right?
And I won't have you defile him.
I'm not defiling him.
What are you
Neither
all
of you
doing
flower.
then?
Oh, I don't think he has flowers left, Samir.
Yeah, I think Samir's gonna storm off.
What? Why do you care? He's a grown creature.
You hear his door slam in the back.
I'm not being weird, right? He's being weird.
I feel like everyone's being weird right now.
Well, how was your day, Hire and Dulam? Did you guys at least have a better day than we did?
I mean, maybe not quite, but we have food. We have food, like sweets.
Hey, that's
Yes.
something.
What
You
sort
get
of
ones
sweets?
with the raisins that Orpheus likes?
Oh, I'll
Yes,
descend
there are
upon
some.
the basket. Yes, yes, thank you. God, yes. Toss it
Well,
over.
see, it was a good day. All we have is Samir throwing a fit and Orpheus wanted to fuck Deimos. That's all that's new.
Oh, you want to fuck Demos.
Listen,
Malgus,
Demos,
why
I'm sorry I
is being
froze
a
you.
virgin a bad thing? Oh, your thing first.
Well, I just wanted to say, Demos, sorry I froze you there. I didn't mean to hurt you. I know that's an uncomfortable feeling. I feel it too, and I'm sorry. I hope I didn't make you uncomfortable.
No, not at all. That's okay, actually. You know, kind of makes me feel bad for you.
Yeah, right.
Oh
Fuck
my
me too,
God.
I guess.
Oh my god!
Anyway, no, being a virgin is fucking loser shit. If you call yourself a virgin, you might as well be calling yourself a big fucking square, nobody, fucking nerd, geek, wannabe loser.
Want to be?
I mean,
It's basically a social suicide. You basically got to get your dick wet as soon as possible, I hear. Younger the better.
oh,
I don't have a dick.
Well, you got to get
Neither.
something wet.
No, I don't have anything because I'm a ghost. Is what I'm trying to express here. I don't think there's anything wrong with being a virgin.
no. Sorry, Oro. I really just don't want to. I feel like there probably is something, like maybe like there-ish.
I give you a withering look. And so,
You're right. I'm stupid and wrong.
Withered.
if it's so bad to be a virgin, why is Samir so mad that I said Deimos probably isn't?
It goes both ways, all right? Your parents want you to be virgins, but anyone who's worth their salt, like the cool people, don't want you to be. You understand what I'm saying?
It feels like a lose-lose scenario dependent on a social construct.
Precisely. That's why you have to be in the know.
All right.
Now, did you finish fixing stupid Samir with your stupid nerd shit?
Yeah, that's why he like stormed off. Because he has legs now.
I don't
Oh,
think
nice.
that's why he stormed off. It was more
Oh,
so
yeah.
like the how part, not the why.
That's true. Higher raises a good point. Oh, he was very happy until... I don't understand, Deimos. What is your relationship with Samir?
And just like while we're talking about you, Deimos, like I feel like people are talking a lot about like whether you're like a virgin or not, and I just feel like maybe you can shed some light on
Clear there.
You know, guys, I feel kind of put on the spot right now. I don't it just doesn't feel like it has to be like group knowledge, but
I mean, it's like okay if you like aren't.
And it's okay if you are. Like, I won't... I guess I already did tell Samir, but I want to tell him again. But why does he care? That's what I'm more, like, lost on. Like, what? Why?
you know, he's just kind of like my adoptive dad, honestly.
Well,
How
it's like
old is he
you
in
told-
comparison to you?
Like you told Bisk not to like have sex and be a virgin, and he's like much older than Deimos is.
Well, Bisk is sort of a child by our standards, and more importantly, ghosts don't have any business having sex to begin with. But it's an interesting point.
I just feel like this isn't like that like far of like a reach for you.
No, I see where you're coming from. Deimos is like Samir's Bisk. Oh.
I mean, is that true, Deimos? Do you feel like Samir's Bisk?
Kind of, you know, without all of the ranking and the fighting and the disownment. Yeah.
My face falls.
Oh.
Yeah, without all those parts. But if you killed me, Samira would probably disown you. Right?
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 Well, if it was just Sir Orpheus, you know, probably not. But since, you know, since you're in Iceland's body, you know, he'd probably be pretty mad.
So... Shit. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, it's a lot to think about.
Hard to remember we're not really friends. And it's
What?
more
We're not
just
friends? We're the best of friends.
No, I'm friends with you guys, but I need to remember with Samir he's friends with Iceland more than me.
I mean, at this point, I don't know if that's true.
Did I fuck up
agree
with
with either.
Bisk?
No,
Should
I think Bisk fucked up with
he needs to apologize,
Fisk.
right? He messed up. Don't forgive him unless he earns it.
No.
How-
I don't. Maybe just not at all.
But Samir would forgive Deimos.
Yes, but that's because he's his... Oh, I see.
I've heard he's his bisque.
This is confusing for me.
Maybe there's a time to forgive him, but I feel like a day after is like a bit soon.
Alright.
Yeah.
Deimos, do you think Samir is a good Orpheus to you?
Yes, I would say he's been a very good Orpheus.
Is he a better Orpheus to you than I am to Bisque?
I think it's tough for Bisk because if you think about it, he has multiple Samirs in his life. Not just the one Northern Star.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And you only have the one Samir.
Mm.
Was that like a yes?
I forgot the question.
Well, you only have one Orpheus. I mean, you have
Just
two,
throwing
but
questions.
well, you only have one metaphorically, and you also have one literally, but they're not the same one.
The metaphor is confusing.
So 2.
Two, but figuratively only one.
Can I get us back on task here for a minute? Because me, the most intelligent member of our group, I think we can all agree. Alex nods and looks at each of you.
I slightly shake my head.
Old big brain Alex was doing a think, He was really thinking about something. And I came to this here conclusion, see? Because Samir's blinky red light meant he needed some energy, right? That he was, whatever you guys said, low on power? Something like that? Low on arcane energy? And it got me thinking, because remember, Dulam was saying that it had the same problem with the blinky red and the beep bop and the whatever. And remember, you even said, Dulam, when you saw Samir, you were like, oh, it's just like my core. So if powering up Samir fixed his shit, are you just low on power, buddy?
I believe the power is being drained faster than normal.
Oh. I mean, you guys live so long anyway, though.
Yes,
Right?
this unit is quite young.
How old are you?
Let me see. How young do I think I am, Mason?
Hold on, I need to double check to see if you sacrificed knowing your age or not.
I don't think
I did.
Dulam did. Yeah, I think
And
that
I
was
think
just me and Higher.
Deimos? Oh, yeah.
No,
okay,
it was me,
well,
yeah.
Yeah, you two guys did. Okay, so Dulam, looking into your logs, you have a couple moments here and there where perhaps you lost consciousness or you were in long sorts of stasis where you weren't able to keep track of time that easily. But from what you know of like uptime, purely uptime, times that you've been conscious and like moving around, you would guesstimate probably like 30, 40 years of uptime.
Okay.
Does that feel right?
Only about
Honestly, it's
30 years. Feels right.
30 years? You're a baby, Dulam. You're so young.
Yes, quite.
I rub your head. You can see I want to ask if you have a Samir, but I don't.
This unit has only lived approximately 5% of its average life.
5%.
So you're gonna be okay, buddy. I mean, I know it's not the best news, but,
We can
You have
recharge
time.
your battery, right? Samir has extras. If that's what you're worried about.
Thank you. But also, I think the score is different than his.
I mean, it might be worth asking him, but I that is true. I'm also pretty good at it, just so you know. Working with constructs and stuff. Building our resume.
Thank you.
I don't think that was a compliment. Yeah.
So you guys got food and water? Good work.
Mason, did we have time to get clothes for Dulam?
Yes, yeah, I sort of, for brevity, sort of popped over that. But you guys were able to stop by. There's a tailor that lives just beneath Jackknife's shop that you visited. It's actually the same tailor that Demos bought some nicer clothes at as well. you were able to find some robes, some comforting clothing. Dulam, was there any type of clothes that you wanted specifically, or just like stuff to cover?
Probably I would want to just like cover the most like effectively, so I'd probably get something like a robe.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say the most efficient way to do that would be a robe. So you get a nice robe. Is there any color you want?
I probably would be asking higher.
Oh my god.
This is critical hire. You can decide all of Dulam's color scheme.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That is such a hard question.
Do you think yellow or red or
I kind of like red
bronze?
because then it like matches like your insides, and I feel like that's what like clothes is like supposed to do. It's supposed to like represent like you, but physically.
Thank you. Red it is.
Wow. Super
Excellent.
cool.
You got some red in you.
Well,
You got red on you.
I got red on you.
Okay, so is Dulam wearing its robe right now, or does it
Oh,
try
yeah.
it on for us? Oh my god, I pick you up and spin you around. I love your new robe, Dulam. Very cute. Red is the bravest of the colors. Did you know that?
Thank you.
Yes. Eurydice's, one of her bravest knights wears red. Her second bravest knight, probably.
Diamisha.
No, Diamisha is not brave. Diamisha is a coward who gives into her own urges.
Yes, the middle finger.
Yes, gets more fitting by the day. No, I meant the, I suppose you'd say pinky finger. It seems a bit diminutive.
Wait, the pinky finger's second in command?
Oh,
That's
she's not
confusing.
second in command. She's second bravest. Second in command's not so brave. Middle finger sucks. Ring finger's lazy. So, pinky finger's second bravest.
What about the thumb?
The thumb is the first bravest. A vow.
Right.
Here's to that, and I'll start munching on a piece of bread.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
you
I
start
join in.
munching. It's about dinner time, so it's perfect time for you guys to sort of begin your feast here. You notice that before Samir had run off, he had sort of left a decent amount of the charcuterie still out here from the day before. So that's still out here. So you guys can munch on that as well and give yourself some rations. So you dine on a fine feast and you go sort of set up for another evening here. And as you do, you notice it gets darker and darker outside, and eventually you hear the crashing of waves on the first floor as the water slowly rises again to the first floor of buildings around you. The tides are a nice, peaceful sound, and it's a clear sky tonight with those beautiful dancing galaxies above you all shining down a very dim purple to signify the evening. So it's sort of entering an evening time now. Samir sort of hasn't left his little room yet, and you guys are left out here with Tick and Father Luces. The father continues to sort of stare out the window, undeterred, and Tick has been sort of jumping off the walls a little bit, throwing things at walls, picking it out. Not really making a mess per se. She's doing a good job of cleaning up after herself, but she's playing around, essentially as a child.
Nice.
I'm playing with her.
Aww.
That's very cute.
Guys, if I can say, whoa, careful there. Ball goes over my head or something. I feel like every day of the past few days has been like the worst day of my life until, maybe today. And we have Samir back. I don't know.
No, I agree with you, Hire. Today has been very fulfilling. It's been nice.
And we even know what we're gonna do tomorrow.
And we're all in harmony, more or less. It's a good day. Alec has finally found someone he can have sex with.
Fuck you, alright? I can have sex with anyone I want.
No,
Oh.
careful.
Seems like Tufto is pretty much your only option.
Oh, not anyone. I wasn't having sex with Tufto either.
Now you're one of the virgins, Malagus. You
I'm
can't
not a
have
virgin.
sex anymore. Yes, you're in the virginity pact now.
What does
Whether
that
you
mean?
like
I'm
it or
not in a
not.
pact. No, no,
You are,
no.
though.
No.
Yeah.
Oh
Not
god,
the
are we
case.
turning into some sort of cult?
It doesn't have to be.
We're all in unity on this. What do you guys want our team name to be? You don't like the Virgins thing. I think it's what brings us together. It's like what we all have in common. Besides Deimos.
I feel like the thing that we all have in common is we're gone from our original plane and want to return.
But I thought like half of you didn't want to return. I thought actually none of you wanted to return to your home plane.
Well, I need to.
Oh, you do want to?
My people need me. Cause
Alright, that's one of us.
Clearly.
Two of us,
has
actually.
happened.
But I think then that's just you and me hired. Deimos says the king's plane or whatever sucks. Dulum doesn't want to go back.
I don't know, just like calling us like the virginity like pact or whatever, I feel like that has like associations with this like one guild I heard about called like 4chan.
The voluntarily celibates. How's that?
Yeah, I think that was their shtick.
Okay, well, we don't all want to go home, so
Can't we just spend the night out here and call it a night? I mean, I feel like we're doing great.
we could be the great doers.
Are you
Well, it's
doing
like-
great out here, huh?
I'm doing pretty great.
I kind of
I'm
like
just
the,
doing
like,
my job.
wanderers. Oh, just another day.
Wanderers, just like I'm the wanderer.
I'm the wanderer, and around.
Wanderer.
I'm really not sure what that means, Orpheus. Are you getting us something here?
What means?
The wanderer.
Oh, it's just a song Samir played on his fucking phonograph the other day.
Sounds pretty cool, but I don't get it.
I don't know how to explain it to you.
Well,
Sort
talk
of like
Malagas, I guess.
a doo-wop song. I don't know if you heard of Dion.
Wop!
Oh, it's not that. What's the thing? The other one that
You're
sounds
listening
like
to that new hipster shit?
No, it's like the. This isn't going to be relatable to podcast listeners. We should just let it die.
No, Orpheus, what did you mean by that?
There's one song where the guy says, "I'm the wanderer."
I don't think I know that one. Can you sing it better?
You fixed your mic.
Can we just move on with it? All
Right, so you guys have the evening set out in front of you now. You haven't really done much in the day yet, but in terms of the evening, is there anything else you guys would like to do before you fall asleep?
I do want to talk to Samir, I guess, since I have to go to bed and he's mad at me. But if anyone else wants to do something first, I say that.
It's all you.
Okay, I go open his door. Can I still sleep in here?
You open the door and a smell hits your nose. It's a pleasant smell. It smells like baked goods.
The angry baking. Mason. He's too sensitive.
You walk in now to find, yes, sure enough, he has a small, you've never seen a stove this small before. He's got it set up on the ground, in his room. You'd imagine this might be some sort of fire hazard, but this is like a camping stove that he has set up with some sort of arcane furnace on the bottom, heating up what looks to be a frying pan filled with a cookie. The cookie fills the entire frying pan, sort of like a bazooki.
I drool.
Oh.
You
What is
walk
that?
into his room, start drooling.
You have a stove in here.
Sorry, Orpheus, I didn't mean to disturb you. Sorry. I've been a little preoccupied with my baking here. I was a little upset with my behavior earlier and my storming out, and I felt awkward because I'd been gone for so long, and I didn't want to just barge back in, and I felt like I owed you all an apology, and I also wanted to apologize to Demos for being probably too protective of him, and I thought this was the way I could do so. And he holds
Samir,
out. Yes.
You should have heard how we were all talking to each other the day you were gone. Like, you're so much not nearly as bad as any of the rest of us were. It's alright. Don't need to feel awkward. I think fighting is part of working together.
Are you sure? I just don't want to.
Yes.
I really appreciate that.
It actually, they were all very. I was confused by your behavior. I'm not gonna lie, but they were all sort of like explaining it to me, and I actually think I get it now. Because like I also don't want my squire to have sex because he doesn't understand like what it means at all. So there you go. I get it now. I do think Deimos is a grown up though, so maybe go easy on him. Is he a grown up?
I would say so, yes.
So then, and he's in his own body, so I think it's not so big a deal.
I would agree, yes. That's why I wanted to come out and apologize with these baked goods. And you see now he picks up the frying pan with his bare hand, grabbing onto the hot metal. You see a bit of the clay around his hand sizzles a tiny bit, but he doesn't seem to mind as he lifts it up with this sort of embarrassed look on his face, and he goes, is now a good time for me to come back out?
Oh yeah, they're all just getting ready for bed. I think it's our perfect time for desserts.
Perfect.
Can I have one?
Yes, of course. Please be my guest. And he holds it out to you now, and you get this sort of cookie in front of you. It is a fine baked sugar cookie baked in a frying pan. It smells of strongly of sugar, and you see he might have even put something inside of it, but you can't tell from this distance.
Nice. I'll carry them out to the people.
All right, you carry him out.
With Samir. I mean, I'm hoping he comes too, since the whole point of this was so he could make peace.
Yes, he does come out as well, and he holds it out. You guys all smell now the smell of baked goods. Samir comes out a bit sheepishly and goes, "Listen, all, I'm sorry for storming out earlier. I've had a bit of a long day, and while I enjoyed my time with Orpheus and Deimos, you must understand it was extremely embarrassing for me to be out of my body. I felt so helpless and defenseless, and I perhaps reacted too aggressively. I wish to change this behavior, and this is my peace offering. Please accept."
Wow, thank you, Smear. These look delicious.
Glad you think so. Please be my guest. I have more where that came from, as they say. Haha.
I'm eating the offering already.
Yeah,
It's in my face.
All right, you guys just go down on this thing. Hey yo.
Whoa!
Whoa. Does Samir have any?
He does actually. He eats some of this. It is not a lot, you would say. He sort of munches and nibbles around the edges of this thing just to sort of appreciate it alongside the rest of you guys. As he does so, you guys would you guys also like to eat this?
Oh yeah.
I switch between like my piece of bread and then like a little bazooki I'm holding in my hand. We're just being like, oh.
Oh.
I eat it like an animal.
That's what. Never mind.
Sometimes you win against the voices.
Very rarely.
All right, you guys eat this beautiful cookie. It is delicious. You all enjoy it so much. It's a scrumptious little thing.
What was the filling?
The filling of this bad boy was some sort of very, very thin jam of some sort. It was a fruit. You're not quite sure what it is. It's very subtle and sort of has little like pockets around the sugar cookie. You'd sort of imagine that this would make it taste worse because you're like, oh, there's like, there's fruit in here, but it's nice. If you guys want to make a nature check for me or perhaps an insight check. No, actually, I take it all back. I want a perception check to perceive what fruit this is.
Makes sense. 17.
All right.
So
it did not...
I do understand if I need to be at disadvantage.
No, it didn't take much to get this. This has an apricot filling. Again, very subtle, a little odd for a sugar cookie, but nevertheless, it tastes good. You all enjoy it. It's probably the first proper dessert you've had for a while, save for the few you've bought off Grimwalk. But this one's homemade, so it feels a little special. Samir's got a big smile on his face, and his cheeks kind of full of his own little cookie cake here as he eats it along with you all. And he sort of every once in a while goes, I really hope you all like it. I put a lot of time into it, and I sort of poured my emotions into this to create something good. I would like to prefer to spend more time out here with you tonight. Thank you for having me.
I'll slap
Fire's
him
like
on the back.
Tyre's like sniffling a little bit. This is so good.
I'm glad you like it, Tyre. I can perhaps make more. I actually enjoy making baked goods from time to time. Now that I have so many people, so many friends under my roof, I would like to do it more.
You
Smiles,
should
a
make
big
baked
smile.
goods all the time. I say with my mouth completely full.
You'll drive Grimhawk out of business at this rate. Just kidding. She's like really good too, but also like you.
It's all good. Maybe next time you should put raisins in it.
What?
Oh, yeah, hearing Grimlock's name, I want to walk up to Samir. Grimlock got this for you, and then hand him the tin with like 5 gold in it.
Oh, true.
Oh, Dulam, I can't accept this. There is no need. I am all better now. Look, I've prepared. And he sort of holds out his arms with a big smile on his face. You notice he's still a little wobbly, but otherwise looks good. Not as wobbly, of course, as Hire, who's wizard wobbling. Woo! But he nevertheless looks good. Please keep it yourself. Consider it a repayment for the good deeds you've done for me.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am sure. Keep it. Perhaps you can use it to buy something in my shop. Haha.
Thank you.
Oh, so we're still buying things, huh?
You see my coin purse go from 1 to 6 gold.
You know, Orpheus does bring up a good point.
No,
That's
I wouldn't say that. Orpheus would not say that.
As an extremely tight businessman, but nevertheless one of some emotions myself, I would like to hereby announce that your group titled...
Virginity pack.
Not calling you that.
Virginity back. Virginity back.
What do you think we should name it? I don't know. Like, what do we call ourselves? We could be.
Well, what have you done so far? Think of your accomplishments. That could be what you're known by.
We killed some dogs.
Dog killers.
We fought some religious people. We persecuted them, you might say.
I like that. Crusaders.
No. I just don't feel like that's what Ether is about, like personally. So
It's not what your god is about, it's what you did.
We lived in the smoldering corpse for a while, and we saved a cat. We could be dog killers, cat savers. I guess we didn't save her though. I guess it's dog killers, cat imprisoners.
What if we just call you something like the animal control?
I like animal control.
That sounds fitting.
I think and Dulam really likes control in particular. So
Yes, you can be my animals. Ha ha.
Hire looks up at you with like big beady eyes, and then is like, "Oh my good joke, Dulam. Oh, you're getting so good at these."
I don't like animal controllers anymore. What we were okay. Besides Dulam, all the rest of us are Lost Boys. So we could be Dulam and the Lost Boys.
Whoa.
Oh, and we could just be Dulam and the Boys.
I don't know. I kind of like Lost.
Lost? Dulam and the Lost Boys. I like it. Yeah, Deimos, Malagus, what do you think?
Malik sort of looks at Deimos. A shared look.
You know, it's quite the interesting name. Yes.
It's catchy.
You know, I just like where I'm from, people are used to like more elegant titles, you know, like Knights of the Hawk or something like that. But that's Doom and the Lost Boys. Yeah.
Sounds punk rock. I like it. Dulam and the Lost Boys. That's our name, Samir.
Great. I call you Dulam's Lost Boys.
No, Dulam and the Lost Boys.
Dulam, I understand. Dulam's Lost Boys.
I actually, it has like a Charlie's Angels sort of vibe. when we call it like Dulams.
I like
You guys
Dulam
even
and
seen the Lost Boys? That's not even a good comparison.
I forgot that was a thing independent of our thing. Shit.
Dulam and the Lost Lads.
Oh.
Dulam's Lost Puppies.
Dulam and the Lost Puppies.
Dulam has never lost anything.
What about Dulam and the missing boys?
Wait, Dulam, didn't you lose that
That
one
sounds like he's a
water fight?
predator. That's true. Dulam did lose that.
That one water fight that flashes you with the wave.
What if we went something like Dulam and the Lost and Founds?
I like the boys.
Yes, we know, Orpheus. You want to the boys.
I
You know,
actually
most
really
places that's illegal.
No,
I really like Lost and Founds because some of us are like we do know what we're doing, but some of us are just kind of just like lost.
You know, that's actually a good point, Hyra. I like that. It's like a band name, you know, the Lost and Founds.
the Lost and Founds. I could get behind that. The Lost and Founds.
Whoa.
Samir shakes his head and goes, okay, well, that took about 20 minutes, but I think Hyra finally got this somewhere.
I look around, but I mean, like, I'm open to other ideas. No, you're right. Yeah. We should just pick something.
Where I was
No,
going
I
with
like
this,
the Lost and Founds a lot, actually.
it's a good one. I guess Dulam got cut. He's not the band leader anymore.
Never was. Just not
Give
one
you
of the
the side
boys.
Well, then, where I was going with all of this 20 minutes ago is I was going to say to the Lost and Founds, and he sort of bows a little bit, I am willing to give you all a luxurious 9% discount from the Samir shop.
Whoa!
Holy shit!
I'm not gonna cheer for that.
This changes everything.
Wow, I don't think you ever had a sale past, I think,
Thank you.
2%.
Thank you, Demos. Thank you.
Just a real shitter of the sale. 2% sale.
Thank you, Demos. I appreciate that.
I would get mad and walk out.
I appreciate that. You know what? It is very kind of you to say that. I just want you all to know that this is the first time I have ever really given a sale this big. So as just mentioned by my dearest friend Demos, I am doing a great service.
Your graciousness is not unnoticed, friend.
This is the biggest discount I've ever given anyone. I'm actually a little nervous about it.
Gonna drive you out of business.
Please don't, for the love of God.
I don't think any of us have enough money to even take you up on your discount, Samir, so no need to worry. Alright, I'm going to bed. See you later. Lost and Founds, and I'll bow. And flourish an imaginary sword.
I'll also
See you
buy.
later, Lost.
See ya.
Oh,
Found.
heyo. Alright, and with that, you guys sort of enter bedtime mode. If you would like to check out our Excel shop, which is available in r/runt pack, you can find the new prices for Samir's items on there.
I guess I do still want to talk to Samir in private. We went back to the big group last time, but I have some questions for him.
I'm not done with you yet.
I'm not done. Okay, I will never write a character who knows how to let a conversation end. It's just not gonna happen.
Alright, well, in that case, you pull Samir aside to have this conversation, Orpheus. What would the rest of you guys like to do as you sort of bedtime mode?
I'll probably play with Tick for a little bit longer.
Okay, nice. Would do so. It is fun. You guys, you sort of romp around a bit. It's nice, Hire. You've played with children before, especially in 8th era, but here, especially with somebody who you sort of knew, it's very relaxing. You're reminded of all the reasons why your goddess is so graced. You were able to reunite with this creature and give her what is effectively a very nice few days. You guys play around for a bit. While that happens, what would the rest of you guys like to do?
I'll go in my bag and pick up all the glass shards and bring them out.
Okay, you do so. Same things as before. When you crawl in, you just feel a little bit uncomfortable, and sometimes you think you hear something howling in the distance, though it could just be a trick of the imagination. But nevertheless, you're able to pull everything out successfully from the bag. No more glass at the bottom, and now it's more or less empty. You do notice, though, as you come down here, you see more scratch marks against the wall in this main room. This sort of indicates that something was trying to crawl up the wall again to the entrance. This is more than you saw the first night when you saw something trying to squeeze its way through. This is several somethings clawing their way up the side and not quite reaching the top. It is, again, a sort of 40-foot vertical climb, but you see all these scratch marks in the fabric. Something was like hooking into them and using that as leverage.
Okay, I'll throw another nutrient brick and climb back up.
Okay, and yes, I was about to say, as you sort of predicted, your nutrient brick is completely gone. There's not even a crumb. All right, you do so. Demos, is there anything you would like to do?
Can I talk to Father Lucius for a second?
Yes, Father Lucius is sort of gazing, completely blind-eyed out the window as you approach him. As you approach, he sort of mumbles something almost to you as you walk up. I still see it. I still see it. It is still out there.
That presence that you mentioned before, it's still there?
Oh, sorry. Excuse me, Demos. I did not see you there. Haha. How can I help you? He looks towards you absently.
Yeah, I was actually just checking in. I noticed you just like to spend your days just staring out the window. So, yeah, have you been eating? Is that something you've been doing?
Yes, I have. Dulum feeds me nutrient bricks, and I am able to find other things as well to eat them.
Oh, like what other things?
For example, I found quite a few baked goods that Samira has given to me, and otherwise we are also able to go out into town sometimes. I have a few coins here in my pocket that I am able to use.
Oh, good. Anyways, about that thing you said earlier,
He looks at you absently.
The presence still out there watching. Does that ring a bell?
A completely absent look. He doesn't seem to be reacting at all to what you said.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're saying. There's a presence out there? I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I have lost my sight. I cannot see out there.
Right. Well, good chat, buddy. I think, I'm just gonna go hit the hay. Yeah. Good luck with your thing.
Yes, I will remain vigilant and keep an eye out. I don't want to hurt you.
Well, thank you.
He bows to you, and you say he's about to say something, and he goes, I'm sorry, I almost wanted to bless you, but I don't know who I would have bless you. Excuse me.
Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna back away now, I think.
Oh my god. Malaga sees you do this, and he sort of shakes his head, and he goes, you're wasting your fucking time.
I'm not sure what to think of him. It's like he's lost himself, but I don't know, there's like a presence about him. Like
yeah,
he
it's
knows
called
something.
A fucking freaky presence.
Okay.
What's wrong?
I won't deny that, Malagus. I won't deny that.
Precisely. Malagus turns over in his sleeping bag and tries to fall asleep now. Now listen, can we shut up? Because we don't have our own rooms. All of your racket and running around and bag going in. And Dulum, you hear something echo down the bag. It's ruining my beauty sleep.
Oh, I still had like an hour-long prayer. Can you maybe shut your ears?
An hour?
Being a cleric isn't just easy work. Someone has to put in the brim and bones to it. I mean, we have to do stuff.
I just started casting spells just the other day, and guess what? I didn't have to pray to anyone to do it. It just started happening.
Well, I'm glad it comes naturally to you, but...
That's right, it does. I read about these kind of folk. I think I'm a sorcerer. Probably just very innate to me.
Well...
I feel like Orpheus is judging me from the other room.
It's okay, Orpheus isn't here. He can't hurt you right now.
Speaking of Orpheus, you have cornered Samir in his room.
Hey, Samira, can I ask you a question? Man to man?
Yes, of course. One question, and then I would like to rest.
Just one? Shit. Oh god, let me get the wording right.
I'm
You're really
a
not gonna
genie. What is it? What a face.
If I have to cut. Okay, sorry. I have to get all the scenarios into one question. Okay.
Just think about it. Think about it very carefully and then tell me.
Okay. If I was in my own Orpheus body and Deimos killed me, but you could bring me back, would you forgive him or would you disown him and send him away to live on his own?
Samir sort of sits up at this question and looks at you and goes, "Let me think about that for a minute. This is an interesting one. The circumstances of this. You've killed... Deimos has killed you, yes?
Yes.
Was
Don't
it in
feel
cold
pressured.
blood? Or was this... No, I want to think about this rationally.
Okay,
Was
yes,
it in
yes.
cold blood, or was it merely a random act of violence, or explain to me the circumstances?
Maybe someone else he trusted, like maybe Jackknife, told him he had to kill me because I was doing something bad.
Was it a friend or somebody above him, like a leader of sorts, or a father figure?
Not a father figure, but maybe like a grandmother figure.
Well, that is hard for me to consider for Deimos because I don't believe he had a grandmother, nor is there such a figure in his life. But
Well,
if I could...
for example, you sort of look up to Jackknife a little bit, right? At the very least, she acts older than you, and you're fond of each other.
I wouldn't say she is older than me. I believe we're the same age.
Oh. She talks about you like you're younger.
How old is she?
I don't know.
Well, this is confusing for me now.
Okay, okay,
I was
ignore that,
considered
ignore
as
that.
equals.
A sequel? What?
I was considered as equals.
Okay, so you're equals. Imagine there's someone you look up to, who Deimos probably by proxy also looks up to, but he's supposed to look up to you more, you know, because you're the one actually, like, taking care of him. Also, maybe in this world, Deimos is more like a brother to you than son, necessarily.
Just a really long question.
Orpheus, I don't mean to get to the root of the problem here, but I assume this is something personal. What happened in your life, and how can I help you work through it?
I just wanted to know what you would do.
Firstly, my answer is quite simple. This would never happen. The way I've raised Deimos and taught him, he would not fall to such influences outside of those he trusts. And if somebody he truly trusts, such as hopefully myself or anyone else in this town who he trusts, if somebody like that told him to do an unspeakable act of evil, and he did go through with it, then it would, I believe, fall on me to put him on the right path.
Alright.
If you had been killed permanently, it would be a nigh unforgivable act. But it is my duty in life to show Deimos what is good and what is not. Before him and I met, he barely understood magic. He had this sort of innate ability, but he wasn't sure where it was coming from per se, and he had studied it, but it wasn't working properly, and him and I learned it together. And I became stronger through it just as he did, and I believe this has made us both better together and closer together, and this sort of calm mutual learning is what I would consider core to our relationship. Where I'm going with this is, it is because of this that if he falters in some way, it is perhaps a moment for both of us to learn, to discuss it together, and to grow from it. I would not cast Deimos out, not for anything. He's dear to me.
I see. Alright. And if he killed Iceland?
She's already dead.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is. She is in the plane of the dead. That is the definition of it.
But she didn't go there by dying. Just like I'm not living just because I'm here.
I'd actually say on the contrary, you are living because you are here just as she is dead for being there. It is very difficult to go back and forth. As I'm sure you understand, many great, powerful wizards have spent their entire lives researching how to reverse death to no avail. There are great and horrible monsters born of those wishing to defy death. As I'm sure you've heard, the horrible lich, the hag, creatures of darkness, of despair, born of those afraid of death. Reversing death is not as simple as passing through a veil. Complicated. For you to be here means somebody went to great work, great effort to bring you here. You are not merely dead in this plane. You are alive, a living body, just as she is dead in a dead one.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
He sort of gingerly reaches out to you, Orpheus, and like pinches your arm, and it hurts a little bit. You like sort of pull back, and he's like, "See that is real. That is alive. That was not Iceland who felt that. That was you. You are alive, Orpheus. You have to own it. The more you ignore that, the more you might hurt yourself."
Good night, Samir. And I'll go back to sleep with my buddies tonight because now Samir's weirder than Father Lucius.
Okay, you leave. He looks awkwardly and goes, "Oh, what did I say?" And you close the door and hear him go quiet.
Night. Oh, go to bed.
Okay, Orpheus comes out in a huff. This is as Hire is now praying and Malagus is groaning.
Jesus, is it always this loud out here?
That's what I was fucking saying, Jesus Christ.
Christ, how can you sleep like this? It's horrible.
It's a fucking nightmare. Look at this shithead in the corner just whispering to himself. He's got ghosts in his head, pointing at Hire.
Jesus. I'll sleep on, whatever side is furthest from Father Lucius.
Okay. You do so, you lie down to sleep, and you guys all sort of cozy in for the night. As you do so, Hire, can I get that religion check from you for your evening?
Dirty 20.
Fantastic. This prayer starts with quiet, happiness, serenity, feel peace, feel goodness. All of a sudden you hear this a fiery explosion, and a voice comes in your head. My dearest Haya. Flames burning in the background. You feel a pit of anxiety in your chest as you're praying. Something is happening on the other end. My dearest Haya, 'tis I, Aether, your beautiful goddess. I come to you with urgent news.
Ether? Ether, what's wrong?
It is quite simple. Aethera is under attack. Hire, you have done such a good job of taking care of somebody critical and important to you and to our home, small Kenku girl, and I need to send more people out of our realm because they are under attack here.
I see. Who is attacking?
We are in danger. There is a force unlike anything else. I'm unaware of its presence or power, but emotions cloud here. Order prevails, yet fails. I'm not sure what's happening, but my grasp on our plane is waning. Our people are in danger. Something has broken the border and slipped through the veil. Haya, you are my chosen champion, just as many others are. You have shown good. Well, you embody our traits, and as this, I request something of you, if you would allow your goddess.
Surely there is someone else, but of course, anything.
Allow me to send more out of Aethera. You might encounter them on your travels. They may be confused as to their departure from our land, but encourage them, inform them of my love. Remind them that they are always watched over, no matter where they roam. Our home is merely under duress. I have a plan, though. If you would allow me a moment of your time, do not fret. My power, as you know, is infinite and unbounded by simple fights. Though our people are in danger, my solution is simple. Move Aethera to another. No longer will we reside on the mundane plane, but instead we will travel somewhere new and exciting, a sort of mass exodus from this home to another. Whoever is attacking our home might just want the space. Space is limited out here, and perhaps all they want is just to take our home. They won't take our pride in our... Allow me this moment of your time to explain. With my power, I can find another home for us and create a gate to transport all those who were unearthed from our home. But to do so, I require your aid.
Yes, anything.
Good. Do not fret, my child. You are so wonderful. You are strong and you inhabit our wills perfectly. I shall create a new, better mundane plane, one that is not so easily invaded. Here we shall rebuild Aethera anew, and perhaps no one shall know the difference. I work now tirelessly to find this place, a pocket dimension that no one calls home, for we do not wish to cause harm. I look now, and in the meantime I must send people out of our realm, for they will not be attacked elsewhere.
Thank you for telling me this makes so much sense with Tick and
Yes, and I understand this
I-
comes as a shock, but this is why you had to leave as well. I sent you out early as a scout to perhaps find a safe place to keep our people. I don't wish for you to become a foster home, but instead, on your travels, if you encounter any from our land who are remind them that our home is still our home. I still love endlessly, and if anyone tells you that they have lost my love, remind them they are wrong. They have merely forgotten. I am always there, and I will always be there.
of course, I can still feel you here.
Good.
And I know Tick does too. I'll make sure they remember.
We are strong together, and more to come. Reach out to me as soon as you can. Aethera's love falls upon you, and may I grace you with this small blessing. And as you feel the call end and that rumbling sound in the background diminish to a sort of slight buzz in the back of your mind, you feel a rush of cool, neutral energy wash over you that makes you feel completely at peace. Although a little piece of anxiety still sticks out in the back of your head that what was just told you was a real shock.
Yeah, I think Hire goes from like panicking, like everything he knows about the world is like founded on the idea that like Ether can just like kind of do anything and like has never been wrong, and that's kind of shattered for me, and I start to freak the fuck out. But then all of a sudden I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling
Yeah.
peaceful.
The neutral feeling washes over and you feel better, and Aether did still remind you that she can still do anything, but still you sort of get that moment for a second where you realize perhaps there are forces out there in the world stronger than your goddess, and that is horrible. It still lingers very minorly in the back of your head, and you sort of have that anxiety where you're like, wow, once this neutral feeling washes over me and is done, I might feel really anxious. But nevertheless, for tonight and for this sleep, you feel okay.
I think I try to ride out that neutral calm to just like immediately transition that into sleep.
Okay, good. And it actually comes pretty quickly, too. You were already pretty tired. I mean, to be fair, today's the first day where you've been walking around in your new heavy armor all day, so you've actually probably gotten a pretty good workout. So you're a bit tired, and you fall asleep pretty easily, and to the rest of you guys, you sort of just hear Hire having muttered himself for about an hour about, like, oh, what, really? Oh, God.
Higher writing the neutral calm out to sleep is actually me on Adavan every night.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be honest. I pulled that one for my personal life.
Oh my god. Hire, your fucking ring is just a ring with a little, like, opening
Oh my
on
god,
it. It's just
little
got some
lorazepam
lorazepam
ring.
in there.
Oh,
It just
please.
spawns in 3 lorazepam every day that you get.
Oh my god.
So
That
you go to
sounds
bed, Hire, and you guys all fall in. This evening, you all sleep well and have a long rest. One small note in the middle of the night, Dulam, as this sort of ever-vigilant sentry of the night, you notice a couple things that happen throughout the night. At one point, about 2 hours after everyone goes to sleep, Samir walks out of his room and just sort of like stands and watches everyone for about 10 minutes. He notices that you're there and sort of waves to you. He holds what looks to be a small mug of tea or perhaps coffee in his hands. You're not sure what. It's just a dark liquid that steams slightly as if it's very hot. He holds it, sort of cradling it as if somebody very cold was holding it. He just sort of watches everybody silently. He doesn't say anything, and after a while, he takes a big sip from this mug and returns to his sleeping quarters and gives you another nod before he goes. Otherwise, in the middle of the night, and this is around 5 a.m. after everyone's been asleep for a long while, you see Malagus sort of rustles awake. He was sort of restless all night. You've sort of gotten in tune with everyone's sleeping patterns, so you're a little better about picking out when people are restless, and Malagus sort of wakes up and stretches out. You notice he puts on his sick green cloak and wanders over to the window, about the same spot Father Luces had been looking out, and stands there looking out the window. He sits there for a few moments and doesn't say much. Do you want to do anything?
No. Just watch
Okay.
him.
Actually, after a few moments of this, about 5 minutes, he gestures to you. He sort of waves his hand silently for you to come over.
Okay, I'll stir up.
All right, you pick yourself up and slowly move your way toward him. He sort of like puts a finger to his mouth as if to say, do it quietly. And you come over to him and he points out the window and he goes, very quietly, he says, Dulam, I'm sorry to wake you, friend. Just sort of not having a great night's sleep. Check this out. And he points out the window now. See that over there? Points far, deep into the darkness. Sort of hard to see off in the distance, but the glow of the city lights as well as the galaxy above and the clear night makes it a bit easier to see off in the distance. Check it out, that lower gate. You follow his point for a minute now, and it takes you a second for your eyes to adjust to the darkness, but sure enough, you do see what he's pointing at. It's the same entranceway that you all had taken to reach the Lady of Pain's palace not earlier that day. He points at it and says, it's still there, it's just underwater. Look! And he points up now, and this takes you even longer to look out. And you see, you never noticed it before. You guys hadn't been out that often at night, let alone far from the city. But sure enough, far above the city lights, the one building, the sort of floating platform, hundreds of feet up in the air, you see a small waterfall coming out the top of it. It falls for about 100 feet, then sort of turns to mist, spraying out in every direction. The water doesn't actually make it all the way to the ground. It just sort of like fades into fizz along its fall. And he points and says, the portal is still there. It's just pouring out water.
Interesting.
We could get there if we needed to. I don't know why, but she leaves it open at night. I assume it's unguarded. There's no way guards could guard a flooded entrance. But look, there's water pouring down up there. You can get there and no.
Can you swim well?
Ha! Me? Not a chance. I fucking hate the water. Stop it! Stop it! No, I just don't like it, alright? But I wouldn't be opposed to going through it if we had to. Listen, I like the Lady of Pain. I actually feel like she's been very honest to us, you know? A lot of people in this town have lied to us or cheated us or tried to do us harm, but for better or for worse, she really does seem to only punish those who deserve it, and she's been giving us lots of good opportunities. So I don't mean to do her any harm, but, you know, if we ever need to make an escape, please take that route up there. I'm sure she has quite a few goodies in that palace of hers, especially when everyone's sleeping.
I don't know about the goodies, but it is good to know our options.
Yeah. Sorry to wake you. I'll go back to bed now. Something's keeping me up.
Thank you. Do you need any help going back to bed?
He looks at you confused. Well, what, can you help with that?
I could play you music.
Sure, that'd be nice. Yeah, all right. And he sort of nestles back into his sleeping bag. What do you got?
I'm the wanderer.
I sort of sit down next to him and I'll play very lightly some light lyre.
Nice. All right, you play the lyre. It's soft and sweet, very much like a lullaby sound. This is sort of a good question to ask. If any of you guys think you are light sleepers, now would be a good time to say.
I think I just am, right? I'm an insomniac.
Yeah, Orpheus, you are a light sleeper.
But I do think I sleep with Lettermore, like, on my face, buzzing.
The sound of the lyre does wake you, though. Sort of stirs your... You see Malagus sort of puddled at Dulam's feet. He's sort of, like, curled up in the fetal position.
What could you possibly be doing over
Stop
there?
Fuck
Apologies,
off,
you had
Orpheus. Go to bed, alright?
playtime.
Why aren't you sleeping with Samir, huh? I thought you and him like to rub up.
Ugh! No! It's disgusting, Malagus. Why are you at Dulam's feet? Dulam, why is Malagus at your feet?
He cannot sleep.
Point A to point B. Makes it make sense.
I'm playing him a song to go to sleep.
Sure. Okay. Sure. Whatever.
Would you like me to stop?
No. No, it's nice.
Calms you after a moment, Orpheus, and you and Malagus both fall asleep to the same song. Dulam, it takes about 10 minutes, 15 maybe, but after a while, you think they're both stopped and you sort of... The lyre can conclude.
Give the cat a little pet and go to bed.
It's not a cat!
He's a cat!
You all fall asleep now, and then you awake. Good morning. Long rest complete. It is morning time, and you all awake to the smell of cinnamon and spiced coffee as what looks like a little coffee bar Samir has set up. It is much nicer than the one that Malagus sort of hobscobbled together the night before. Samir looks to have out the whole spread. In fact, it takes one good look for you guys to all realize, oh, fucking shit, this guy's a coffee head. He has a fine French press, the espresso machine with all the mechanical parts in it. He's got some sort of milk frother and this fine milk and a steamer, and it's all so fine and beautiful. It's like a little barista stand.
Smells good.
Is very interested.
Demos, you know this from living here, that every morning you'd always have this really nice coffee that Samir would set up, and same as today, he presents you with a cup just how you like it, and he gives you a wink. Good morning, Demos. I hope you're doing well this morning, and good morning to you all. I have set up a little drink for each of you, and he gestures now, and you see little mugs of coffee steaming hot off the top. It's a bit of a cold day out there, and I thought you could use some energy to wake up. And he smiles neutrally at everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah. Smells good.
I feel like it's impossible for like you said like that thing that like, oh, like I want to repay you for like, you know, the thing you did and like saving my life, but I feel like you've done so many nice things for us recently. I feel like I could never make up what you've done for us.
Nonsense, Hyder. Enjoy. This is a minor thing. Besides, I was doing it for myself anyway. It was not an inconvenience at all.
You can drink this?
Yes,
And we can drink this also?
you can too. It will give you a boost of energy for the day. Plus, it's tasty.
I'll get a cup.
I heard caffeine can be like really helpful. It's like in the coffee, I think.
I hear warlocks love it.
What was that? Someone said something about coffee? I can't wait.
He's a sorcerer too. He's there.
Oh my god.
Tick, the Kenku girl, sort of stands up and slumbers from sleep. She wanders over and goes, "It's not inconvenient at all." And grabs a cup and sort of sips it delicately and makes a scrunched face and puts it down.
Nick, you should say thank you.
Thank you. She bows to you.
Oh, I'll scrub her little head.
All right, it's like petting feathers. It sort of scruffles her up and she shakes it out really quick and looks up at you and
If the coffee's a bit bitter, which I hear it can be at first. This is of course my first time drinking it. We have a cow.
Not
Which-
with us.
have a cow.
Which I kind of still think we should find. And sorry, and I'm just thinking about our day and don't know where Saffron is either.
Alright, well, what's the plan then? We promised the Lady of Pain we'd go follow her shit. Do we want to find our friends? Or
I mean, I guess we're coming back anyway, but
Well, we know Jaya's not dead, so I think he'll find us when he's ready to. I got the vibe he wanted some time to himself. Same for Vinny, I think. The cow, I don't think knows whether we're there or not, but I assume Jaya's keeping an eye on him, her, baby.
I think she knows.
I think we. Who knows
The cow.
whether we're there or not? A nice thought.
Yeah.
So. I think we should go to Flexi, get the Lady of Pain's thing, and keep on with her mission. After we drink our coffee, of course.
yeah, that's probably first priority.
Alright, so you guys all take a moment to drink your coffee. It's a fine wake up, and sure enough, you sort of feel a cool breeze pouring in through the broken window. Samir points at that and says, "That's my job today. I'm gonna take care of that."
Shit. Sorry I'm leaving you with that. Sorry I
Oh, no,
broke
it
your
shouldn't
window.
take that long. I actually
Okay.
have a fun task. I've never done glass blowing before, or painting in that way.
Yeah, me neither. Well, sort of have.
That seems a lot more fun than chasing after some guy that just drops furniture appliances on your head. I'm trying to say the chandelier. I want Hire to say this just like as like you're not even sure if he's like talking to you, but he like, clearly is, and it more just sounds like a manic mumblings.
Okay. I'll take a sip of my coffee. Does it taste good to me?
You taste it. It strikes you immediately as bitter and very hot. Your tongue doesn't quite scald, but it burns a little bit, and you have to like swallow it quickly or else burn your tongue, and it goes down sort of rough, and it's not exactly a pleasant taste. This is sort of how when you were tasting alcohol the other night went. It's one of those tastes where, as a grown adult, you know that this is meant to fulfill some sort of goal. Like it's meant to do something to you. It's not really meant for taste, but it goes down pretty smooth. And after a few seconds, your mouth is dry, and you find yourself sipping it again. And it's not as bad as on the second sip. And soon enough, you find you've downed half the cup, and you feel pretty good.
I would stop as it starts tasting bitter on the second sip. Orpheus does not want to get involved with any sort of substances.
It's literally a substance.
All right, Orpheus pulls himself back. You hold it in your hand, and Samir gestures down to it. I really hope you liked Orpheus. I made this one for you.
I'll finish it.
You finish the whole thing off. You are caffeinated for the day, so you just have a little bit extra pep in your step.
Great. I'm a little more high-strung. That's what we all needed.
The energy hits you pretty soon after. Like, right when you're putting on your boots and your cloak for the day, you, you never take off your boots.
Never.
While everyone else is putting on their boots and coats for the day, the energy strikes you pretty fast, and all of a sudden you feel buzzed and wired.
Alright, so we're going to go to Flexi, we're going to get Frederick, and we're going to go to the Weft, and we're going to go through the Weft quickly so we don't get sick and we don't lose too much time. And lastly, we're going to make it home, go to the material plane, get Vinny sorted out, and hunt some bugs, perhaps.
Oh god, do you think we could really do that all in one day? Because we also have to deal with like the Burning Man, and we also
Burning Man is easy. We have the water pipes. Half pipes around the roof. What are they called? Grate? No. Gravel? No.
Oh, true. Yeah, we do have that.
Grout? Anyways. That's figured out, basically.
Hey, so what are you guys gonna do this day? It's a fine day. It's a little chilly outside, and Sir Cad, you've got the whole day in front of you. Take me somewhere.
Flexi!
Aye.
Alright, you all embark, having prepared yourselves for the day. You return to the Court and Tortoise. This is a opulent restaurant at the very top of its own tower. One of the towers that you guys don't go to often. It's a bit closer to the Ghost District. This one, you have to climb many stories. You get a bit winded by the top, and sure enough, a heavy, cold wind rips through Surcat at the top levels here, and you all get a bit of a cold rush run through you. Dulam, you don't really feel the cold at all, so you're chilling.
Oh.
But the rest of you feel a little chilly from this. As you make your way up now, you find yourself to the entrance. It's still early in the morning, so this restaurant isn't exactly open yet. It's traditionally like a dinner spot only, one of those classy places that's only open for dinner. But you notice it's still occupied. You see the waiters inside running around, setting up tables for the evening, still cleaning off from the night before, and setting up wine in the designated areas. As you recall, this restaurant sort of has individual dining rooms, so there's sort of a lot of different areas to clean out and prepare. So there's still a lot of people here. You imagine the owner is also still here. To remind you of the opulence of this restaurant, it's got heavy velvet curtains in deep burgundy, draped over tall arched windows along the outside. You see shimmering threads of gold and silver woven into intricate patterns that sort of catch the deep candlelight on the inside. There's thick embroidered carpets in darker greens and rich purples along all the floors that sort of soften the footstep of everyone entering, giving a sort of air of quiet. All the wood here is finely carved, polished almost to a mirror finished, and you see all sorts of fine silverware and silver goblets rushed around by these waiters and waitresses, each wearing what look to be fine, almost like tuxedo-like outfits, all black save for a white bow.
I want to kick the door open. Lexi!
Wait. Before we... Oh god. You can
As
have
you
done
kick
that
the door
if you
open,
want.
you are all met with a familiar host that you recall from the last time you guys were here, and the host sort of puts his hands out and goes, Oh, no, sorry, you can't come in here yet. And you see the sort of thick-headed, big-bodied host that looks to almost sort of be the bouncer of this establishment as well, perhaps the muscle when the wrong type of people make their way in, and you see him push his way past the front entranceway and out from behind the little waiter's desk that he was behind to sort of block the way of you all, and as he sees you, Orpheus, he goes, "Oh great, it's you again. What do you want?"
Dulam, show them our warrant.
I'll flash him the seal on the note.
He looks at it suspiciously and says, "Listen, we're not open yet. Can you return later this evening?"
I just want to walk by if I can.
Orpheus, this guy doesn't like us.
He physically
I
stands
don't
in the
like
way.
him!
Listen, you guys almost got me fired last time you were here. You know that?
You killed one of our friends by proxy, so...
And I'm sorry about that. In fact, the master says he's sorry about that too, and was wishing
Great,
to
let's
apologize.
let him say it to our face.
I actually think I'm the one who should be apologizing. I'm sorry. I feel like I spoke wrong to you just because you did to my friend, and I don't think that was right. So,
Higher, as you say that, you see that actually holds him up for a minute. He gets distracted from blocking Orpheus and turns to you with this actual genuine look of, like, surprise. And he goes, "Oh, well, thank you, kobold friend. That's actually quite a nice thing to say, you know? I've really been a bit bitter since you and I last spoke. Not a lot of people speak to me that way, and I appreciate the apology." And as he's distracted, Orpheus, you can kind of slip by if you want.
Just walk on by.
All right.
Will Dulam come with me? I need my warrant, baby.
I'll go through and like whisper at this guy. Orders of the lady.
You slip by. He's still sort of distracted by this like genuine show of human kindness.
and I've been thinking about it a lot, and I just, you didn't deserve that, and
Oh,
you
and
have a
I
hard
wanted to
job,
apologize too, because as I was told, your friend here, and he gestures to Demos now, was injured almost mortally in the crash of that chandelier, and I just, on behalf of the Tortoise, I'd like to apologize. That was not how we want to treat our guests here, and I would like to make it up to you somehow. Perhaps I can book you a reservation tonight?
I would like just Damos and I.
Like a date?
I suppose you can invite anyone else you'd like. Also, I don't mean to impose. I'm not sure who you're dating right now, Demos. Please invite anyone you'd like, if it be this kobold or not. I could come with you if you'd like.
Damos, I really just think like if you like tell like people these things, like they won't have to like wonder and like guess out loud, I feel like that's kind of on you to like disclose.
It means a lot. Thank you very much. But I believe we're actually going to be busy tonight, and we're actually going to be gone for a while. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, of course. Sorry to impose. I just please come by anytime if you're looking for some company or a reservation or something. My deepest apologies, and he bows quite deeply to you, Demos, in a real show of respect.
Oh wow. Okay. I'm gonna give him a little bow back.
Okay. You return the kindness, and the two of you lock eyes in a friendly manner, and he smiles with a genuine smile, and he goes, "I feel like we really got off on the wrong foot. I'm the host of this establishment. It's a pleasure to meet you." And he extends his arm now to give a big meaty handshake to both of you. He's got a pretty big hand himself. In fact, his whole body is large. He's a very large human with thin cropped hair, sort of like a scrubby beard, and very well muscled body.
I definitely shake his hand back. And what is your name?
Oh, well, it's a pleasure to meet you, and sorry, I didn't catch yours.
Higher.
My name is Duradid.
I see. Well, it's wonderful to meet you. Can I ask, were you born in this plane, or did you come here like us?
I was not born here. I did arrive here. In fact, believe it or not, I was a host where I came from. I come from a small city. It's called Daggerford.
Daggerford. I haven't heard of it, but
yes, I believe they call it the Material Plane. I hosted a fine dining establishment there. The chef was what I imagine the best I've ever worked for. Of course, my compliments to Flixie, but
He's
I'm
the
at home.
chef.
that's so cool.
Yes, he's our head chef.
Well, if we find a way out of this place, we'll be sure to let you know.
You will?
I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be polite. I see. What was the name of this cook that you worked for? He sounds famous. If he's a better chef than this very, very fine establishment.
Well, his name is, and of course, titled Chef, Chef Roseapple.
A fitting name. Wow.
Oh, quite right. The Roseapple family is actually a generational chef family. They've been perfecting the arts for many years.
Oh, I feel like that's a really hard skill to pass down. That's incredible.
Yes, I could talk about him for days. He is my icon and my leader. Listen, and he sort of shakes his head a little bit, almost pulled away from the beauty of this human connection, and goes, where did your friends run off to? I really should tell them that the master is quite busy setting up for the evening. I'm not sure if you could meet with him.
Oh, I'm so sorry. The Lady of Pain did truly send us to talk to him. I promise it's important, but I could go try to get them.
He seems to believe you, like, pretty much immediately, and he nods his head and goes, right, let me lead you to him. I'm sure they're gonna get lost. There's a lot of doors down here.
I'm just walking through, clapping, saying, "Warrant for Flexi on behalf of the Lady of Pain."
He's gonna
Flexi,
kill you.
reveal
gonna
yourself
kill you.
on our great ladies. Sorry, on this great lady's orders.
You see the host, Duradid, holds out his arm now to you, Hire, as if somebody about to guide you by his arm.
I genuinely think Hire, like, excitedly, like, clamps on.
Okay, yeah. You're, again, a bit shorter than him, so you have to reach up a bit higher, like around...
A
higher.
bit what? That's
Every time someone says higher, it should be immediately followed with just a mic peak.
It's so fucking funny. Every time. I love higher is higher. But you grab on, you have to reach above your head to sort of grab onto his arm. But it's pleasant. He's got a big, strong arm. Whoa. And he guides you down. He gestures to Demos to follow as well. And the three of you go gallivanting down the rugged pathway deeper into the restaurant. As for my front runners, the spearheads of this operation, Ulam and Oro, there are so many doors here. I mean, there are probably like 30 rooms for people to eat in, and each one is sort of closed behind an equal-looking door. So you sort of keep barging into these like half-finished dining rooms that either have an attendant in them setting up for an evening's dinner or placing in reservation signs or just an empty room. At one point, you burst into a room that just has a dark staircase down that leads down to what smells like a wine cellar. You can sort of smell wine drifting up from the steps.
Warrant for Flexi. Flexi, reveal yourself on behalf of the Lady of Pain. Flexi, you are not under arrest, but your compliance is required.
It echoes down the staircase here, and you don't hear any response, and sort of keep going. After a good 15 or so minutes of all this running around, you still haven't found who you're looking for, and instead have just irritated a lot of attendants who are just trying to set up for the evening.
Flexi, reveal yourself.
Eventually, Demos and Hire join up with you with the host, who gives you sort of a grim look as he goes, right, if you'd follow me, guests, this way.
Are you bringing us to Flexi?
Yeah, come on, let's go see him.
Thank you very much for your compliance.
He guides you now past dozens of these identical-looking doors. You notice there's no symbols or signs on any of these doors. You imagine it's part of the luxury here that they don't actually identify any of the doors. You're not sure why, especially for those of you who are sort of orderly. It just doesn't make any sense not to illustrate everything with as much as needed, but there's still a sort of sense of regalness to it when all the doors look the same. Nevertheless, you push through, and eventually the host finds one of the doors that looks just the same as all the others, and he knocks sort of a rap 3 times on it and waits for a moment, and you don't hear any response, but he opens the door, and it opens into a service tunnel of sorts. The lavishness of the Turn and Tortoise immediately drops to much more efficient tunnel. These tunnels don't have the sort of lavished and embossed scenes outside, but instead are just simple stonework and brickwork that are served as tunnels that the servants walk down holding food. You notice there are a couple shelves against the stone walls here and simple candles held on each wall just to light the ways. It's not at all a fanciful area, and for those of you who have seen, service tunnels and fine dining before, this is sort of what all of them look like, especially in a lot of castles and mansions also have these sort of hidden service corridors. I don't know if any of you guys are high society, though.
Hello?
I go back.
Excuse
Demos is a
me.
court man, a man of the court. And I don't. Would you have had servants, Orpheus?
No. No, I'm very high society.
Okay,
It's just that our society is very small.
So Demos and Orpheus, you guys do recognize this. You would not deign to return to these lowly servant corridors back here. But eventually you walk through here and pass a couple more doors, passing a lot of attendants who are giving you guys a sort of odd look. At some point, you guys have taken enough turns through these corridors that you've officially become lost. There's no windows in here, and because all the doors are closed and all the candles have low light, you sort of lose yourself in the darkness here. Eventually, though,
Dulam keeps track.
Dulam, you are keeping track.
Yep.
Also holding a letter. Eventually, through these corridors, you finally make your way to one door that looks a little finer than the rest. It has a gold outline, and this is the only door you found so far that has a sign on it, and it reads in plain common, Head Chef. The bouncer / host sort of holds his hands out to you all as if to wait, and then he says, one moment, let me check if he's here, and turns around and knocks on the door a couple times and opens it as it swings inward, and you hear a sort of hushed whisper that you can't quite make out in the distance, and a brief 1-2 word response, and the host returns and says, right, he's quite busy, but please make your way in. I will wait outside. Let me know when you're ready to return, and I can guide you back. Enjoy your visit. He bows deeply and gestures for you all to enter.
Thank you.
Kick open the door.
Bam! You kick the door hard and it slams into the back wall. You hear something clatter to the ground and you don't bother looking as you see, staring up from a desk that he's sitting at, is the devil.
Well,
Good morning. We're here on behalf of the Lady of Pain to request her teleporter device returned.
This room that you walk into is small but functional. It's like a little writing room, perhaps an office room. You see polished bronze candelabras with flickering candles casting a warm golden glow over this whole room. There's a huge bookshelf against one of the walls filled to the brim with hundreds of books. And you see the room in itself is fairly large. You would guess about the size of the Lady of Pain's meeting room, so about the size of like a living room, with a huge wooden oak desk on one end that Flixie himself seems to be sitting at. He has an ink pen in his hand and is scrawling over some documents. You'd imagine likely ingredient lists, perhaps order forms, or maybe he's even making a new recipe as you speak with him. Nevertheless, he looks up at you and you sort of get to look around the room. It's very fanciful in a minute way. There are a few golden baubles and trinkets about. You see a sort of astrolabe golden spiraled item. There's a sort of golden telescope in here that looks very fine. There are a few paperweights that look to be fairly expensive, and again, there's a lot of polished bronze fixes on the walls and on the floor and ceiling. There's no windows in this room. However, when you look up, you see what looks to be a skylight of some kind. It's frosted glass that you can't quite see through, but you see the bright light of day shining through and sort of diffusing into the warm golden room beneath. He looks up at you a bit surprised, and you see the face of Flixie, the archdevil. His pale white horns curve up, and you see his solid white face with those ribbons of red, almost blood red like paint, dripping down from his forehead to his eyes, sort of like Pennywise. He looks at you with golden orange eyes, solid, with no pupils, like a tiefling, and he smiles with big fangs sticking out. You see he's wearing a cleanly pressed suit and a single bright pink flower crested right on the breast. He places down his ink pen, stands up, and looks at you waiting.
Warrant. Point at Dulam.
You seem to have caught me at a disadvantage. I'm confused. What brings you here?
I'm sorry, we didn't want to come. We don't want to interrupt.
No, but you're here now. Explain yourself.
The Lady of Pain sent us to recover something she lent you.
Good, good. Speak of it now. I'm quite busy today, and I have much to do.
It was a teleportation device meant to travel between planes.
His eyes go wide, and you see his smile curve up. He sort of also has the same smile that Zabrix does, where when he smiles, it just looks a little too big on his face. So Zabrix does it a lot more, which is why it's so unsettling. This individual, Flixie, doesn't seem to smile often. His smile quickly disappears to his scowl that he seems to hold normally, and he goes, "Yes, it's around here somewhere. Let me find it. One moment." And he turns around and just leans over and starts rifling through some what looks like crates or storage containers full of items. It takes a few moments, and you guys get a moment to sort of look around the room here. It feels very homey, like a wood-lined office. You sort of look around, and it gives you the vibe of a very cozy home, and the sunlight above adds a bit of natural light that feels very comfortable in this place.
Hey, Mason, sorry to interrupt. Just to be honest real quick, is there a way he opens the device that he stores all these items in? Like, how does he open it? Is there like a lock of some sort, like some magic maybe? Or...
Okay, give me a perception check, please.
Like, I know I'm not playing a rogue, but it's simply all I can think of when I play.
Is there anything else the rest of you guys would like to do while he's sort of looking through? You hear him sort of go, "No, it's not in here. Let me keep looking. No, sorry, I knew I left it around here somewhere."
I'll put the letter on the table as a legal formality.
That's their Miranda rights.
I rub Dulam's head. You've got the makings of a good knight, you know. Thank
you. This unit was made for melee combat.
I thought you said you were made to be a talking to people bot.
I elbow you playfully in the stomach.
I love Dulam's jokes. The way they strike fear.
I think at some point we taught Dulam that jokes were just incorrect statements.
Alright, what'd you get on your perception check, Hire?
18.
Okay, that's pretty good, actually. You do notice that there is a lock on this. He seems to have opened it with a small, slender key. You're not sure where he produced the key. It's a slim bronze key. From this distance, you can even see the pins aren't even that complicated. It looks like this key it's not like a difficult key, and though you are not a rogue, a sort of part of you tells you, yeah, if you had to, it wouldn't be that hard to pick this lock. Nevertheless, though, you see the key sort of disappears up his sleeve when he's done. You think he likely has some sort of pocket inside of his coat or something that he normally keeps it in, and he keeps it on his person. But you see it how it opens, and inside of this box, he finally produces out of the bottom, and he goes, you again hear this sort of rich, velvety tone as he speaks out again. "Yes, I finally found it. Apologies for the wait." And he pulls out a cube.
Thank you.
He brings it over, but before he does, he looks down at his desk and notices the letter that Dulam placed there. He picks it up gingerly and cuts open the seal with his long, slender fingernail and reads the letter, sort of chuckling along the way. He puts it away and says, "Goodness, you all have made friends in high places, haven't you?"
Well, we learned for it not to be Savrix, and then went up from there.
I couldn't agree more. In fact, I think what you've done here is a fantastic dealing. The further you distance yourself from Zavrix, the better.
Bastard.
Yes, he's a horrible man.
Listen, surely as perceptive adventurers, you must all see the value of keeping good company.
Indeed.
Yes, I think so.
I am at your service. He bows about halfway down and returns, offering you all this cube in his hand. He points it out, and Dulam, you sort of collect it. He looks down at you and smiles and goes, "I see you found some clothing. The attire suits you, Autono. I am impressed."
Thank you. I'll also do a little half bow.
Yeah, I'll do.
Now then, I understand we got off on the wrong foot last we spoke.
You did
Well,
attack us.
Well, you understand I will not forgive you for killing Deimos. You know, Savrix is a bad guy. So,
Yes, and I do apologize for that. It was an unnecessary act of violence that I do apologize for. I don't expect your forgiveness, but let me offer you something else. My welcome.
Meaning?
Into this house, these doors. My doors are open for you, and at this he steps out from behind the desk and sort of walks in between you all. He pats a couple of you on the back. He pats Dulam and Hire, and as he makes his way over to you, Demos, despite him being a shorter person than you are, he reaches up his hand and plants it firmly on your shoulder. Pat, pat hard. I do so apologize for the wanton violence cast upon you. I had no intention of hurting you more than Zavrix the Boundless. Let me extend my apologies and perhaps a small token. He sort of flourishes out from under his coat a bottle of wine that he hands over to you, Demos. You take it in your hands and he points at it and you says, "That's a rare vintage, you know."
Oh. Is it what kind of wine is it?
You look down at this now, it's got a very simple label, somewhat minimalist, sort of like a fanciful new wine might, but you read out, it reads in common something about a specialized grapes. The grapes sound like, it looks like they're from a certain plane. You sort of squint your eyes to read the sort of calligraphy text that's on here. Again, it's very flourishing and minimalist and modern, so it's sort of hard to read at first. But you read it, and it says right here, and you're sort of taken aback because you didn't know this happened. It says, "From the plains of Mechanus."
What?
Efficient. Optimal.
It's the most efficient grape producers you'll ever meet.
Wow. Thank you. This really does mean a lot.
Yes, of course, and do hold on to that. Save it for a special occasion, my friend. And again, I'd like to apologize for the harm done upon you. I really do apologize, and I'd like to put my best foot forward in our future encounters. You must understand your interactions with the criminal Zabrix put me in a bad headspace for your group. But I am much, much more forgiving today, knowing now that you dislike him similar.
I agree. We appreciate the second look.
Good, then, if I may. And with that, he pulls out another ink pen, pulls it out from an inkwell on his table, and swirls back around sort of dexterously behind his chair again and says, "I'm working on a new recipe, something I'm quite excited about. Might I continue my work?"
Yes, of course, though sometime I'd love to hear how you construct your food.
My good friend, some secrets are meant to be held close to the chest. And with that, he pats his chest hard twice, and you see his smile sort of curve slyly. If I shared my recipes with you, I'd be out of business, wouldn't
Oh, I just meant like where maybe you source your ingredients from, sort of thing. But
Part of the trade, my friend, part of the trade. Though, let's just say I'm not sourcing my ingredients from the Wefts any. To take that box out of here, I was beginning to smell the stench even through the dimension.
Of course, we will now.
Let the lady know I did her bidding. Whether we all like it or not, she does keep this place on a tight leash. And I'm thankful, just as I am thankful for you all. You might be seeing me more around town. I plan on spending more time doing some philanthropy. Consider it a kindness. Miles.
How does one respond to that?
Yeah, I have just no idea. I guess Oro awkwardly smiles back. But then at the same time, never mind. I think Oro just, like, looks at him blankly.
Of course. Well, we look forward to seeing you.
After a few moments of awkward, silence after that, and his facial expression completely changes to one of almost feigned surprise, and he goes, "Oh, goodness, you'll have to tell me. I heard poor Samir was in dire straits. How is he?"
He's alright now. Fixed up perfectly.
Oh, good. It's such a wonder to hear. Us shopkeepers have to cake together. And he's not a bad baker himself. Have you tried his pastry?
You have?
Of course.
Shivers.
Are you all like friends?
Business partners once.
Want? What? Did he work here?
Yes.
As a baker?
Of sorts. He was merely one of the many chefs I have on hire.
He is quite talented. We have had his baking for the first time just last night.
He is extremely efficient, as you might guess. Then be on your way and enjoy the time.
At ease, citizen.
He smiles and sits back down at the table, and the door sort of opens for you before you even reach for it. As the host behind opens it and beckons you all through, he sort of scoots you all through kind of quickly and closes the door and goes, "Ooh, all right. That was good. You all did quite well. The master wasn't upset or anything. Normally he's more angry when people interrupt his recipe making."
Like Wayne said, important business from the Lady of Pain herself. So,
Right then, perhaps while you're here, I'll give you a tour. And just as he finishes that, you see Malaga sort of hold a hand up and goes,
oh no.
"Listen, I think we're done with you, all right? Scram. Go do your work, all right? We'll
You
talk
heard
over
the man. Scram.
Get out of here."
Whoa, guys, what the hell?
The guy looks confused and goes, "No, I meant good things. In fact, I thought we were friends." And Malaga sort of shoos his hand and goes, "No, we're done with you. Get out.
No,
Goodbye.
what the fuck is wrong with you? Stop!
We've got someone who knows the way. You can fuck off."
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
He looks extremely embarrassed. You see some red flush to his cheeks. And he bows and disappears off down another corridor. Malaga sort of shakes his head. God, the nerve on these people, you know?
Yeah.
Guys, we're trying to
agree
make
with you,
allies.
Malagus.
We need to be making allies.
Listen, we're making allies in high places. We don't want these low-down fucking nobodies as allies.
He is someone literally, physically in a high place right now. I think that counts for something.
It visibly pains Oroface to say, I agree with Malagus. I am backing him up on this interaction.
You know, hire does make a good point, though.
Deimos, surely you won't stand for this.
Dulam kind of shrugs and starts leading the way back.
Oh
As you guys
God.
walk in silence, or not silence, but at least solitude for a bit away from the company of those who work here, Malagus goes, "You know, I sort of was happy that we were going to be away from Zabrix for a bit, but, you know, this guy might have been equally creepy, but in a different way, you know?"
With Zavrix, he made me like physically angry with anxiety, and with this guy, I feel anxiety and fear. I can't tell if I'm shaking from him or the caffeine.
Oh, see, I agree, you know, I sort of, when he touched you higher, I was like, damn, Hire's dead.
I felt like we did a deal and I lost. Yeah, we should not take work from him.
I agree with that.
I
The thing
felt
is-
quite comfortable with him.
Dulam, we need to discuss your taste
I'm
in
glad,
people.
buddy.
He would not harm us after what he already did.
I agree, but I feel he would if an opportunity presented itself. He seems very eager to, but you're right, I don't think he will.
I don't mind Flexi so bad, but I think I can never forgive Zavrix because he sent Bisk away.
I don't think we should forgive either of them.
Perhaps they're both scary in their own ways. And again, Dulam, we need to really consider who you consider good people, because this guy was scary as shit.
He has quite a code that he follows. Zabrix does not.
I agree, quite a code. Oh, if we're comparing the two.
So, looking down now at the shape that you guys got from this guy, let me explain this little magic item that you have. So, this is a cube. This cube allows you. It's actually called a cubic gate. It is a D&D item.
Whoa.
Whoa.
And it's
So,
mandatory.
This cube is about 3 inches across. So, let me think, how big is that? You know, it fits in the palm of your hand pretty easily. And it looks like the 6 sides of the cube each have to have this simple flat button on them. 5 of the 6 sides are grayed out. They don't have anything drawn or written on them, and the buttons are locked flat. You press them and nothing happens. They're sort of locked in the pushed in position, and they don't seem to do anything. But one of the 6 faces does have something on it. It looks to have a... Oh, actually, sorry, I need to retcon that. Excuse me. 4 of the 6 sides have nothing on them. 4 of the 6 sides are empty. They just have grayed out. They have nothing on them. But 2 of the sides have these sort of dull red color to the sort of button on them. And there's a little artistic drawing drawn atop the button. One of them looks like mountains, tall mountains, and beneath them a rolling sea. These are sort of cartoonish drawings. It's like a caveman painting. It's not very complicated at all. And you see this button is not glowing red, but it's just like softly bright red. The other one has a swirling pattern on it. It's like a spiral that curls inward clockwise. And also has this dull, bright red color to it. They both look equal, and you notice these buttons are slightly pulled out from the box shape, implying that they can be pushed in with a touch. And it appears as though these buttons can be pushed in. It looks like, as you were sort of explained by the Lady of Pain, these buttons take you somewhere, and there are 2 on here.
If I still have it, I'm giving it immediately to Dulam.
Dulam, you take the cubic gate, it fits in the palm of your hand well, and you notice it's actually ingeniously designed in a way where even when it's like rustling around in your hand or even perhaps in your pocket, none of the buttons can quite be pushed in. It seems to actually take 2 hands to kind of leverage it on one side and push in the button on the other, a sort of ingenious design so you don't accidentally activate it in your pocket.
Neat.
So, what the soft brains of y'all, what's up with this thing? How do we use it?
Seems we push a button of some sort to cast the spell.
Yeah, but which one? Are we going to Spiral or are we going to Cliff and Water?
Seems like we're pretty clearly... Oh, actually you make a good point, because wasn't that place also on the cliff and in the water?
They're not sigils. They're drawings.
Sigils, drawings, they're similar. I mean, they look like they were drawn on there. So again, like hieroglyphic style.
Like, do I think it's involved in the magic of it?
You do somewhat. You believe that this probably represents the location that it's meant to go to.
Okay.
I think we're going to Cliff and Water.
Shouldn't we ask?
Suppose that's true.
I feel like this is important whether we get this right. If it's unclear.
Can't
Well,
you
either
shitheads
way.
just like detect magic or whatever?
Oh,
Identify.
yeah! Toss it over.
I'll toss it over.
I actually was kind of thinking we should do that regardless, given I don't know how much we can trust him.
I identify as we walk along.
The spellcast and walk.
The classic. I'll let Dulam's shiny head guide me.
All right, you guys lead your way out. At the end of this conversation, you've made your way back into the main area of the Turn and Tortoise tea room, and you can pretty easily make your way back to the entrance. You pass all sorts of servants and attendants still setting up for the evening. It's pretty early in the morning, so you're surprised they're setting up this early, but perhaps because this is a fine dining establishment, you come to expect that. As you make your way out now, that is just when you finish your spell, Orpheus, and you identify this item.
Mm-hmm.
So, this has 6 possible places it could go to, though right now it is only enchanted to go to 2.
Okay.
One of them, identified by the spiral, is Circad. This teleports you and anyone touching you directly to Circad. Specifically, it teleports you to the 2nd floor of the central largest tower in Circad, specifically the one with Jackknife's Smoldering Corpse Tavern in it. It teleports you right to the middle of a common space. You know the way this spell is cast, in fact, the way this whole cube works is that you and all those you wish to travel with, up to 10 people, 10 humanoids specifically, all must touch each other physically, and it is cast as a ritual spell, meaning it takes, I guess a ritual spell is only a minute now, right?
Depends on the ritual spell.
Okay, well, we'll just say it's a minute. Pressing one of these buttons, it takes a minute for the spell to activate, and then all those touching the person who activates the spell are teleported to its location. It looks like this specific cubic gate has 1 charge per day, meaning you can travel to 1 location per day, and then it recharges at dawn at the next day.
Nice.
The other location on here, signified by the mountains and the low waters beneath, is the Wefts. This teleports you to, you can't quite tell, because again, you don't see the location, but it just sort of identifies it as like an area in the Wefts. It is not near the city, though. It appears, or even city, it's sort of like a tribe that you were asked to go to here. It appears you might need to do some maneuvering and walking to make your way to where you need to go. It's not quite keyed into the right spot, is what I mean.
Are there not writings on the other buttons? Or like drawings?
No, they are blank. It's just gray and empty.
Do I feel like this has the capacity to maybe cast additional spells?
Yes. In fact, Orpheus, you get that from your identify. A wizard who can cast the gate or plane shift spell may do so into this cube on any of the 4 remaining sides, and the location in which they plan to go will be permanently, basically, like, drawn into that side. This allows you to teleport to that specific location once a day, as long as you're pressing that side of the button. You also learn from this that a sufficiently high enough Dispel Magic spell will remove any of the sides on here. Say, for example, you no longer want to have the Circad button on here. A Dispel Magic spell cast at a sufficiently high enough level, or, you roll well enough, will remove that location, and the button will become gray and useless.
Broken item. What the hell?
It's a great item. But you guys have it on loan.
Allegedly.
So, you know now exactly how it works, Orpheus. You could press the button to the Wefts right now, and as long as you and all of your friends hold hands very lovingly, you will appear there in 1 minute's time. What would you like to do?
Should we head out now? Is there anything else we need to do before we go?
I don't think so.
I am ready for it.
I don't know how prevalent this is, but I know we'll be climbing mountains and such. Perhaps a scroll of feather falling could be useful to the group. Just putting it out there.
Can't you take Featherfall? Like as your class?
You know, if one had the foresight.
Seems kind of hypocritical. Just kidding. Yeah, I think we could try if we could find it.
Sure.
Dulam, can you give me, or Dulam, Demos, would you give me an investigation check? I'm gonna call you Mose.
Oh, I love Mose.
Ned's declassified?
School survival guide?
Yeah.
You're 18.
Awesome, okay. It doesn't take that long, maybe about 45 minutes of sort of wandering through the different towers until you eventually find a very small, almost like a outdoor magic shop. It's like on a cart that rolls around outside. The shopkeep is this wily old woman who gives you this like stink eye, and you look like she's got one eye that's like twice as big as the other, and she goes, "Yeah, what can I do you for?"
What is wrong with her? What the hell?
Need a spell scroll of Featherfall, yeah? Okay, I can get you that. And she, digs into her cart for a bit. You notice she's got a couple definitely, like, stolen magic items on here. Some trinkets that are probably useless. But there are a few scrolls on here that do look valuable. And you've probably been searching for 45 minutes. So, you'll take a break where you can get it. She offers you a scroll, and you read it just to check. And, yep, this is right. It's got Featherfall. All the components and the necessary sigils are there. And she goes, yep, all right. That'll be 50 gold pieces.
Holy.
She smiles a toothless grin.
You see, and I would totally pay 50 gold pieces. But you see, we're actually on a mission on behest of the Lady of Pain herself. I think one could be more lenient with prices such as these.
She spits on the ground, a big yellow, thick, spitty globule. Plah! Lady of Pain, my ass! She's the biddy who took my teeth!
Zulum, you can't let that stand.
You pay full price or you pay nothing! She gives you a look.
All right, full price it is for the lovely lady. All right, I hand.
Do you want to
hand
pay
over
50 gold? Okay, you pay the
Whoa.
50.
I'll do
And
it. I'll do
she
it.
nods and gives you a smile and hands you the scroll. And this is a spell scroll of Featherfall. You take it and it looks good. And all the bells and whistles are there. And she goes, "All right, gotta go now." And she pushes her cart off.
All right, we can go now.
You find the weirdest fucking people here, Demos.
I think you made Hire feel bad about his joke, and I think he's gonna give you 25 gold.
Wow. Thank you, Hire. It's quite generous.
We're at least splitting it.
Nice.
Orpheus remembers who paid for the revivifying diamond.
Hey, they're both contributing to the party.
True.
All right, so you guys are all set up now. Would you like to plane hop?
Woo!
Yes.
Alright, I'll press the button, but someone's got to touch Malagus.
I hop on the plane. So
You know from
Yeah,
Identify,
nope, not
it
me.
doesn't have to be physical touch. You can, like, touch clothes.
Oh, okay. I'll grab the sleeve of Malagus's.
the waxy clothes.
Yeah, it's a waxy ass sleeve.
Nice, waxy.
Alright, is everyone holding on?
I think.
Yes.
I'll grab Aura's elbow.
You grab an elbow, Duelam.
3,
Duelam. All right, yep.
2, 1.
Oh my god, did we get a mutation?
You punch it, and nothing happens. 60, 59, 58.
Oh. 57. 54. Everyone keep holding on. Don't let go. And don't let anyone else grab on either.
So some passersby give you guys
I feel
a
so
weird
vulnerable
look.
right now.
Malaga sort of tries to shake you off of him, and you have this fear that if he lets go halfway through the spell, he might like get thrown across dimensions.
Yeah, I'm holding on to the death grip. Malagus, don't let go!
It's just fucking weird, alright? I don't like you touching me like this.
What if you got lost?
Oh, what? Like a lost little row, row, row.
Yeah, like a lost little kitty on the streets all alone.
Oh, the awkward minute goes by, Orpheus, and everyone's holding on, and you're just sort of standing there, and the button is pressed, and you know you did it right, and nothing seems to happen, and then all of a sudden, all of you, whoomp, you all hear a loud popping sound, pop, and your vision immediately changes. Unlike the gates you traveled through before, where you sort of fall through a portal, this one's a little bit more instant. Which is nice in one way. You don't have those stars fly across your eyes and the sinking feeling in your stomach and the tossing and turning of your ears as if you're flying upside down and back up and upside down again. This one is instant. Your feet are on brick and stone of Surcat, and then all of a sudden your feet are on dull gray slate stone. The air around you changes instantly, like changing air pressure, and your ears all pop loudly as you all travel between dimensions. Can I get everyone to roll a traveling mutations check?
So fucking pog.
These are temporary, as you guys know, that last 24 hours, but it's always fun.
Oh, yeah.
Is it another D1000?
Yes, it is.
Oh, whoops, I accidentally just did a D100.
Holy D1000.
Right, so let's walk through everyone's mutations, please. We'll start off with Demos with 366. Demos, as you travel plane hopping wise and sort of pop through here, you have sand falling out of your ears. It sort of fills your ears passively over the course of about an hour, and if you don't shake out your head, shaking the sand out of your ears, you can't hear, because it like fills up your ear cavities. You can't hear anything.
God.
It is uncomfortable and not that pleasant. On top of that, you also now, as long as you're shaking the sand out, leave a trail of sand everywhere. go.
Oh,
What kind of
Wow.
body horror?
honestly, this is a personal hell, I think.
Classic. Sand. It's not exactly
Sand.
uncomfortable. Like, it's not like wet, hard sand that's like gritty. So it doesn't hurt, if that helps.
Ah, moist sand.
Yeah, you got it. Next up we have Dulam with 830.
Woo.
You have a cranium abnormality.
Oh.
Your head doubles in size.
I'm so smart.
He's a bobblehead,
You do become bobbleheady.
and he's
You-
tiny.
You don't exactly get much taller from this. You know, it's not like your head grows up by twice. It just sort of gets bigger in every direction.
I'm so smart.
Orpheus has more room to pat.
Dulam is a bobblehead now. Yeah, bobblehead.
Yeah, bobblehead.
You would bobblehead him?
Next up, we're gonna do Sir Orpheus at 184. This is a good one. This one for me, it makes me go, uh-huh.
Make me ugly.
Make you.
Hello?
Virgin.
How come you guys aren't
Virgin
proud of your
virgin.
virginity? You let Malagus talk you out of it. Doesn't make any
No,
sense.
my character is proud of their virginity, but doesn't want to be mean to people that have lost their virginity. The
Stupid.
angle he's going for.
You have gained, Orpheus, pollen breath.
Oh.
You now, every breath out that you exude breathes out a cloud of yellow spores and pollen.
Holy.
It smells very sticky, and it sort of sticks to your clothes, and you also sort of leave a trail of this as you walk around, as they stick to you pretty solidly.
Give it to me straight. Do I now learn Iceland has a pollen allergy?
No, Iceland does not have pollen allergy.
Thank God. Okay. Does
would
anyone
be-
else seem to?
This is a good question. Do any of you guys have a pollen allergy?
I don't think so.
Okay, good.
Malagus.
Alex
Allie.
does not sneeze. He is good. He sort of waves his hand over his face to him and goes, "Stop doing that. I'm fine."
Curious if you'd be allergic to it.
Now would be a great time for you to forget your first kiss.
Gross. That's
What?
fucking disgusting.
What?
I don't know. Wouldn't it be kind of romantic?
I'm. No.
As Malagus talks to you and sort of waves his hand over his face, you also see Malagus's mutation, which is that it looks like he has a forked tongue.
Whoa.
Similarly, his eyes are also reptile yellow and have slits down the middle like a lizard.
Maybe Hire wasn't so wrong.
Go, Malagus!
What the fuck do you want? And now you notice passively, without even his knowledge, his tongue sort of slips out like a snake licking the air.
I mean,
What?
this is pretty close to your persona, I feel. This is great!
It's not actually a bad look on you, Malagus.
Well, I'm glad you like it, but I don't mean to be a drag. At least this is better than the weird voice thing that I had last time.
That one was funny. I actually liked that one a bit more.
I like
And
this
then
one.
next I have is Higher. Higher, God, let's see. Oh, this is great. Higher, your mutation that you get is simply titled asthma.
You gave me
You're
a
gonna kill him.
disease.
Higher, breathing is difficult for you. You can only hold your breath for about half as long as normal. Additionally, any airborne pollutants, smoke, inhaled poisons, etc., give you a sort of coughing fit, and you have to step away from them.
Crazy. That's crazy.
So now, standing within 5 feet of Orpheus, or especially around Orpheus's mouth, you sort of get this dry cough that's really uncomfortable.
Cool. I'm trying not to tell the group, I just think I'm really sore in my new armor. Like, yeah, it's heavy armor still, but
It is, I mean, honestly, the day before you probably also were getting tired a little earlier. I mean, you're carrying around, I think heavy armor is like 50 pounds. So it's a workout.
Yeah, so I just think I'm out of shape. Trying not to
Don't
slow
let it
the
show.
group down. Yeah.
Alright, so then you guys are all now in this new location. So, let me give you a bit of a description of what you are all looking at as you land here. One small note, Orpheus, you note that the spell cube that you have, this cubic gate, seems to lose a lot of its magical energy. Press the button that allows you to travel here. Before, where those buttons were sort of glowing red, now they seem to lose their color and this sort of passive, dull, black-gray color like the rest of the buttons. It also, the sort of passive arcane energy that was emanating out from it that made it definitely feel like a magic item is gone, and now it just feels regular. You assume it'll feel like this until the next morning. So that means you guys get a full 24 hours. Place. Let's vibe it.
I'll go ahead and toss the cube back to Doolum.
Doolum, you catch it. Whoa.
Whoa.
So, the Wefts is a place that seems barely alive. This is a liminal space between planes. The terrain here feels alien. It's an unrelenting expanse of jagged black rock stretching out in uneven ridges that rise like cracked ribs from the ground. Narrow valleys wind between these ridges, filled with deep, deep pools of brackish, pitch-black water. Around you now, on this slate-black surface, you look around and you see these arched mountains. It's almost like scratches in the ground. You look from left to right, and you find you all are on one of these ridges. Looking to your left, you look down 150 feet, maybe 200, into this pool of black water. It's a fairly steep drop-off. You imagine that climbing from one of these ridges to the next is probably somewhat difficult, as even though the next ridge is fairly close, the jump would be nigh impossible, and instead you'll have to descend down 150 feet down this rock face and then climb up the 150 feet on the next one. And so on and so forth, up and down these ridges, get where you want to go. You understand now why the Lady of Pain supplied you with such nice climbing equipment. This is going to be a pretty intense travel. Above, there are no visible clouds, but the air here is dense and oppressive. It sort of feels like a heavy rain just finished. You guys know that feeling, where you feel it in your nose perhaps, or you taste or smell even that rain just finished. That's sort of what you get here. Furthermore, the sound of buzzing flies is omnipresent, a maddening hum that reverberates off of the cliffs and the pools beneath. Yet no visible insects can be seen flying about. Only this eerie sound lingering around. It irritates you all, and especially because you can't see its source, there's no way of stopping it, and it's this incessant buzzing, sort of a tinnitus. Orpheus, you're right at home.
I forgot I have tinnitus.
Occasionally, you see along the expanse these giant crags of rock that come out of the ground have massive, human-sized holes scarring the surface. These holes look very clean, almost etched out likely by some sort of animal person. It's carved. From these voids, the air is colder than out here, yet thankfully dry. On the surface here, it is cold and wet. You have this wind that buffets the air around you, and it's even colder here than it was in Surcad. Again, there's just this whipping wind around. You guys look around a little more. You see near you now is one of those humanoid holes that dips deep into the ground. It looks like something burrowed here, sort of unearthed, though completely dry. It is cold here. You guys don't exactly feel at home here, and looking out in every direction, you have trouble even seeing your destination. Though you do see, despite the grim appearance of this world, it's not devoid of activity. Worm-like creatures slither from cracks in the stone. They're big, black, almost big enough that you think you could eat them. If for any of you who have had to suffer the food of the road, they're bigger than earthworms, bigger by long. They're about the size of a hand from end to end. You also see large birds prowling ridges in the distance, and their forms are sort of shrouded by a perpetual windy haze off in the distance. You can't see any sun above you because rolling clouds are so close, and this whole place just feels very dreary, dark, and monotone gray. What do you guys like to do?
Another hell. I bet Orpheus dies first. I'll bet a coin. A gold.
I already did. I lift my hand to high five you.
No, I meant climbing. Oh, you got me, I guess.
How do we know which way the city is?
You know, I actually like this place. I think it's nice. You know, like, look, the water's far away, so you don't have to worry about it, and sure, we'll have to do some climbing, but, you know, there's something nice about it.
Meow!
There's nothing about this that has to do with the cat. I shall.
You just love climbing and hate water. I understand. Plenty of people I know are like that.
These
Oh,
things are
I'm
true, but
so
they're
wrong.
unrelated.
I love just like someone talking to you and you just meow at them forcibly.
He deserves it. Alright, so how do we find Frederick? He's in some sort of a city, right? She said like an artist's commune.
I feel like we have to find people and just ask them who they know.
Well, how do we find people?
Look around, pick a direction, really. Like, I feel like we have to, like, just randomly pick unless we see something in the immediate area.
I guess so. I can't think of any other options. I just feel like we're gonna do a lot of climbing.
You can go in Dulam's fucked up bag if you want.
There's fucking monsters in there.
Yeah, I heard there's dogs in there.
There are, but you could go in there.
Go in there. No, I'd never back down from a challenge. Alright, pick a direction.
I just think, some battles maybe aren't worth fighting for, But
That has
Oh.
never been my experience.
understood.
All right, so you guys look around. If you want to give me a perception check, each of you, or have one person do it with advantage, I can tell you what you see out in the distance.
I'll give someone advantage from me because I'm nearsighted.
I'll take it. I have a plus
All right,
4.
give me a roll.
Unless someone else wants to take it.
That's all you,
Go for
baby.
it.
Poopy. 15. 2 11s.
You look around now higher, and getting a view at the very distant horizon, you see something a bit unusual. You've never seen this anywhere else you lived before, but here, and you're sure of it, you can definitively see the curve of this planet. It's a bit unnerving. It sort of implies to you that this is a planet, first off. You're not just on like a flat plane like Surcad was, and
Propaganda.
on the material plane, it was likely just round as far as the eye could see, but it's so flat that you couldn't tell. But here, you see a curve. The curve is very deep, too. In fact, you can sort of just guesstimate it by visual. This whole planet can't be more than 200 miles in one circle, maybe less. This
Interesting.
sort of gives you an odd feeling of vertigo as you look off in the distance, and it almost looks like you're falling forward a bit. Though it could just be the wizard wobble. And what you see off in one of the directions, in most directions it seems to be all the same, these high ridges of black rock and then these low, deep holes of water. But off in one direction, you see just on the edge of your vision, right where the world curves, is a rocky coastline and water beyond it, like some sort of ocean. And it's just barely on the view of the edge of your vision, but you think you see teeny tiny brown dots right on the coastline. What do you see in there, Hire? Anything good?
I see we're in a very limited space, I think. But I feel like I'm not seeing anything of particular. Certainly no sign of people.
We are looking for a village on a coast, just so you know.
Oh, well, okay. I relay everything that I see.
Okay, you pointed out, and with the rest of you guys looking off and Hire's description, you are also able to just barely see the coast on the edge of this planet. And sure enough, you all see that the curve of this place is extremely strong. You're on a little planet.
Well,
Strange to see.
Looking off now, you guys can all sort of see the town. It's pretty far away now. You think compared to the material plane, it's not as far as seeing something on the horizon there, considering this horizon is just shorter. But it looks to be tens of miles away, which in the way you'll have to travel here, it's going to take a lot longer than just walking on a flat surface. You actually, looking at it from here, you think if you could just walk, like as the bird flies, as it were, just walk flat, you could get there within the day. Just a couple hours of walking. 5 or 6. But with all of this up and down climbing, of going up and down the ridges, it'll probably quadruple the amount of time it takes to get there, and you think it'll probably be 2 or 3 days of just climbing to get there. Well, damn, the fucking lady put us far as fuck. Can't we just hit that button, go back to her, and tell her she fucked us up?
I think she warned us this would happen.
That's fucked.
great.
Yeah.
We have a day ahead of us.
No time like the present.
It's gonna take so long.
Yeah.
This is what we were sent here to do.
Can't I just, I don't know, can't we throw one of you guys to the next ridge? It'll take, half an hour just to climb down and climb back up.
Okay, here's something. I want to tie a rope around a piton, one of my pitons.
Okay, you tied around.
I sort of try to line it up on the next ridge, and then cast catapult to launch it across the ridge.
Ooh, catapult.
I don't have that many casts of this, obviously, but, might
Can't
save
we-
some time.
Can't we also all technically go in Doolam's bag and then have Lettermore fly us across as well?
That's an idea. We just have to survive the dogs.
Yeah, so there would definitely be a consequence to that.
I won't make it easy.
But I'm just saying it's an option. It's on the table.
Do I think Lettermore can still operate if I'm in a different dimension? But I guess it's not a different dimension. It's just a weird space.
It is not a different dimension. It is still within this, or wherever you guys are.
Makes you think.
It's a good idea, Hired. We just have to secure the bag very snugly to Lettermore.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how big the bag is compared to small creature, but
Can I test? Dulam, could I see your bag, please?
Of course.
Can I
No, there you
test hanging it off Lettermore and seeing how well he holds it up?
You loop it around Lettermore. You think perhaps if you also used rope alongside it, you could sort of tie it to Lettermore more securely. And the bag itself is not heavier with things inside of it. It fits well around Lettermore. Yeah, he could fly with it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start trying to, I'll take some lengths of rope and tie it very firmly onto Lettermore.
Okay, you're tying it around, and as you do so, you guys all hear the distant loud squawk of a bird on a far ridge lift up and flying up into the clouds.
Potentially the bird might eat Lettermore and us.
True. There are certainly risks involved to Lettermore and all of us as well. Does the bird look diseased?
It just looks fucking huge. You don't see any sickness on it. It's really far away on a far ridge, but comparative to the size of, the tiny dots and where you guys are, it could be the size of a person, maybe more. It might not be a big issue if you guys all fought one of these birds, but you do think Lettermore would probably lose.
The bird's
Dulam,
roided.
Mose, what do you think?
Well, how many ridges would you say are in between us and the village?
You look across now and start counting, and you count 25 ridges, maybe 30. Again, it's about 2 or 3 days travel, depending on how fast you guys make of it, if you take the up and down route.
With catapult, I could get us across maybe 6 ridges.
That's good. For a way back, right?
It's something.
I will say I don't like being out here. And Malaga sort of shakes his hands against his arms like in a chilly motion and gestures around. I don't know if it would be safe, because if we rested up here, we're sort of exposed to the elements and to those birds and whatever's buzzing around here, and he swats at the air as you guys continue to hear that bzzz,
Meow.
fly sounds around you all. It's starting to bother you guys all too, the fly sounds, and he's like, So we could rest maybe down in the trenches, those like little crevices, but I don't know how deep the water is, and if it's too deep, then we can't rest down there either. So, I guess I don't know. What do you guys think?
How about these human-sized holes? They have nice air coming out of them.
Malika sort of walks over to one, and you sort of follow him, and you do feel this cool breeze come out, and he sort of points down, and he goes, "I'm not going in there first. One of you guys can."
This is my hole. It was made for me.
You stepping down the hole?
Oh, no. Yeah, I don't know about this. Maybe we try Hire's thing. Get in Lettermore, see how far it can take us.
Yeah, we should definitely be concerned about where we decide to do our transport at the end.
How to get out safely.
Yeah, without being attacked mid-spell. If we're not already being attacked.
I don't feel any sickness coming on. Malika sort of looks at his arms. Do you guys feel like, is the air bad here? Higher, you like take a deep breath and
Oh god, it's awful.
I mean, Dulam's head got bigger, so, maybe that's something. We can, take it off and bowl it.
I want to rub Dulam's head and let it bounce around.
Hit the bubble.
Eh, the bubble.
In the bubble.
Bubble.
Sorry.
I don't know. I suppose a part of me thinks that we could use magic to get across there faster, but I just don't know. What do you guys think?
I feel good about the catapult option. The Lettermore option would work even better, but has more risks.
You
Can we
guys
do
don't want to climb down, though, on the first time?
No, I'm good for it.
It hasn't historically gone so well for me, but I'll give it a shot.
I feel like it just might take a little longer and some extra care, but I feel as if there are ways we can do it. I can enhance one of your modifiers, even.
I would allow either an athletics or an acrobatics check for this climb.
Oh, acrobatics! Oh, yeah.
Actually, so I came up with a system for this that I was going to share with you guys. Just for brevity, I'm not going to make you do a check climbing up and down each one of the cliff sides.
Okay.
So if you want me to just pitch it for you, the idea I had here was that I would just have each of you guys roll 3 checks per, day of climbing.
Mm-hmm.
And if your average of all of the checks is above a certain threshold that I've set up, if all 3 are above, then you move well with no problems. If you fail one of them, then something bad happens. If you fail 2, then something worse happens. And if you fail all 3, then it's extra bad. But that's basically
You die
how
on
I
impact.
work it.
Let's do it. I say we just get to climbing. 6 times today I can help us cross a ridge, maybe make us move a little faster.
Sounds good with me. Though the Lettermore idea isn't bad. I just don't... it could go really bad.
That's my fear. If a
For
bird
sure.
eats us in the air, I don't know how we would ever get back.
We could run a test. Why don't you just have Lettermore fly around for a bit and see if you get snatched up?
What if Lettermore got snatched up?
That would... Oh. Shit. Well...
I put a hand on him. He's my best friend.
Yeah.
It's not like us.
I like you all equally, but I like Lettermore extra special.
Doom
Listen
kind
to
of backs
this.
away.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Oh, yeah.
I like you all the same.
No, yeah, that makes sense.
Lettermore's like a treasured pet,
I just don't know what that's like, I guess.
You've never had a pet?
I mean, it's just not really a thing.
I mean, me neither
For me?
until, 5 days ago, but I love him now. Do you
It's
want
just
him?
just natural. What?
He can sit on your shoulder for the day, see how you feel about him. He's warm and he sort of purrs. It's very nice.
Hire's like, I'll think about it.
Lettermore's gonna land on your shoulder.
It's a big bee landing on your shoulder higher, and it's heavier than you would have expected. Despite it being aerodynamic. What's the fucking line? Despite all known laws of aviation.
I think Hire's gonna smile and think the bee thing is cute and like even give it a little pet.
There you go.
I should go for a pet. And things are looking a little cheery. You bring some joy to this really dreary, desolate world of the Wefts. Malagus has now creeped toward one of the human-sized holes in the ground and is like stuck his nose into it a bit and goes, "It smells kind of nice down there."
No, let's just start climbing.
All right, and he steps away. So, because you guys have climbing equipment, you're going to be rolling the straight as opposed to disadvantage. The conditions of this all sort of even out to a straight roll. Like, it is sort of dark out here, and it's a little wet, but there are ledges, and there's sort of like a slope to the ridges that allow it a little bit easier to climb up and down. So it's all evens out to a straight roll. So I'll have each of you guys give me one athletics or acrobatics for your first third of the day, please.
Don't we do all three of them at once? Because it stacks how bad it is if we fail multiple.
Yeah, sure. I for my convenience, I would.
Gotcha.
Rather,
we can do them one at a time.
because I'm evening. Yeah, there we go. That'd be better.
Okay.
I would cast bless on everyone before they went.
Oh.
All right.
Or
you
sorry,
guys
not
begin the-
everyone. I get to pick 3, so I'll.
Everyone but Malagus.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I will
Sorry.
say my dex is actually pretty high, so I have a +5 to acrobatics.
Holy.
Who has a bad one?
I only have +1.
I only have +1.
Plus
Deimos, Malagus.
Malagus's dex sucks. I think his strength is okay, but I think my dex is better than his strength.
Okay.
I'm fine. I'll be good. Don't worry about me.
I'll give it to Deimos, me, and who was the last one who needed it?
Me
I think
smile.
Dulum. Yeah.
Yeah, Doolum.
All right, so you guys begin the arduous journey of descending. Oh my baby cakes! That is our already in that one. Okay, Deimos, it's all right. It evens out, so if the rest of your friends do really good, you won't fail.
Oh, oops.
I'm just taking the average. That's it.
Okay.
21 from Dulum, 17 from Higher, natural 1 from Deimos, and 22 from Oro.
All right, very good. Let's see what old Malagus gets. He got a
Oh!
fucking 23.
Huge.
Can we fucking fist bump as we pass each other? Because humans are great at climbing.
All right, average of 16.8 on that roll, which is good. So that's our first success of the climb. Just to sort of describe it, these are long climbs. You guys are using the pittons and the ropes successfully. You sort of anchor yourselves on the top to make sure you all descend correctly, just, on the first third of the day. Deimos, you have one pretty bad spill, but because of the leveraging of all the ropes, your friends are able to counterweight you easily and you don't fall to your death. So you're caught up, and you probably like Higher and Dulum go shooting up as you fall, Deimos, as they counterweight you.
Nobleman.
Sorry. First time cliff climbing. It happens.
We have experience.
Everyone messes up their first time.
All right, and it's again a very long process. You guys probably chat for a bit, but after a while, it's just sort of wet and free. Just for explanation, the bottom of these cliffs, as you make it down there, the water level down here isn't actually that tall, so you don't have to swim between each cliffside. It comes up to about your waists, and for Higher and Dulum, that means it comes up more to your shoulders / your neck. So Dulum's big head does stick out, though.
Dulum, do you want to get on my shoulders?
This unit is okay for now.
Are you sure? I know water's a little sensitive for you.
Thank you.
Can I get up on your shoulders or a face?
Nope.
Fuck you. So you guys are able to wade through the water. It's cold and it's black and brackish, and it looks kind of gross, but you don't see any animals in the water. There's no fish or bugs on the surface. Down here in the trenches, you don't hear the buzzing sound as loud, but you still sort of hear this zzz, 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 like things are hovering around your face. You can't see anything, which makes you all, again, just like paranoid and uncomfortable. But the climb is all good, and the first third of the day goes well. Give me another roll, everyone.
Oh, yeah. You've gotta start rolling better.
Malagus got a 7.
Please! Oro got a 23. Dulum got a 16. Deimos got a 10. And Higher got an 8.
Mr. DM, my inspiration, I feel like,
You want to use
and-
your inspiration on this?
I'd love to contribute.
Malagus got a 7 as well.
Okay, Higher, if you would like to, this is a good use of your inspiration. Please give me another roll. You can also re-roll your well, better roll.
Okay, 17, so better.
Okay, nice. I hadn't said it, but you would have failed if not for Hire's save there. So Higher, with your
Good work, Higher.
that was great. With your inspiration used, you just creep the group's average above the threshold, and now the group successfully makes it through the second third of the day. Again, the movement is going well, the flies continue to buzz, the water is gross. Give me your third roll, please.
I sing a little climbing song while I'm going.
You should sing your climbing song. No,
And it's the right hand and then the left hand.
God, my
On the
D4
mountain
roll was bigger than my
we go.
D20 roll.
Right, and just as a heads up, as part of this whole day, Higher, if you would subtract 3 first level spells for the 3 blesses you had to do for these 3 different rolls, that would be delightful.
Absolutely.
Of course I do. Oro starting out strong with a 19. Then Malagus just pissing the bed with a 6.
Doing fine.
Hire's got a 7. Dulum's got a
Mhm.
17. And Deimos has a 15. It is the right hand and then the left hand.
Right,
I was trying to learn it and sing along.
Climb.
That one was just 0.1 below my threshold, as you guys feel your first failure. Out of 3, though, so you're just 1 down of the totals. So that's not bad.
Okay.
So, 1 failed check means that during the last couple hours of this travel, you guys didn't really move an appreciable distance. So you just didn't quite make it the full length today. It wasn't any physical pain or trauma. It's just it took a little bit longer toward the end as it started getting dark here, and the end of your day wraps up, and you guys are just a little further out than you would like to be. But nevertheless, you all pretty successfully climbed. Well done. That was a good climbing check. So that was your first day of climbing. It is now entering nighttime here. In this plane, the Wefts, nighttime comes suddenly. In fact, it's almost abrupt. It sort of scares you guys as the sort of shallow gray light that shines through the clouds above, over the course of about what I would say is 100 seconds, turns from this reasonably medium gray light to pitch black. It happens fast, like a light bulb dimming quickly. It takes you guys a second, because you're probably halfway through a climb when the lights begin to go out, and you're like, shit, it's dark now, and you have to quickly finish your climb so you don't lose your footing or end up anywhere dangerous, and you all end up on the top of a ridge, safe and sound, just as the entire planet grows. And dark it does. You see pitch black in every direction, save for the coast off in the distance. Tiny twinkles of light can be seen off in that distance, and it's not candlelight, it's firelight, like big bonfire light, like you're a caveman back in the day looking off in the distance, seeing a little plume of smoke rise in the fire. As all of your eyes adjust to the darkness, you guys look around, and sure enough, actually, out in other directions, you see other fires lighting up the landscape. There aren't many. You count perhaps 4 in total, all at differing distances. One of them is actually even closer than the shoreline. Sort of in the direction you're coming from, there's a campfire only about 10 or so ridges away that you see that sparks up and smoke fills the air and clouds above. These are likely small dotted tribes that live on desolate land.
We should build a tent. Does anyone have a tent? We should all pack in. I don't like the idea of being exposed out here.
Listen, how about this? Malagus sort of dries himself off from some of the water that's splashed up on him from the wading.
Does he lick it
lower
off?
areas. No.
Meow.
He brushes it off his coat, and you see his coat goes right back to oily. What if we've got a few pieces of fabric between us? What if we hole up in the very tippy top of one of these man-made holes and put a big tarp over it? You know, use the bottom as support, so we have a sort of little hole to hide in.
So with these holes, would we like fall into the hole, or is it more like at an angle, like a slope?
They're all at an angle.
The thing with the holes, Malagus, is that I suspect something already lives in them.
Well, yes, but there's so many, and he gestures around, and sure enough, you guys have also seen this. I mean, climbing up these surfaces, there's probably 10 or 20 of these holes on every rock face. You've probably passed hundreds just today. There can't be this many creatures that we haven't seen yet. I mean, why
What if
not?
they only...
Yeah,
What
what
if-
if they're nocturnal?
Yeah, like a cat.
His big lizard eyes go wide, and you see his snake tongue poke out for a moment, and he goes, "Well, I'd rather not rest in the lower areas. Those crevices seem equally dangerous. First off, we'd have to be sleeping in water unless we find like a little ledge to sleep against it. I don't know about you all, but I prefer not to sleep in water."
I agree with that. I think our best chance is just to build a tent.
Why would we be sleeping here?
Well, we need to rest higher. I mean, this is going to be several days' journey. I don't want to get exhausted, and I know you're feeling tired yourself, too.
I think we should sleep on the top of a ridge.
Listen,
But-
higher, we won't all sleep. We'll take watches, you know? Like, perhaps you and me take the first watch, and we'll stick in Dulam and Oro for the next.
I'm just thinking of the disease.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm
I don't
sure
think
it
we can
didn't
get
come
down.
on suddenly.
I don't think we can get to town without resting. It's like 3 days climb from here.
And the lady said we'd be okay as long as we didn't dally. And I think just traveling there, you know, as at the pace we normally go, isn't dallying. Like, she knows we have to rest. I
The
don't know.
rest, 8 hours, enough for everyone to recharge, and then we're back on the move. Sing a traveling song and maintain the pace.
Dulam, Mose, does that make sense to you guys?
Yes. This unit can
Yes.
take watch.
Good, alright. Then, let's set up camp. And all of you guys have tents. That comes in the basic adventuring gear, so, you guys do your first out in the wild tenting. This is actually the first time this whole campaign where you guys have slept outside together.
Can we
Oh.
try to build like one big tent out of maybe
Mega
like
tent.
3 of our
There you go,
tents?
tent.
I don't like the
Mega
idea of sleeping in separate tents in such a hostile place. I think we should try to make
I
one
agree.
very reinforced tent.
Good sir, I would like a survival check for that.
Okay, are you sure that wouldn't be some sort of intelligence, like I'm building
Definitely
something?
survival. In fact,
Okay.
this is the definition of survival. And you can do it with advantage because I assume someone.
Thank you.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Malagus will if no one else does. Oh, I don't want to. I'm wet and I'm
18.
Hire says, I call for a shift and helps.
18, that's perfect. You combine 3 of your tents successfully into like sort of mega tent, and you even like set up a little area where somebody can stay inside but still keep watch because it is pretty windy outside. Save for Dulam, who doesn't mind the cold or the wind. The rest of you guys would be pretty uncomfortable outside on watch.
Another good reason to share the tent. Body heat.
And Dulam has his laser heat.
True.
Fair. Maybe we use Dulam for work night. Malagus like sort of rubs his hands.
Oh, Malagus, you flirt with everyone. Hire goes, if we have to conserve body heat, and goes over to Deimos.
I'll take first watch. Walk out.
No, I wanted first watch. I'll take second watch or anything. I don't actually care, like gameplay wise.
Should we start a fire or no? Maybe not.
I am scared too.
Me
Other
too.
folks are doing it on the horizon.
Maybe that's a trap. Maybe only 10% of the folks are, and we don't see anyone who's not, and the ones who set the fires are hunting down the other ones with fires.
I agree. Yeah.
Alright, good night to you all.
Well, good night, I suppose.
While I'm on my watch, unless anyone else has something they want to do before bed.
And I'll set up our alarms around our tent.
Nice. Good idea.
And I
Hello.
also will be attending every watch.
Okay, awesome. So,
Dulam's so adorable. I just like. I really like.
He's so dutiful.
I know. I just want to like sit with this warm little robot in my lap and like hold you.
The big bobblehead.
The big bobblehead.
Now bouncing it.
So you get the most endearing mutations. I also think the one time you mutated to be baby sized left like a really big impact.
Oh yeah, a lot of yours have been physical shape changing, huh, Dulam?
Yeah, and they always make it just adorable. It's like tiny or bobbleheaded.
Xavier gets sand in my ears. Sand in my ears.
Alright, so on the first watch then is Dulam, and Malagus wants to drag Hire out to this one.
No, buddy, I need to do something out here right now.
Oh fuck you don't.
I feel like we already have people for the first watch.
Who?
Me? I thought.
What? I don't want Orpheus on this one.
Excuse me?
Fine, alright, Hire, we'll do the second. Wake us up, Orpheus.
Okay, I will.
Good, alright. Be careful, alright?
Yeah,
Wake
sorry,
me if
Oro,
anything
enjoy
scary
your
happens.
watch.
Don't worry, Malagus. I won't bother your beauty sleep. You're.
Oh, no, seriously, let me know. I'm just worried, alright? This place is scary.
Sure.
Alright, could I get a perception check from my first watchers for the evening as you all bed? It takes a little bit of time to fall asleep. This place is alien and a bit frightening for all of you guys, especially how unknown it is.
You can get a perception check. Also, though, I want to be casting Identify on the glass key.
Okay. Alright. I would also like one from Dulam, who is also on watch.
Natural 20.
Oh my god.
Dulam, don't bother.
Just don't
God.
even.
My 22 doesn't matter.
I'm the whole time I'm wondering, Malagus thinks I'm a bad fucking watch partner. I'll show him a watch. I'll watch everything all at once.
Any sound in the
alright.
distance, you investigate.
Yeah.
So, first things first, I'll give you the key, because it's unfortunately sort of a boring answer. You identify it, and this is a magical key that unlocks a magical lock.
Okay.
The only new information that you learn here is that the lock that this unlocks is also made of glass, a magical glass.
Well,
I just sort of sigh in frustration and put it in my pocket. I'm also definitely, even though I know Dulam is like deactivated, I'm like monologuing as I'm doing it. I'm like, why doesn't he want to go and watch with me? That's just so uncalled for. Just doesn't even. Stupid liar. Everyone loved my climbing song, Dulam. I'm glad you loved it too.
Just as you're speaking, Orpheus, you catch something out of the corner of your eye.
Oh, is that?
You turn over, natural 20 on your perception. I'm just going to go ahead and explain this as you seeing all of this. Dulam, you see a majority of this too, because you also got a good roll, but Orpheus is going to take the cake here just for a moment. Oro, on not this ridge that you stand on, and just for reference, these ridges shoot off in both directions for a far, far distance. It would be much more convenient if the coastline that you were going to was on the horizontal to you, like parallel on the ridge, where you could just walk across the ridge, but they all seem to be moving in the same direction toward the coastline, where you have to go up and over the ridges. So,
Yours.
yes, exactly. So, for this description, one ridge closer to the coast. Basically, if you had stopped one ridge further, if you guys had gotten that check and you had stopped one ridge further, you see a big, almost invisible creature moving quickly across it. By invisible, I just mean it's hard to see. It blends in with the background well. You see something long and spindly moving across the ridge from left to right across it. It moves fast. You sort of glimpse it, but your eyes are tuned in perfectly, and you spot a long-limbed, spider-like creature. I put you in the mindset of a daddy long-legs. Very small body and huge, giant arms that
Harder
poke
cells are
down.
quaking.
It's tall, taller than you are, and it moves quickly. It doesn't seem hostile to you. It seems to be moving with purpose across the ridge, and it has some interesting components to it. First off, the thing that caught your attention to it in the first place is that every couple of seconds, this spider creature seems to leave an after image behind it. You see the spider move, and then there's two spiders, both moving in tandem, and then the one behind sort of disappears into smoke, and the one in front keeps going, and then another one appears, and it's like it's moving in sequence with something else, but it's just after images, and it throws you off a bit as if it's sort of displacing itself sideways. Furthermore, at the other interesting part of this, and this is much more important, this seems very critical. And you can see it from here, despite this creature being almost 100 feet away on the other ridge. Surrounding its carapace, its head, is a halo of blue flies that hum around it. They dance in a circle, like a halo. Moves and moves. Dulam, you see it now too, sort of moving across the landscape. Dulam, the first thing you saw were the blue flies. They sort of glow almost haze blue. And you could spot that out first because of how gray the landscape is. The glowing blue is actually pretty easy to take out of the crowd. But you couldn't see what creature it was above. You just almost assumed it was just a blue circle moving. But with Orpheus' help, you now see this spider-like creature moving across the landscape. Just as quickly as it was there, it sort of disappears off into the distance, and the blue glow becomes a dot and becomes nothingness. Disappears.
Again, talking to my bauble Dulam. Flies are compelling it, maybe? Or it's some sort of symbiotic relationship. Never seen anything like it, but I don't know if that means it's not common or if no one just bothered to bring it to Valhalla. Best to keep an eye on those flies then. Don't want them circling us. I'll just sort of pass the rest of my watch in quiet. Well, no, actually, I don't think I'm quiet for more than 5 minutes at a time. I passed the rest of my watch in muttered observances.
Nice.
I like to think like a good 3 minutes goes by, and I have another thought.
Samir assumed it was you or Deimos who had the battery idea, but it was actually me, and I didn't tell him because I was being very humble about it. It's alright, he'll have a few months to reflect on it while we're gone.
Alright, and the rest of your watch goes on without a hitch.
Ooh.
Dulam and Orpheus, you fall to sleep. I suppose Dulam, you just wait for the next group. As Higher, you are woken up by Malagus. Alright, come here.
It's your shift.
Was everything
good
alright?
job.
Are you safe?
Oh, good morning. Yeah, let's do this.
Right.
Morning,
you
Higher.
guys sit in the same spot.
Let me know if you're in danger, Malgus, and then I'll go to sleep.
What was that?
She's just being a bitch.
Hey! Ask Dulam.
I go over to Dulam. What was she saying? Or he saying? I'm so sorry.
So, listen, Higher, I sort of wanted to get a moment with you here. So listen, Higher, the other night when you were mumbling to yourself, is everything alright? I heard you and it was worrying me, and I just wanted to pull you aside and ask. You were talking to your goddess, I think, and you sounded real worried, and I just wanted to check in with you, buddy.
Honestly, I didn't really want to think about it today, but I probably should have communicated that to you all by now. I just didn't really think like it impacted our mission, I guess. At least like in the short run. But
listen, it's not about our mission. It's about your state of mind. You know, if you're in a bad way, you should let us know. Is everything all right? You sounded frustrated and worried. You've never sounded like that before, ever. I think you've always had a pretty clear head. What's up?
Just some troubles with my goddess. It's pretty bad. Yeah, I think we'll be seeing more of my compatriots. She's sending them all out there. Seems like the town is under some sort of siege. It's like she said it would be better just to send them away. It would be more safe, even though
Trouble
this
in
world
paradise, eh?
hasn't seemed safe. Yeah, I can't really believe how bad it got. It sounds unlivable there. I can't imagine my home like that.
Well, did she tell you who was invading? Was it like the Dark Elves? They're pretty evil, right?
She didn't hint at anyone, and I don't want to assume like anyone in particular. Though I do wonder why she didn't tell me. I asked, she didn't answer. I guess she didn't deem it like worth me knowing. Sometimes she's like, "That's above your pay grade. I won't tell you this." But this time she told me more. So great things. With my relationship with the goddess. But yeah, the home's doing bad. But
Probably vampires is my guess.
I have a holy mission, and I feel really bad and scared about it. But I have a goal. We have a goal, and we're here doing it today.
But listen, Hyra, what I mean to say is you don't have to fight that alone. We're a party. So you've been doing such a good job of taking care of us that you need to take care of yourself too. And if doing so involves talking, just reach out a little. I could tell you were worried last night, and you haven't said anything to anyone all day. When I get worried, I whine about it.
No, I think you're right. I think it is better to talk about this stuff. I just don't know if I was ready to deal with it, but I appreciate it. It does feel better as a group.
And as a part of this, can I get a perception? Roll yours with advantage, higher.
I love having a deep conversation with someone while actively doing watch as well.
That's how it's done, baby. It's the crow's nest.
13 on perception.
Okay. Luckily, this event does not really need to be perceived that intricately.
Okay.
As right in the sort of the pits of you and Malagus's deepest part of your conversation, you're really getting to something important here. Just sort of around where you guys are, all of a sudden, that sort of incessant buzzing of flies sound becomes louder and louder and louder until it's deafening. It's all around you now, like some sort of swarm of animals is buzzing around, and Malagus swats at his face as if something's around him, but he doesn't catch anything, and you almost feel the urge to do so yourself, but nothing happens, and it's super uncomfortable, and all of a sudden you guys can't even hear each other anymore as you're trying to talk.
Like at all?
It's like almost impossible to hear each other. It's just so loud.
Is this waking everyone else up, or?
No, it's not. You can wake everyone else though. I mean, half of you guys are already fucking awake. Hey, Dulam, can you hear this too?
Yeah, and I just don't know if we can trust Orpheus anymore, Dulam. Oh, yeah.
Hello?
I feel like we should wake everyone up. Orpheus will know what to do.
Hi, and Malagus jumps on Demos and shakes him awake. Hey,
Whoa!
And then kicks Orpheus in the shin.
Ow! Ow! Jesus.
You wake up, and as you say, "Ow, Jesus," your voice is lost in this loud noise around.
Can I run to try to close the tent's door with us inside?
It already is closed. It's just coming from everywhere.
But they're not inside the tent, right?
You're not sure. The noise is just coming from all around you. You don't see anything, though.
I just want to try to yell / mouth, keep them out.
All right, you guys all see Orpheus mouth something, and you can just barely hear it over the cacophony of buzzing. Keep them out, just a distant on the edge of your hearing. Keep watch out, Malagus shouts. I don't see anything.
I sort of shrug exasperatedly. It's just keep them out. I want to try slapping around my head. Did I get anything?
You slap around, and you don't catch anything. You sort of feel around, you don't feel anything in the air, and you sort of wave your hands around, sort of like Malagus did earlier, and nothing catches.
Okay, I recognize that I am acting crazy, but I want to take a blanket and pull it flush over my head, then try to bring it up and around my head in a parachute motion and pull it away from my head.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand check for that boy.
Okay, not good. 5. I really need to get my sleight of hand proficiency figured out. The fact that I didn't give myself that as an artificer is embarrassing.
Fair.
It's like really bad. But consider I am also slapping at the air with my claws.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Wait, what was the number you got again?
5.
You slap up and you don't feel anything, but do hear the buzzing subside for just a moment, and it returns back to its loudness as it was before. Malaga swings around now. You spell fuckers. Can you, smoke out the room or something? Gas it.
What? We're in the room.
Fine, I'll do something. You see him hold his hands out.
No.
Oh god.
I'll start shocking grasping above my head.
You reach up and shock and grab. Nothing seems to happen. You're reaching around and you don't grab anything.
I just keep doing it. I think they're around us and we just can't see them.
All right, listen, everyone, hold your
Whoa.
breath. Malagus holds his hands to the ground. I cast poison spray.
We sleep here!
And you see, as his hands are extended,
I tried to
a
tell.
projectile puff of noxious gas shoots out of his hand. Thick green gas. It fills the entire tent almost immediately. And you guys all feel it burn in your nostrils and on the edges of your eyes for a moment, and it's still there and it's still there, and it's starting to feel almost overwhelming. And then Malagus drops the spell and he just begins coughing.
So
And,
I already felt my asthma from being in the tent with
you
fucking
have
Sir
asthma.
Orpheus. But with
Fire.
that, I
Now?
am definitely more sensitive to
You're in
that.
agony. Your lungs are burning. How you feel like you can barely get your voice out as it burns down your throat. But as the poison spray disappears and you guys all just get the sort of noxious smell on the edge of your nose, the buzzing has sort of stopped. You don't hear it anymore. It's still in the background, that passive zzz, like a rogue fly flies by you every once in a while, but the swarm that you is gone. Now all you have left is the sort of passive noxious smell of chlorine gas, which will probably put you guys right to sleep. Malagus points at the door and says, "Don't open that, alright? I know it smells bad in here, but if we let in air, we might let in something else."
Could we open Dulam's bag to try to...
That's good.
I
Get in
looked
some of
there.
that stank air from the... Dulam,
Better
you
than
feeling
your
alright?
stank air.
Oh, look what you did to Hire.
Look what you did to Hire!
Ira looks at Malagus with hatred.
I got rid of the bugs, alright? Can't you hear? Yeah, we can talk now, it's better. I fixed it. I'm a wizard.
I do think you fixed it. I don't think you're a wizard.
Did you see how I thought on my feet there with my wizard?
It's very nice, Malagus. Well done.
Thank you. Sorry it smells bad in here now.
It's fine. Hey, when I was looking through my bag just now, I found something cool.
Fine.
I pull out my tuning fork that I've forgotten about until this moment. I hit it against my boot. First the right hand.
It rings out solid.
Inside check, does Malagus react?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
Thank you.
Dulam, you sort of watched all this happen, I guess. I don't know if you even can be poisoned as a machine.
Yeah, it's hard to. Because also I don't have to breathe.
Oh, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, you're fine.
6 inside check.
He's hard to read right now. It's pretty dark in the tent. You guys didn't
Yeah.
light a campfire, so all you have is your vision to go off. Great.
I have some pretty excellent night vision.
All right, and that marks the random encounter for Hire and Malagus set. Listen, sorry about that, Hire. I know we were having a conversation there. We should probably go to bed now, though. I'll keep it up later. Yeah. Sorry, I fucked with your lungs.
No, it's okay. And it was a really, really good conversation.
Yeah, it was.
I'm glad the bugs are gone. You did good.
Thank you. I think I might have been MVP tonight. I was very friendly and social and caring and emotional and smart.
I'm glad you guys
I
had some
agree.
really, really good conversation. Good
I
night.
agree.
Ed, how was you in the sex botch conversation?
It was great. We talked all night.
It was great.
Dulam, just by the way, buddy.
I hug you.
Just keep in mind, you have a perfect memory, so you can remember everything I said. I'll be expecting responses in the morning, kind of like cataloged one by one.
Will do, higher.
Okay, but in the morning.
All
Good
right,
night.
and with that, you guys finish off your long rest. We'll only do 2 shifts of the. So that's it. You all wake up in the morning, having spent your evening a bit restless. You had to wake up once to these loud-ass flies and then a burst of poison in your eyes, which was sort of off, especially considering it smelled pretty bad the rest of the night. Airing out the room through Dulam's bag did help, but there wasn't much of a, air flow through it, so you sort of had to, scoop it in. So you guys all wake up the next morning. For you, Dulam, who's awake the whole time, you're able to see that the light shift is very quick yet again. Here, it's only, again, about 2 minutes where it's completely dark to completely light. It's a bit unusual, but it at least works, and everyone wakes up sort of naturally with their clocks as you guys all wake up in the morning, and you wake up cold, with a bit of a burning sensation in your lungs, and hungry.
I am hungry. Let's eat something with raisins.
If we even have any left.
What?
No, I'm just kidding. We have 4 or 5, I think. Sorry.
Oh, thank God.
I was being playful.
Alright,
Sorry, you can be playful.
We're trying it out.
It's real good with the raisins.
I just slowly and luxuriously eat it. Alright, I understood. They're so delicious.
It is very good, and you guys all eat them. They are no longer, just for the record, the
Yeah.
cold wind's been blowing on them all day, but they're not stale yet, so it's at least something.
Can I use prestidigitation to heat up the food?
Awesome.
Oh
Wizard.
my god.
Wizard! That's a real wizard there. Demos, you make everyone's morning significantly better, as hot food is always better.
Oh, Deimos, you're a genius.
You have
Maybe
to warm,
we won't die here.
delicious. You can even warm up some water to sort of just sip on to warm yourselves up in the morning.
Nice. Is now a bad time to say I don't like raisins?
You don't?
That's good. There has to be someone to eat the non-raisin ones.
Good.
If you find any raisins, just pass them my way. I think they're the best thing I've eaten so far. The apricot jam and Samira's thing was good. I think the raisins are better.
I feel like as a new eater, it's just up from here. I feel like raisins are just kind of near the bottom for me, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah. You didn't have that fish? Oh my god.
The fish was cold and gross and raw. I don't think I'm actually built to eat that. Sorry, I don't think Iceland is actually built to eat that at all.
I just don't know what you're saying. Delicious.
Maybe we have different tastes. Huh, I have tastes.
Yeah, you do, bud.
Oh.
And just as a note, after your long rest, all those mutations you guys got from planar travel have disappeared.
Thank
Long's big
God.
head is back to normal. You guys see around Deimos' sleeping bag are just 2 huge piles of sand by the side of the pillow. It was just leaking out.
If we put that in Dulam's bag, we could get a desert.
Whoa.
And we would want to do this?
I don't know. I'm
One
just the
mutation's
options
already
guy.
fucking enough.
I fear there would be consequences beyond our imagination.
Alright, well listen, yesterday was a pretty grueling day. My muscles are still pretty sore. I'm beginning to feel a little bit better about the crazier ideas of travel, but if you guys want to play it safe, I'll do that too.
I say stretches, then back on the road.
Alright.
We made good progress yesterday. Don't you feel good working with your hands?
True, but I don't know. I was a little scared last night with bugs. I just maybe that's the disease they were telling us about. Maybe it's flies, but
I will say,
don't know.
on my watch, I saw a giant sort of spider-type beast acting very strangely, with a crown of flies circling its head. So I think we want to avoid the flies at any cost. Maybe tomorrow night we should stay sealed in our tent.
That's a fair idea. In fact, nothing even came to attack us. Nothing bothered the tent. So maybe instead of keeping watch outside, we just stay awake inside the tent. You hear?
I agree with that. Well said.
Good. And we can be better about keeping ourselves safe. Because I do think keeping one of the flaps open to look out all night might have been what let in that swarm buzzed around
I think
me
that's
higher.
exactly right.
Glad we dealt with it, though. I was scared me.
If we can't see the flies, it's possible they did get in, and that's how you get sick in this place.
True, but we would at least feel them, right? And he swats out the air again. I hear them all the time, but I'm not feeling anything.
You're still hearing them?
You still hear. All of you guys. They're sort of ever-present. Ever-present. It is truly ever-present.
Oh, the lady said it would take a while for the buzzing to get, the disease to set in, so
Yeah, the Lady of Pain said this was fine. This is fine. This is fine.
just have to
Alright.
move swiftly.
All right,
Let's just keep going. Yeah.
get to it. Guys, break camp. Wake up for the morning. It's bright for the day, and you now, with the light of day, can see that the coastal town is a bit closer. You probably made it about a third, maybe even less, more of the way there. You think probably won't be able to make it there in one more day, but after today's travel and one more night's rest, you'll likely make it. Unless, of course, you give me some fails. So, you guys want to give me some acrobatics and athletics check?
Oh, yeah.
Roll up,
Ooh.
and Orpheus, please summarize for me.
Bless on
Alright.
same people.
Excellent,
Woo.
thank you. Higher Avalea.
I am singing as always.
Now.
I have like 8 different verses I've made up now.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
We got to hear them all.
It's the right hand and the left hand, and we'll make it in no time.
I love how you elongate.
Okay, first up we have Aura with a 17, and we have Dulam with a 17, Malagus with a 21, Deimos with a 15 plus 4, so a 19, and Higher taking up the rear with a 5.
Okay, easy, simple. Again, that was a good run for all of you guys. You made the first one successfully. No problems at all. Go ahead and give me the second.
Is the right hand. and the left hand.
You're gonna have to fucking stop singing there, man.
Mountain we go.
I feel like it's the only thing keeping this bearable.
Then the left hand.
Oh my god,
Ah,
two
double
24s?
24.
Home.
Deimos, what's happened?
Emos.
This is a strong round from us. We've got Oro with a 24, Higher with a 24, Deimos with a 9, and Dulam with the dirty 20.
I won't even add
Ooh.
those up. That was all above what I wanted. That was another successful venture. Give me the third one, please, as you guys continue traveling. And that will be it for this day of travel.
It's the right hand. It's the right hand.
Across this.
Just
black
can't keep doing this to me.
rock.
Oh, hey, I got an 8 too.
God, I love that we can clip these songs and make them real.
What we shouldn't.
All right, Orpheus back with another 24, Higher with a strong 7, Ulam with a 16, Malagus with a 12, and Deimos with a 13.
Wait, looks like Dulam got a 19.
Oh, excuse me, a 19, sorry.
Wow, Dulam above 15 every time.
I
Hello?
use lucky.
Yeah, he's perfect. Oh, true.
I use lucky and add an extra d4 with built for success when I need to.
Goated.
I'm just a
He
born
just treats
climber,
the
baby.
dice like toys. Orpheus is over here just getting 24s like they mean
What can I
nothing.
say? Do my metal nails just dig in?
They kind of do actually. They don't help. I'm not gonna like give you a strict benefit for them.
Nah, but it's just working. It's just
but
coming
it
together.
Does, it does feel right, you know.
That was a self round.
No rouse. All right, that last one is also a success. That gives you guys 3 whole successes. Well done. My congrats to you. That was a very good run there. So basically what that means for you logistically here is that basically you move the full distance correctly and successfully. The climbing equipment all still looks good, and you successfully made it exactly as far as you could have in one day before the light begins to go out again. Just as a brief note, on that third roll during the last leg of your trip, there was one sort of unusual event, which is the fact that as you walked over one of the ridges, climbing up and making your way over, you guys probably, I would guess, take like a 5-minute break on top of every ridge before you have to climb down again, just because it's one place that you get a moment of rest. And on one of the ridges that you stop on, there is a pair of these large vulture-like birds just chilling on the ridge. These two birds watch the party, sort of just standing on their little feet on the ridge, close by one another, shuffling awkwardly and croaking out cries. You notice both of these boulder birds carry with them twinned little halos of flies. They buzz around the heads in a sort of rhythmic, cyclical pattern. They don't seem to bother you, though.
See,
That's
that's
sort
of-
not
Don't like those.
normal.
No, yeah, I don't particularly like them.
Eventually, as you guys make your way over the ridge and begin climbing down the next one, both of them fly off in the distance. Stroking as they go. You get a better look at them, though. They definitely look like about the size of a humanoid, medium-sized. And the two fly off in the distance, their blue halos following. Can't
Big
we just
fellas.
take one of these holes? You know, I was looking at it. I think one of these wormholes goes from the top to the side. We can take it like a slip and slide and land in the
I feel like that's our most dangerous option yet.
sort of like
Yeah.
Chutes and Ladders where you have to guess. You know, hope you don't go in the wrong hole.
What the fuck is Shoots and Ladders?
Yeah, Malagus, that's awful of you to say.
All right, and just as you guys crest the last ridge, nighttime draws at the perfect time. Right at the top of the ridge, you guys successfully completed this full day with no issue, and as the day ends, you look out now, and the town on the coast is much closer now, much more visible. In fact, you can now count the little buildings. Buildings is not quite the right word for them, though. Now, from this distance, you can tell what you're looking at are tents. It's sort of like a little tent town off in the distance there on the coast. No more than what you would say is 15 tents. Each of them pretty big, about the size of the mega tent you guys made the night before. So family-sized tents that probably all fit 3 or 4 people. So you can sort of make a guess at how many people live here. But you don't see any signs of life from this distance. You don't even see the campfire. But as night draws and a couple tens of minutes go by, you do see that big campfire drawn. What looks like on the beach. You get a better view now, and you see they light a huge bonfire right on the beach side that shoots up wisps of smoke, and the flame curls high, illuminating the village and even many of the giant ridges nearby.
Yes, we could have done a fire.
Perhaps would a fire chase away the bugs, and that's why everyone else has fires?
Yes.
Let's. While I'm constructing Mega Tent, I'm going to, using my in-depth architectural knowledge, remember the yurt, to construct a sort of fire pit in the center with a smoke exit.
Recall the yurt.
I
Okay.
recall the beautiful yurt.
Just as a note, I assumed you made Megatent, like you stitched it together. Did you?
I didn't have that in mind, but I'm alright with us doing that. I like Mega Tent
If you want to just
forever.
make me another survival check, but your one survival check was enough to make Megatent permanent.
Okay, I feel we love each other very much and mostly want to share tents.
I'm down.
Oh yeah.
Right? Megatent is permanent, so you
Megatent
stitched a
is
bunch
forever.
of tents together.
Okay,
Mega
tonight
Tent.
my survival check gonna be for constructing a nice hearth with a functional smoke
Yes,
exit.
You're sort
I
of
do want to try to, like, if I can, use any sort of looser netting to make the smoke exit have, like, be bug proof.
Okay, yeah, I would like a survival check for that, please.
Yeah, baby.
Well-
Do I get advantage from somebody?
Malagus is not helping you.
I will.
Thank
Higher
you.
is. Good boy, higher.
Natural 20! God
Oh.
damn it. Born architect. Anything
God's
you give me,
perfect
I
architect.
will make a fucking domicile.
The Palace de Orpheus is built.
What can I say?
It is a masterpiece of craftsmanship. The yurt is formed. You poke a little hole in the roof and place the netting flawlessly. No insect is getting through there. The funnel is perfect. Not a soul will smell smoke the whole night. It's so well ventilated.
What can I say? I want to stitch the name Sparkkeep in the front as tribute to Ridici's beautiful candlelight palace.
All right, nice. You set up the evening and it looks well. The winds begin howling again, and you guys can still now see the distant fires far off in the distant of this world. There seem to be, again, a couple other civilizations off further away that have fires of their own. And you guys are now one of them, a little bonfire of your own, and the smoke curls up. In fact, the way you've constructed this, Orpheus, the fire itself is pretty well hidden within the structure. You believe that from the outside, it's probably even a bit harder to see your fire compared to many of the others out there in the wilderness.
Huge.
Fuck, yes.
All right, the structure is complete. Who would like to take the first watch of the evening?
I want Malagus and Orpheus to go together. So I'll do what I need. I'll do what I need to do to get that done.
I guess I would volunteer for first watch again.
All right,
I'll take the first watch. You guys get some rest.
I'll sit with you this time, or
Oh, thank you for blessing me with your presence.
you don't have to be a fucking bitch about it.
You were the
I'm
bitch
glad
about
you
it
two are
last
getting
night.
along.
Malaga sits with you, Oro.
Talk to Dulam.
All right. Robot power off. So what do you think of Dulam?
I love Dulam.
I like him too, I just wish he'd speak his mind more.
I think children have to learn to do that. They don't have... It takes time to make your mind up about anything. And when you're small, you have to make your mind up about everything. So it takes a while for you to decide anything.
You seem to have a misconception that because he's small, he's young. Have you ever met a halfling?
Oh, it's not about size, because I know Hired's not young, but it's... he explained a decent amount about himself when I first met him, and it's a lot like the children where I come from. They don't have a sense of self yet. They need to discover who they are and what they like, and what they were like during life. Now, I know Dulam hasn't had a life before that, but not all of us remember that, so it doesn't really matter. It's about figuring out what you want to do. Once you know that, you're a grown-up.
From what I know, young folk need teachers, someone to guide them into that process. So, what,
Yes.
are you going to be the one for Dulam to show him what's what?
If he wants my help, I would, but I think Dulam has a few good examples around.
Hey, well,
Samir
orphans
seems
don't
to have
ask
taken
for
him
help.
under his wing.
You got to give it. You want me to start? I can give lessons.
You don't do what you want, I guess, but I did not assume you would be the type to want to take in children, Malagus.
Never
More
said I
likely than
was.
you
I
think.
just, if we're going to have him with us, I might as well do something nice.
I agree with that. We should certainly be nice, and I would appreciate, if Dulam asked me for help, I would be happy to help, but I don't think, with Bisk, back when Bisk was a good lad in Valhalla, he didn't want to be told what to do. I had to wait until he knew he wanted my help, and he knew he wanted direction, and then he finally came around to me,
I think I understand.
If he wanted to chop firewood with the wrong side of the axe, I had to wait until he tired himself out doing that, and then finally he'd say, how can I make this easier? I'd say, alright, use the sharp side,
I think I'm understanding what you're saying.
So I think Dulam's doing a pretty good job figuring things out on its own. I think it's just going to take time, like everything.
Robot, power back on.
I don't think that works.
Listen, Dulam, what's something you've always wanted to know, but you don't know? Something you've always wanted to learn about.
Good question.
Lexi can't answer that.
No response.
Robot, power back on, please. Pretty please.
I'll move a little bit.
See, he's still alive. All right, listen. Dulam, what's something you've always wanted to know about?
This
Well,
unit doesn't know.
Well, certainly there's something that you don't know that you want to know more of.
How about this, Dulab? What's something we know that you don't and would like to?
What do you both know that I don't?
Oh, genius.
Duelam, have you ever seen the ocean?
No.
There you
Me
go.
neither. What is it like?
Well, I've been around a place or two. Let me. Why don't I teach you something about it? And maybe you'll walk away from this conversation feeling a little bit more like we bonded, and you'll learn more about the world. Yeah. So listen, the ocean, it's like a lake, real big. No, and it's scary at first because when you see it, it's overwhelming. It's like you look this way and it's all water, and you look that way and it's all water, and you look forward and it's all water, and you know that no matter how long you swim, never see anything else.
Were you out on the ocean?
No, I've only ever been on the beaches. But it's real interesting, and the tides, the water, it almost grabs at you. I've never seen any other body of water do it the same. The water, it reaches out for you and swarms back in. And don't get me started on the sea monsters.
Are there lake monsters?
I've been told, but I assume the sea monsters are 3 times. The ocean is beautiful. I'm sure you've learned about it, in your programming or at other Duelam, and you've probably read about it, or Orpheus, but it's something special to see it in person. And I actually think in just a day's time, when we arrive tomorrow to that little shitty tent town, we'll get to see something not too dissimilar for Yellow.
I look forward to that.
You'll like it. The sand, special. I don't think you've ever seen that much sand in your life. Even deserts don't have the right sand like beaches do. Malagus shakes his head like he's being very wise. And with that, give me a perception check.
15.
14.
Good. Both of you hear this at the same time. There is a sort of distant whispering. Carried on the wind like an echo. Can't recognize the words spoken, though it could just be too far away to hear. Malagus turns his head, he notices it too, and he whispers quietly, "Shit, did somebody find us, or where's that coming from? Should we open a tent flap?"
Could that be what they want us to do?
I don't know, the buzzing is still out there, and sure enough, you guys have sort of started to learn to ignore it now, but every time you're reminded, you hear it again. The buzzing sound of stuff that sounds like it's flying by your face and eyes and lips.
I don't like the idea of fighting a spellcaster, to be totally honest.
Oh shit, are they casting a spell?
I don't know, that's what it sounded like. Could
Alright,
it be
fuck.
the wind?
Malagus rushes for the tent flap and pushes it wide open,
Oh, be
stomping
careful.
outside of the tent.
Oh.
I run after.
Alright, you run after both of you, run out into the dark night, looking around. The sky is starless, those dark rolling clouds still above you. Can't see anything, and the light is pitch black save for the campfire right around you. The dull light shines out into the distance on this ridge, and you guys both look in both directions. I'm going to use the perception check you already got. And you don't see anything immediately, though you can identify the direction of these voices. It's off to your left, down the ridge. You look and you don't see anything. Not immediately. But take a moment, your eyes adjust to the darkness. Duelam, you can come out here if you'd like as well.
Yes.
All 3 of you stand out here now. Malagus sort of has his hands clenched around the daggers within his cloak. And you look out now and you see this voice is coming from one of those human-sized holes not 20 feet away from your campsite. Echoes out from it, and it sure enough does sound like an echo, like it's been echoing against the edges of this tunnel for God knows how long, finally making its way up to the surface. Whatever original language it was spoken in has been garbled to nothing, and all you hear are the shadows whisper.
Show yourselves. Show yourselves by order of Queen Odysseus' first night.
You speak, but there's no response, and the hushed voices continue softly. You don't see anything at the mouth's edge, and creeping a little closer, you get to look down about 5 feet, and you still don't see anything. No sign of people or animals or anything besides the smooth, shiny stone inside, and the cool air rising up from.
So fucking glad we didn't sleep inside that thing.
Malaga steps a step closer. I don't think it's so bad. I don't know. I'm getting an energy from here. I think there's something in there.
Yeah, and that's good to you?
No. I don't know. It doesn't feel violent, right? And as Malagus is facing you all, having asked this question, you see behind him dancing out of the hole, a ghostly pseudopod arm, almost like a tentacle, dances out of the hole and reaches toward Malagus. He doesn't notice it. He's facing you all.
Malagus, come here.
Looks at you. Takes a
Come.
step. Then he takes a step back. I'm not just gonna come when you call me. Crosses his arms. What do you want?
Malagus, there's something behind you, okay?
He turns around and jumps both feet off the ground back toward you.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I want to try to, like, pull him back towards the tent, away from the pseudopod.
Pull him. The arm dances up and the voices continue to echo out. And the little ghostly pseudopod arm is joined by two others besides it. They're like little tentacles almost. Not quite octopus looking, and it's almost just like a fleshy arm, but not fleshy. It's translucent, completely see-through.
Kind of
Ghostly
cilia-esque?
form. Yes, precisely. Thank you, Orpheus. This white, translucent cilia pokes out. Two neighbors join it as they almost grab Malagus, but he jumps back and joins you, and the three of you rush back to the tent. The cilia reach out about 5 feet, find nothing, and then slowly descend back into the hole, and the whispering stops. The echoes completely subside, and all of you are left with is that just annoying buzzing sound. Zzz, zzz.
Let's go back inside.
Malagus nods silently, and the three of you open the tent flap quickly and dash back in, closing it behind you, and you don't hear that swarm sound like you did before of the buzzing. It's still around you, but just sort of dashing in its presence, not all-encompassing. Malagus looks to you, Dulam, and goes, "That thing wasn't gonna pull me in, was it?"
I would not have let it.
That's good. Thank you. I appreciate
So
it.
romantic.
I want to rub Dulam's head. Good lad. Alright. That's our watch then?
Yeah. This place gives me the fucking creeps. Is this just me? It's sort of weird and spooky.
Somehow, this is my least favorite place we've been. And I haven't... Well, actually, Surcad was alright. But this place is terrible. Let's go back. To Surcad.
I agree. This is frightening. Alright. And with that, your watch comes to an end. And nothing else interesting happens. Who would like to go next?
I'll shake higher and Deimos awake.
Good morning.
Alright, scaly folks. It's your turn.
The Scalies.
Scalies.
Well, don't call me that, but sure. I perceive.
Alright, give me your perceptions, boys.
Okay.
11.
-2.
It's true. Oh,
7.
Okay, you want to give me one also, Dulam?
Oh, sure.
You're up. I know you're around. And 11 and 7 are dog shit.
Yeah. I have a
Uh,
+4. I've been rolling bad.
That's alright.
12, 4 to 18.
There we go. Deimos and Hire, you guys might get lost in perhaps a conversation that might distract you a bit. Something good.
Can you believe what Malagus has been saying recently? Sorry, I don't mean to be a gossip, but holy shit. Every day, this guy.
And during your watch, Dulam perceive silent, pure silence. In fact, is what you perceive. This is a sudden silence. For several minutes, all the sound in the area vanishes. The buzzing of the flies abruptly stops, and you're left with quiet. The quiet for the first time in 2 days now. The silence feels a bit oppressive for a moment as you get a little nervous looking around. Deimos and Hire, you guys don't even notice this happening as you're busy talking with each other, so noise sort of already is filling the tent, and the buzzing of the flies had already been sort of an afterthought to you. But to you, Dulam, you notice its absence. In fact, you notice that all of the sort of passive sounds around you have stopped. The wind has stopped. The rolling of the tent flaps against itself has stopped, and it gets just very quiet in a few minutes.
Okay, I'll wake up and I'll grab a torch. I'll light it and step out the tent.
Okay, Demos and Hire, you both see Dulam silently move, grab a torch, and step out.
Okay, bye.
Oh God! What is with
Maybe-
that thing? Should
Maybe. Maybe it's to pee. I don't know.
I don't think he does that. I think we should follow him.
How
So,
is Malagus giving Doolin the most sensitive conversation of his life, and Hire is the one saying, "What is with that thing?"
No, well, it's just it kind of just wandered off on its own. And it didn't even tell us to come help with whatever it had to do, because if it went somewhere, it has a purpose.
What is with that thing?
All right, Dulam, you step outside now. The air around the tent is thick and damp, as if soaked humid. That ever-present buzz of the flies has faded away now to this uneasy silence. But you don't feel peaceful. It just feels sticky and oppressive out here. And as you step out of the tent, the light of your torch sort of shifts unnaturally, dimming in some places while sharpening in others, which sort of create these surreal, ethereal outlines that flicker like after images. You're reminded of the spider you saw the night before. What is different about the surroundings out here is that there is a faint, translucent mist swirling low to the ground. It pools near your feet, cold and clinging, and the faint scent of mildew fills the air. You look up and you can't see the clouds above you anymore. It's almost as if fog has rolled through and the cloud is inside of you now, but the cloud feels sticky and cobwebby. It's sort of oppressive and uncomfortable, and it seems to be moving. You see this cloud or smoke or haze or whatever it is slowly drifting by, and right now it's just quiet.
Okay, I'll just, I guess, sit and watch the mist move.
Okay, you watch it for a moment, and with your perception check, I'll keep it from before, you notice the mist is moving both against the ridges and sometimes it comes out of the hole ground, those man-made holes. Yet again, this smoke, haze, whatever it is, seems to be coming out of it. You see the fog, the haze, whatever it is, roil out like a smoke machine is right beneath the surface. This occurs for about 5 or 10 minutes or so, and then eventually the large cloud passes and you're returned to the clear sky. Or rather, it's still cloudy above you, but the clear enough night that you could see off to the horizon distance. You see the cloud itself, it moves. You see it move along the ridge, along its parallel axis, moving it with it. And you see bits of smoke come out from the holes in the ground, joining the cloud as it slowly sort of rolls its way across the landscape. Quickly, that sound of buzzing flies returns, and you're reminded of this sort of gross presence of this place. It's just real nasty. And the wind returns too, the cold, biting wind that bites at the tent and pulls at your torchlight, wavering it and threatening to put it out.
Okay, sweet. I'll snuff out the torch and go back and set it down.
Snuff it out. The torch is still good. You can reuse it. You return. Demos and Hire, you guys both see Dulam return now. And you, again, for both of you, you didn't really see anything wrong. So you were just like, I guess Dulam stepped out to pee.
Guess the robot just needed a piss.
Oh, welcome back.
Thank you. Good watch. I'll power back up.
Nice. Okay.
That felt condescending, like we didn't roll high enough or something.
All right. Excellent watches, you guys. The long rest is now concluded. If you would all like to add that, and you enter basically your third full day here.
Oh.
You all awake now and become a bit more used to the chilliness. This is being your second morning you've woken up here. It's still not pleasant, but with the thanks of Demos's prestidigitation, which I believe you do a second time if you're a good boy.
Yes, of course.
Excellent. You really bring a smile to everyone's faces as you do this. You even see old Malagus light up as you do it again, sort of becoming accustomed to your kindness, licking his lips as he goes for one of the big pieces of bread.
Whoa.
Licking his
Holy.
chops.
Oh my god.
You guys are stretching. You're genuinely stretching.
That's so not a stretch.
And at this point, you look out now, and you're only about a half day's travel from the city on the coast. You're pretty close. In fact, I would like each of you guys to only give me one more athletics or acrobatics check for your last day of climbing, as you all do a stretch circle in the morning, break camp, and prepare for one last day of climbing, at least until you have to go back.
Woo.
I'll give one last bless.
Oh,
Okay,
my
perfect.
worst roll.
Also, while we're climbing, like before we do, can I make note of the time it is, like in this plane? Because I can like tell when the next sunrise is.
Yes, and in fact, you also have your watch that you have tuned as well.
Yeah, so I just wanted to like have us like after an hour of us climbing down, I wanted to see what an hour of this time is compared to Circad.
Nice.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you know that. Okay, Demos got a 9, Feus a 10er, Hire a 12er, and Dulam putting in work.
30, 20.
Read them out for me, my friend.
All right. I'm just trying to decide if I want to use inspiration, but I think I'm going to stick with it. Oro got a 10, Deimos got a 9, Malagus got a 21, Hire got a 12, and Dulam got a 20.
Okay, so that is beneath the threshold for your climbing day, unfortunately. So what I will explain this as is it takes about an hour longer to finish this climb than expected. So instead of taking, a third of the day, it takes maybe more than half, and you'll get there around lunchtime. And as part of this, I will give the lowest roll, which looks to have been Deimos. Deimos, right at the last ridge, you're climbing up, and the unthinkable happens. Your piton breaks. The metal snapping in half. You are able to catch yourself from the safety line that you have connected to your friends and don't fall to your death, but your climbing gear is now broken. So, you guys are able to help Deimos up, but Deimos, if you would please remove this climbing gear now, because the most important pivotal piece is now broken.
Holy.
It is not functional anymore.
Very tragic.
Mandy.
The pieces of the metal did fall into the depths below. You could go after them and return back down to collect the piton if you want to mend it, but it would require a return trip.
Do I think Lettermore could lift the piton?
Maybe, but can Lettermore go in water?
It's an interesting point. It doesn't
Dulam
specify in
can.
the rules, but yeah, Dulam can, so...
True, but the way Lettermore works is flying, right?
That's true.
I just...
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe he would have to dry out or something before he could fly again. Either way, I sort of feel like we're done with the climbing for now, right? Because we just got to the end.
You did just get to the end, yes. You hauled Deimos up the last bit to safety.
Yeah, so I feel like if we need to climb again, I actually have a feature where I could just take an hour and build some tools. I guess...
Oh, shit!
Wow.
Perfect. All right,
Well.
and just as one more note as you're climbing up this next bit, you do see, and Deimos, this is a bit morbid for you, but you notice just about 5 feet away from where you fell, it looks like right on this cliffside is a lost climber. You all see it as you climb up. A skeleton, still clutching broken climbing gear, is wedged into one of the ledges. A corpse of a human that has died here long ago.
Just keep moving forward.
There's no blood on this one, Oro, so you're fine.
Still a
makes
bit
it better?
frightening.
I don't know. I'm taking shots.
It does make it better.
It's certainly a bad sign.
Deimos is fine, right, buddy?
Ether bless his soul. What? Are
We
we
still have
worried
his
about
harness
Deimos?
and the rope. Well, the grappling hook, whatever, did break.
We're almost done here. We just need to go to the town and then we can press this box to get home.
Good,
What
right.
happened
Let's just
to
grab
any of
that
us?
guy and get the fuck out.
I mean, back to Circad. Yes.
All right, so you guys crest the final ridge here, and now in front of you, you see a little tent town, and beyond it, the ocean. So the ocean here looks to be at about the level of the high ridges, not the low valleys in which there are the rivers beyond. You imagine that this is likely why there's water at the bottom of these valleys, because they are beneath the sea level. But if I may give you guys a brief description of what you see. Nestled on this narrow, rocky coastline of this planet lies Ulm's, precarious haven for life amid the hostility of the Wefts. The settlement is a cluster of animal hide tents with weathered surfaces stretched over bone frames and patched with scraps of chitin and feathers. Salt crystals sparkle faintly on every surface nearby you, a byproduct of the nearby sea spray. The shoreline itself is bleak, a strip of damp gray sand leading to a turbulent ocean where waves crash dully against both the sand and jagged rock outcroppings that pop up outside. The town that you see exudes a sort of mournful beauty. Every tent is adorned with intricate paintings along the outside that seem almost alive, rendered in pigments that were scavenged from the planet's rare resources. You see around you what now you can count out as about 16 tents, which you imagine could house no more than 60 people in total. The artwork around you varies wildly. Some of the tents depict what look to be myths or memories of triumph. Others portray haunting, surreal visions. You see displays of black rain pouring down on a group of people, a huge white creature with endless little tentacles. Nearby rock faces have even been transformed into galleries of stone carvings with chisels. You see this community really has a determination to make something beautiful, despite the disgusting despair of this world. The life here is harsh. You can tell the people that live here survive with little more than what this land begrudgingly provides. The people here hunt with crude weapons made of stone and teeth, fashioning tools again from chitin of giant insects and gathering what little food they can find. The absence of wood here means they can't create fires in traditional senses, so most meals are eaten cold here. Raw fish, salted slugs, and whatever edible flora can be scavenged. However, they seem to have just enough animal fat produced from something that can feed into their nightly bonfires that they build on the edges. Your torches that you bring here are likely the only wood this entire dimension. Looking at the people now, who have sort of started to pull out from their tents to gaze upon the newcomers, you guys make your way sort of into this tent town, and the people here look hardy. Their skin is white, their movement slow and deliberate, as if weighed down by more than just the harshness of this environment. And every single villager you see here is surrounded by glowing blue flies.
Oh!
These people look human, and they watch you with what looks to be intelligent eyes. Some of them seem to be in conversation with one another, and in fact, you even notice one of them is slowly approaching you, yet their little luminous blue companions lend every single person here an eerie, disturbing presence. Everyone looks suspicious of you.
Mm-hmm.
There's no sense of welcome here, there's no excitement. People are hardy here, and their hardiness has led them to be suspicious. They seem almost immediately distrustful of you being outsiders, and the one walking towards you is a tall, imposing woman who's stepping forward from the crowd. She's thin and gaunt, likely underfed as almost everyone here is, and her blue fly aura pulses faintly as she approaches. And that's going to be a good stopping point for you guys tonight. All right.
Chills.
Chills.
And thank you guys. That's a good stopping point as you are approached by this.
That is very cool. This dimension's very cool, very scary, very cool.
So, I hope you guys enjoyed. You are officially planewalking yet again. You've gotten a chance to sleep out a couple nights, get to explore this little world. I am very excited about this dimension. I was telling Oro that this came to me in a fucking dream.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Terrifying.
I stroked out with this one, and I'm really excited about it.
This shit is very scary, but I like it.
Thank
Very
you. But
cool.
no, you guys, you know what? I was nice. I decided I am going to give you guys a beach episode next episode.
Whoa.
You are at the beach. So welcome to the beach.
That
So,
robe's coming right off.
Hope you guys enjoy. There's a bit of a mystery to unravel here about what's going on, and you're gonna need to find this mage and likely what's happened to him if he's part of the same little blue fly group as the rest of these folks. This will be fun. I can't wait for next episode, but this is where we're gonna end tonight. So I hope you guys enjoyed.
Last week we asked you, is Malgus a cat boy? 80% of you reported yes, obviously.
Correct.
Very obvious.
One person said no, and
That was me. I voted no.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I was just
Sorry.
going to say to that person, I'd ask you just close the podcast now and never come back. So
I voted no, guys. Just so you know.
Well, that was you and all the other fans that voted no, of course.
Who shouldn't
but of
be
course,
fans
the majority of the fans knew that
They should go
Malgus was a catboy.
Which Runt Pack member would give the best gift? Like, which Runt Pack member is the best gift giver?
all right, guys, that's our poll. Which Run Pack member would give the best Christmas gifts? Please remember to follow us on Spotify. Shoot us a rating if you liked it. Keep your opinions to yourself if you didn't. Give us a comment, vote in the poll, and as always, check out our subreddit r/runtpack. Tell us how you feel, tell us what you like, show us your art, or please post fan fiction.
Please.
Please,
I wanna watch
we're
that
just
link.
desperate.
I want an AO3 link, please. We don't even know
Yeah.
who our top ships are. We don't.
If someone makes us an AO3 like page, I don't know what you call it, but whatever you freaks call it,
You know what it's called.
and sends us proof, we will call you out first and last name, username. You can guest star on an episode. Just reach out.
Yeah!
Oh.
Reach out.
Yeah. You're a fucking member of the Run Pack now, buddy. All you gotta
Or
do
make
is
a character.
yeah, just go ahead and roll a character. We have been the Run Pack. Check us next Monday, anywhere you get your podcasts. You want to lead us in the howl, Mason?